Book Six, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. Recording is in the public domain. In vain, in vain. This was Marcus Wilkeson's golden opportunity, and he manfully determined to seize it. But as he was on the point of blurting out the stifled secret, that cold, pale face, which resembled marble in all but the drops of sweat upon the brow, chilled him again. At the same moment, the hopeless absurdity of love and marriage between a girl of 17 and a man of 36 occurred to him in all its force. Stupidly sensitive being that he was, he thought that this icy, intellectual Mr. Minford would laugh at him. "I confess, sir, that these wanderings seem singular, as you term them. But all the habits of old bachelors are regarded as singular. I believe, now, it has been my daily habit, since I retired from business, to lay down my book at 2 o'clock and take a little outdoor exercise. Miss Pillbody's school is not far from my house. The street is pretty clean for New York, and the sidewalks are tolerably dry. Therefore, I select that neighborhood for my daily walk, my constitutional, as they call it. If, in so doing, I should occasionally cast my eyes, in fits of absent-mindedness, I may say, on Miss Pillbody's school, that is not strange, considering the interest that I take in your daughter's education. It strikes me, my dear sir, that this seeming suspicion is easily cleared up." Marcus smiled to think how adroitly he had extricated himself. But there was no smile on the shroud-colored face of the inventor. "The explanation is plausible." Mr. Minford emphasized the word, "and I will not attempt to set it aside. God alone knows all the motives of human action. Now, to the second and more serious implication of the letter. I have visited your native village, and inquired into your early history. Though you moved to the city over 15 years ago, and have returned to your birthplace but once since, so far as I could ascertain." "Allow me," said Marcus. "My absence from my old home may seem strange, but it is occasioned by no shame or disgrace. My father, mother, and twin brother died and were buried there. By my father's failure, shortly before his death, the old family mansion passed out of his hands, and was afterward torn down to make room for a railway depot. This extinction of my family, for I am now left without a relation in the world, excepting a half-sister, and this destruction of our old home, have made my native village horrible to me. When I visited the scene of desolation, 10 years ago, the village seemed to me like a huge graveyard, in every part of which some happiness of my boyhood was entombed, and I vowed that I would never go near it again. In the matter of family recollections, I am exquisitely sensitive." "I respect your feelings, sir," said the inventor, "and regret that I should be the means of reviving these painful recollections. But I have a duty to perform, and I will no longer delay you in its performance. Now be kind enough to let me know the worst at once. I can stand it." Marcus unconsciously sat up more erect, as if to brace himself against a shock. "On my arrival in the village, my first act was to seek out some of the oldest inhabitants. I found that most of them distinctly remembered you and your brother. Aurelius, I think, was his name. You will pardon me for telling you the exact result of my inquiries, but I found that these old inhabitants, without a single exception, gave you a very bad name, and your brother a very good one." Marcus was about to explain that his brother and himself were images of each other, that the former was crafty and full of mischief, and that he, Marcus, had been made, on 50 occasions, the innocent scapegoat of his brother's little offences. But he forbore. He had cheerfully received reprimands, and even chastisements, for his brother while living, and he would not blacken his memory when dead. He merely smiled a sad smile, and said, "Ah!" Many of the offences charged against you by these old gossips were petty and excusable; but there were others committed by you when you were at or near manhood, exhibiting, if true understand, I say, if true a moral depravity for which no extenuation can be found. Some of the charges were not sustained by adequate proofs, and those I set down as idle rumors; but there was one of which the proof was abundant and most positive. No less than 5 persons gave me circumstantial accounts, all agreeing with each other, of your betrayal and ruin of Lucy Anserhoff." "Lucy Anserhoff!" echoed Marcus, in real amazement. "I have a faint remembrance of an old lady by that name, and a pretty girl who was her daughter; but, as God is my judge, I never wronged her." Still there was that expression of guilt which did not escape the scrutinizing glance of the inventor. Marcus could have hunted up evidence to transfer the burden of the imputed wrong to the memory of the dead Aurelius; but should he commit this profanation of the grave, as he regarded it, the voice of brotherly love, for he had tenderly loved his erring brother, said no. Would any amount of proof satisfy the nervous, doubting man before him? He feared not. Therefore Marcus Wilkeson did an act of awful solemnity to prove his innocence; and because the doing of it thrilled his sensitive soul, as if he had thrust himself into the terrible presence of the Infinite, he weakly supposed that the most suspicious of men would unhesitatingly believe him. He stood up, turned his eyes toward the ceiling, raised both hands, and said, in a deep, trembling voice, "May God strike me dead if I am guilty of this offense, or any like it, or of any thought of wrong toward your daughter." Marcus sat down pale, and caught his breath quickly. He was awe-stricken by his own act. "That is a solemn adjuration," said the inventor, after a short pause, "and should not be lightly taken." Marcus looked well at Mr. Minford. Unbelief was written in every hard line and wrinkle of that white, death-like face. "Do you doubt me now?" he asked, sharply. His sensitiveness on the subject of personal honor and veracity was painfully acute. He had never told a lie in his life. "Oh, no," replied Mr. Minford. "I do not say that I doubt you," in a tone expressive of the greatest doubt. "I shall be truly glad to receive counter proofs from you." "You have heard my solemn appeal to God, sir. Between gentlemen of honor, that should be sufficient." The inventor's thin lips, from which the last drops of blood had disappeared within the last half hour, curved in a satirical smile. Marcus interpreted it as a reiterated doubt and a sneer upon his honor. For the moment he lost control of his temper, and was about to make a remark that he would have regretted immediately after, when the door yielded to a gentle pressure, and Pet entered the room. Her face was pale, her eyes were dull, and the lids hung droopingly, weighed down by 24 hours of wakefulness by the bedside of her sick teacher. The faint blue crescents beneath, those strange shadows of the grave, which sometimes seem the deepest when the eyes above are giving the brightest light, imparted a frail, delicate beauty to her countenance. They were the last master touches of Nature in working out that portraiture of weaned and sleepy loveliness. As she put her foot in the room, Mr. Minford and his guest telegraphed a truce with their eyes, and assumed a cheerful look. Little Pet timidly ran to her father and kissed him, and then shook hands with Marcus. He observed a shrinking in her touch. She averted her eyes. "Your clothes are damp, and your feet wet, my darling," said the father. "Are they?" answered Pet, looking down at her saturated garments and glistening shoes. "I had not noticed them. Oh, I am so happy that she is well now. The doctor called at the house just before I left, and said she was out of all danger. He ordered me home." "Very sensible of the doctor." Another hour of this watching might have killed my poor child. So I took a last look at my dear teacher, who was asleep, and kissed her, and came right away through the rain. It was foolish to do that without an umbrella and overshoes, my child. But as you were always forgetful of yourself, your father will not be forgetful of you at any rate." The inventor glanced significantly at Marcus. That glance, so full of distrust, entered his soul. He longed to say something, if only a word of common civility, to the young girl, but he felt that there was now an impassable barrier between them. "But what is the matter, Pet?" exclaimed the father. She had dropped into a chair, and her head fell on one side. He sprang to catch her. So did Marcus, but the inventor reached her first, and seized her in his arms, directing another of his speaking looks at Marcus. Pet roused herself at the touch of her father's hands, sat erect, and opened her large blue eyes. "I am so sleepy," she said. "Of course you are, my blessed, and to bed you must go at once. That is my prescription. But first, always first, a cup of tea." The inventor darted to the stove, snatched up the teapot, poured out a cup of the universal restorer, scalding his forefinger in the hurry, milked and sugared it just right, and bore it to his daughter, who was nodding again. She drank it dutifully, like medicine. Children do not comprehend tea. We have to grow up to it. It is the appointed balm of fatigued and sorrowing middle age. In its function of medicine, the strong draught revived her, giving a twist to her pretty features, and sending a lively shudder through her slender frame. Pet rose from her seat quite briskly. "Now to bed at once. No delay. And mind you put on all the blankets, and your heavy shawl atop of them." "Yes, father." Marcus blushed, twirled his hat, and made a motion toward the door. "You need not go, Mr. Wilkeson," said the inventor. "I beg that you will not. I wish to settle up that little unfinished business with you to-night." Marcus saw that the inventor was in earnest. He coughed, and hesitated what to say. But before he could say anything, Pet had kissed her father, and said good night, in a faint voice, to the guest, and already had her hand on the knob of the door which led to her little sleeping room. "Remember, darling, all the blankets, and your shawl. Tomorrow morning you will wake up bright and happy, and ready to enjoy a little surprise that I shall have for you." He jerked his thumb toward the machine. Pet understood him, and smiled sadly. "You need bed more than I, father," said she. "Nonsense, child," replied the old man, with a hollow laugh. "It is not for the patient to prescribe to the physician. There, good night now." He kissed her again with more tenderness. "Remember," said he, "there is a little surprise in store for you to-morrow." Pet said, "Heaven bless you, father," murmured another good night, and disappeared within her sanctuary, closing the door after her. "Now, Mr. Wilkeson," said the inventor, "we can finish our conversation." His voice sounded like a voice from the tomb. End of Book 6, Chapter 2. Book 6, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This recording is in the public domain. The Clashing Orbs. The rain had ceased, and the moon was out. The dark, massy clouds that floated between her and the earth were doing their ghostly, phantasmagoric work. At one moment, clear white light like a shroud; at another moment, darkness like a pall. An owl lighting on the spire of Grace Church, in his flight over the city, might have seen the white edge of the shroud, or the black edge of the pall, advancing in well-defined lines over the housetops, and the parks, and the two rivers, swiftly succeeding each other. It was as if the mighty invisible demons of the night were capriciously trying the effects of cerements on the sleeping city. It was as if they were perplexed between the soft beauty of the shroud and the sombre majesty of the pall. A woman could not have tried on 2 shawls more often and more indecisively before making up her mind to buy. Little Pet's sleeping room, like every room that faced the south that night, was full of strange, spectral effects. The scrolls and the roses on the cheap yellow curtains that hung in the windows were changed to hideous faces of variable size and ugliness. Their grotesque shadows on the floor mingled with other faces, horrible as antique masks, wrought by the magic of the moon from the gigantic flowers that adorned the narrow strip of carpet by the bedside. Her dresses suspended from a row of hooks in the corner, and showing in gentle swells and curves the lithe, graceful form of the little wearer, like molds, would have looked to any open eye that dreadful night like women hanging against the wall. This startling idea would have been helped along by 2 or 3 shadowy bonnets depending from pegs above them. The white somethings carelessly tossed over a chair near the head of the bed were no longer the garments of youth, beauty, and innocence, but grave clothes, cold, shining, shuddering in that deathly light. The touch of the moon, like the presence of a sexton, suggested mortality. The narrow single bed, with its 4 black posts, looked like the fatal trestle, or bier. The slender body which lay upon it was still as death. The head nestled motionless in a deep indentation of the pillow. A slanting ray of the moon, coming between one of the window curtains and the window, fell upon the face and showed it white and waxen. The lips, still red, parted to the gleaming teeth, and the eyes not quite covered by the lids. One beautiful round arm curved above her head, and some of her soft brown hair rested in a little open palm. The other stretched down toward the center of the bed, as if fearlessly to invite the touch of those weird things with which imagination peoples the solemn night, which the wakeful eye, in the still small hours, sees moving in the darker corners, or passing swiftly by the bedside, or hovering in the air, wearing the semblance of one's dead friends, or filling large portions of the room with some formless presence of unutterable malignity and woe. It was only sleep to which the moon thus gave the pale polish of death. The gentle murmur of a childish breath broke the silence. The heavy bedclothes slowly rose and fell with the mysterious pulsations of warm life beneath. At intervals, a shudder shook the little figure of the sleeper. Her breath became louder and quicker, and her arms moved with sudden starts. Pet was dreaming, under the joint influences of an excess of blankets and a cup of strong tea. She was alone in infinite space. Above, below, on all sides, was a leaden atmosphere. Neither sun, nor moon, nor stars illumined it, but only some dull phosphorescent light, which seemed to be born of the murky, stagnant air. It was such a strange, sickly, wavering gleam as she had seen above decaying wood, fish, and other substances. All around was absolute stillness. Not a swallow waved his wing, nor an insect hummed in that barren immensity. Nature was hushed by some deadly spell. Yet the dread silence portended the near approach of horrors. She knew what they were, for she had been in this frightful region often before, and was familiar with its dread phenomena. They came. They were only 2 little black specks, like motes in the sunbeams, scarcely visible to her strained vision at first. She gazed upon them with the fascination of a charmed bird on the 2 small jet eyes of a serpent. but with this difference, that she knew the terrible peril that they brought. The moment that these two motes became visible to her in that dimly lighted mist, they commenced revolving around each other. They revolved slowly, and increased in size as they rolled on. The slowness of the motion and the swelling of the motes were elements of horror, but she could not take her eyes from those two black objects revolving like binary stars, until her breath should cease to come and go, and her heart to beat. As the motes enlarged, their orbits widened, and they grew and grew, performing greater and more awful circuits, still slowly, still noiselessly. The eternal, unbroken silence was another element of horror. The doomed spectatress of this solemn, maddening whirl would fain have shrieked, or even whispered, to break the silence, but she could not. Either her powers of articulation had disappeared in that region of universal dumbness, or the dead atmosphere was waveless and could vibrate to no sound. She knew, by harrowing experience, the scene that was to come, and she prayed inwardly to God to strengthen her for it. The two black objects swelled and swelled in even proportions, until they became as large as a full moon just seen above the horizon, then to the size of 2 full moons, and 12, and 100, and 1,000, still black, still noiseless, still revolving slowly, like a tardy and certain doom. Then a quarter of the leaden space was filled with their gigantic bodies, and the lurid air was darker. Then a half of the heavens was blotted out. She grew faint and sick, as she moved her head to the right and left, and up and down, and watched the dizzy revolutions of those vast orbs, between which she knew that she was to be crushed at last, as by the nether and upper millstones. Her inarticulate cries to God were unheard. It seemed as if there were no God for that accursed part of the universe. Majestically, slowly, silently ever, the orbs increased. 2 strips of the sky could be seen constantly changing positions, but always opposite to each other. These were the gaps, fast narrowing, which were to be filled up by the swelling worlds before her destruction was accomplished. Her long familiarity with the movements of the stupendous enginery of death enabled her to calculate to a nicety when the crash would come. She lay like the bound victim under the guillotine, watching for the axe to descend. The blackness of darkness above and beneath and around her, a suffocating compression of the stagnant air, a thrilling consciousness of the close approach of the 2 cruel orbs, a superlative stillness, and then a mighty attrition, in which the mortal part of the poor girl was about to be ground to atoms, when she awoke. She threw back the heavy blankets that oppressed her chest as if they were the crushing danger. She looked overhead, expecting to see a whirling globe within a foot of her face, but she saw only the ceiling, made visible by the pallid light of the room. Then she knew that she was in her own little room, and that this frightful adventure was only the old dream that came to her 2 or 3 times a year, as far back as she could remember. The same always, without addition or curtailment. End of Book 6, Chapter 3. Book 6, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell BOUTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Vision of Horrors. Little Pet was not the least superstitious, because her father had taught her from infancy to pay no heed to dreams or signs, and because he had allowed no housemaid or fussy old woman to inoculate his young daughter with her own senseless and cowardly fears. Pet smiled at the momentary terror which this strange old dream had caused, closed her eyes, and addressed herself again to sleep. But first she drew up the weighty blankets over her little frame, as her father had told her to do. She had already found out by experience that a hot application of blankets was the best remedy for a young cold. A low murmur, as of conversation, came from the adjoining room. Then she remembered that Mr. Wilkeson was there when she had come to bed. She said to herself, "It cannot be late, for he never stops after 10 o'clock." Then she began to think of some matters which had recently perplexed and distressed her greatly, but she was so sleepy that the thoughts came into her little head confusedly, and several times merged into dreams, and then came out again. The low murmur of the talk outside, like the distant hum of a waterfall or a mill, was sedative. The act of listening to it, as she did for a few moments with natural curiosity, was provocative of sleep. The conversation suddenly grew louder. The hollow voice of the inventor and the deep bass of Marcus Wilkeson could be heard alternating quickly. These words reached little Pet. The inventor: "We have had a long conversation, Mr. Wilkeson, and I will end it by saying that it is best for us to separate now and forever." Marcus (bitterly): "As you please, sir. But it is hard that a man's reputation should be at the mercy of any scoundrel who knows how to write a libel, and has not courage enough to acknowledge it." The inventor (pettishly): "I have told you a dozen times that I despise anonymous letter writers. They are ever liars and cowards." Marcus: "But you respected this one enough to adopt his suggestions." The inventor: "So the magistrate uses hints that may be furnished him by professional thieves for the detection of crime, but he none the less loathes those who would inform upon their comrades." Marcus: "You believe therefore only what you have seen or heard for yourself." The inventor: "Nothing further, I assure you. In all matters of proof, it is my nature to be suspicious." Marcus: "But none of these accusations against me have been proved." The inventor: "Why protract this painful conversation? It is sufficient for me to say that we must part." Excitedly: "Good heavens, sir! Am I not the guardian of my daughter, and warranted in accepting or rejecting acquaintances for her? Must I make long explanations to everybody that I don't see fit to admit into my house and my daughter's society? Is not this a free country, sir?" Marcus (with deep despair in his voice): "Perfectly free, sir. I admit your rights, and I hereby pledge myself not to intrude upon you or her, at least until you are convinced of the great injustice of your conduct toward me, and invite me again to your house. But there is one thing more." The inventor (impatiently): "One thing more? Will this dialogue never end? Well, sir, what the devil is it?" Then he added, as if aware of the coarseness and gross impropriety of that expression: "Excuse me, sir, but it is late, and my machine is waiting." Marcus (slowly and firmly): "One moment, sir. I have sworn my innocence before God, with the most solemn oath known to man. I may have misconstrued your remarks, but I thought you still doubted me. It is my misfortune to be extremely sensitive upon the point of honor. Having relinquished your acquaintance and that of your daughter, it is now my duty to ask whether you presume to question my oath." The inventor with increased impatience. "Why should I be bored with this cross-examination? I have never said I doubted your oath." Marcus, quickly. "That is not an answer. Do you believe me or disbelieve me? Am I a liar and perjurer or not? In one word, yes or no?" The inventor, laughing nervously. "Will you bully me in my own house, sir? There is the door. Out of it." There was a noise like the opening of a door. Marcus, between his teeth. "Never, sir. Never until you retract your imputation upon my honor." The inventor, losing all control of himself. "Curse your honor! If you had been more careful of it in your native village, where you are best known, it would not trouble you now. Come, there are the stairs." Marcus. "Once more, do you believe my oath or not?" The inventor, shouting. "No! No! 1,000,000 times no! Since you drive me to it, I believe you to be a crafty scoundrel, who has been trying to ruin my daughter. Out, sir, now! Out!" Then was a sound of two men clenching and struggling toward the door. A noise followed like that caused by the sharp closing of the door, but the two men were still in the room, for their scuffling and their short, quick grunts of exertion could be heard with increased distinctness. The noise indicated that one was pushing the other toward the centre of the room. Then followed the dull, nauseating sound of blows, apparently struck with fists upon heads and chests, mingled with noisier but still partly suppressed groans and defiances. The conversation which preceded the struggle had come to Pet's ears with such distinctness, and made such a terrifying impression upon her mind, that it seemed as if she could see the combatants. At the time when the clenching commenced, the vision was faint, as if she were looking into a dark room. But as the struggle proceeded, the room seemed to be gradually lighted up for her, and every grapple, every blow, every facial contortion of this horrible contest, were plainly visible. And yet she was not in the room, but lying in her little bed, bound as in the awful dream of the clashing orbs. She knew she was there, and yet she felt that her eyes, all her faculties of observation, had been somehow transferred to her father's room, and that she was actually seeing and hearing the commission of a murder there. She tried to cry out, but her jaws were closed. She would have risen, entered the room, and thrown herself between the frenzied men, but neither hand nor foot could she move. Her body was fastened to the bed as if with adamantine chains, while her mind and soul were the voiceless spectators of a tragedy of which she knew that she was the cause. She could not even open her eyes. If she could have loosed but a muscle from the rigidity of the trance, she knew that her whole frame would be relaxed in an instant. Then she would have bounded, oh, with what speed, into the other room, where her immortal part was helplessly watching the conflict, and interceded at the risk of her life. Alas! Prometheus was tied to the rock not more firmly than she to that bed of anguish. The struggle went on. The inventor, though past the prime of life, and worn down by excessive thought, had some strength left. Its duration was brief, but it was not to be despised while it lasted. He grasped the tall figure of Marcus Wilkeson by the neck with one arm, and with the other struck dozens of blows upon his face and chest. The comparative youth and freshness of Marcus were unable to free him from the strong hold of this vigorous old man. Pangs of terror shot through the heart of the poor girl as she saw that her father was about to become a murderer. Then the tide of fortune changed. Marcus, bruised and black in the face, and panting with exertion, released himself from the inventor's clutch, and in turn caught him by the throat. With his long arm he held the furious old man at a safe distance. The unhappy girl was now agonized with fears for her father's life. "This is madness. Let us stop it." Thus Pet heard Marcus Wilkeson say in panting accents. What demoniac spell was it that prevented her from shrieking, "Stop it! In God's name, father, stop!" "Never," said the undaunted old man. "Never, till I have thrown you headlong downstairs. Liar! Villain!" With that, Pet saw her father hurl himself, with the ferocity of a tiger, on Marcus Wilkeson. Such was the suddenness and impetuosity of the movement, that Marcus was pushed back several feet toward the door from the centre of the room where the most obstinate part of the struggle had taken place. But the old man's supremacy was short-lived. The younger and stronger man suddenly stooped, caught the inventor with both hands under the arms, and thrust him toward the corner occupied by the mysterious machine. The inventor would have fallen on it, and perhaps have been instantly killed by contact with some portion of the brass or iron work, but for the interposition of the screen. This broke his fall. He scrambled to his feet, full of rage, and foaming at the mouth. Marcus stepped back, and said, "Now let it cease." Pet saw her father snatch something that looked like a club from some part of the machine. "This is my answer," he said, and precipitated himself with fresh fury upon Marcus. The younger man had expected the attack, and braced himself for it. He caught the inventor by the arm that held the club, or other weapon. They wrestled for its possession, the inventor with frenzy in every feature, Marcus with fixed determination, and silently. The weapon was now aloft, now below, now shifted in the twinkling of an eye to the right, and now to the left. At one time the inventor seemed to be on the point of securing it; at another, Marcus. Suddenly Pet saw it whirl like a shillelagh above her father's head, with a strange noise like the quick winding of a clock. Then she heard a dull sound, as of striking a board with a brick, and she saw her father fall to the floor. At the same moment, the light in the room went out, and all was darkness. The pent-up agony at last found utterance. She shrieked, and instantly her eyes were open, and her limbs free. She jumped out of bed, and was about to rush into the chamber of horrors, when she saw the bright light of the gas yet shining through the crack beneath her door. She listened. The house was still as the grave. Not a sound from all the world outside, except the striking of a fire alarm for the 7th District. The deep notes vibrated upon her quickened hearing like a knell. Then she remembered that, in the vision, the light had disappeared. Here it was gleaming under her door as brightly as ever. "Pshaw! What a silly girl I am!" said she. "It was a nightmare. That's all." She raised her hands to her face. It was hot and dripping. Father prescribed too large a dose of blankets. No wonder I had this horrid dream. But notwithstanding the presence of the light, and the absence of all noise, such as would be caused by the murderer in leaving the room and going downstairs, the impression of this tragic vision upon her mind was not to be dismissed with a "Pshaw." Pet would have derived much relief from opening the door and looking in, and seeing with her own waking eyes that her father was alive, at his usual seat in the corner. She placed her hand upon the latch. But then she remembered how her father had laughed at her, 2 or 3 times before, when she was a younger girl, and not so wise as now, and had rushed into his room screaming with fright from a nightmare. She prided herself on having outgrown childish fears. She also remembered that her father had told her 2 days before that he was engaged in the most difficult mathematical calculations day and night, and, kissing her, had playfully said that she must not disturb him. "He is thinking over his problems now," thought little Pet. "Dear father, I do wish he would give up that hateful machine. It will be the death of him. But he said I must not disturb him, and I will not. Mr. Wilkeson must have gone home a long time ago, and dear father is thinking, as he calls it, with his hand on his forehead in the old corner. Let me take one little peep through the keyhole, and go to bed again." Pet stooped, and looked through the keyhole. Within her range were the chair where Marcus Wilkeson had sat that evening, and the nail where, with bachelor-like precision, he always hung his hat. Neither Marcus Wilkeson nor his hat were in their accustomed places. What silly things these dreams are, thought little Pet. The keyhole did not command the corner of the room where the machine stood, and where the inventor pondered and toiled, but Pet felt as certain that he was there, coaxing thoughts out of his pale brow with that habitual caress of the hand, as if she had seen him. "Good night, dear father," she whispered softly. "May Heaven watch over your labors, and keep you from all harm." With this pious prayer she slid into her warm nest. But before adjusting her limbs for sleep, she threw off a portion of the heavy blankets which had weighed upon her, and was soon sound asleep, and dreaming of a garden in which all the roses were beautiful new bonnets. Still the moon played her ghastly metamorphoses in the little chamber, and the figures on the carpet and the figures on the curtain writhed in horrible contortions of glee, as if they rejoiced over a calamity which had befallen that house. End of Book 6, Chapter 4. Book 6, Chapter 5 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What the Morning Brought. The child woke about 7 o'clock. She knew the time by the sun's rays upon the window curtains. In that strong, cheerful light, the phantom faces had shrunk back to great red bunches of flowers again. She thought of the absurd dream, or vision, as of something that had happened ages ago, and wondered that she had been foolish enough to be frightened by it. There was no noise in her father's room, but that was not strange, for he rarely retired to bed before 3 o'clock in the morning, even when he did not sit up all night, and slept till 8. His sleep, though short, was sound, and it was Pet's custom to prepare breakfast in her father's room without waking him. She washed her face, which looked rosy and bewitching in the little cracked mirror, and dressed her hair in 2 simple bands down the cheeks, and put on a white calico dress with small red spots, and a white apron bound with blue. This was the dress that her father loved the best. She looked in the glass, and examined her damaged reflection with a charming coquetry, and said, "Pet child, you are looking well to-day. Now for breakfast." Pet walked to the door, humming her last music lesson in a low voice. She placed her hand upon the latch, and opened the door softly. As it swung on its hinges, and she began to obtain a glimpse of the room, she noticed the gas still burning, though the daylight filled the apartment. This was strange. A shudder passed through her frame, and her cheeks began to pale. "Pooh! What nonsense!" she said. She pushed the door wide open. Was it another mocking, maddening vision that she saw? She rubbed her eyes in wild affright, and then raised her hands aloft with a piercing shriek. There, before her, lay the dead body of her father. In the centre of his ghastly forehead was a small wound, from which the blood had trickled over the temples, bedabbling his thin gray hairs, and forming a small red pool by his side. Near him, on the floor, was a club with an iron tip, which had done the dreadful deed. She recognized it at once as a part of the machine. The monstrous vision of the night was true. Her father was dead. Mr. Wilkeson was his murderer. She was an orphan. These agonizing thoughts flashed through her brain in the single instant. She felt her head turning, and her limbs failing under her. She had only strength to shriek, "Murder! Murder! Help! Help!" And then she fell headlong and senseless upon her father's dead body. End of Book 6, Chapter 5. Book 7, Chapter 1 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7th, Journeyings Against Fate. Chapter 1, Pea-Shooting as a Science. Be it said to the credit of Wesley Tiffles, that he always paid bills promptly when he could borrow money to do it. The funds that he had raised from Marcus Wilkeson and others for the panorama had been faithfully applied to that great object. If he could have borrowed money from other people to repay those loans, that act of financial justice would also have been done, and so on without end, like a round robin. When Tiffles bestowed the last installment of compensation upon Patching, that individual shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "The paltry price of artistic degradation," said he. "Remember, I would have done this job only for a friend. The world must not know it is a Patching, though I fear that even on this hasty daub I have left marks of my style which will betray me." "You are safe, my dear fellow," said Tiffles. "I have already ordered the posters and bills, and the name Andrea Ceccarini will appear thereon as the artist. Ceccarini has an Italian look, which is an advantage, and, you will pardon me for saying, is rather more imposing than Patching." The artist was sensitive touching his name. It had been punned upon in some of the comic papers. He could not take offence at the innocent remark of a friend, but he felt hurt, and vindictively rammed the large roll of $1 bills into his vest pocket without counting them. Whenever it was practicable, Tiffles paid his debts in bills of that denomination. He had a theory that the amount looked larger, and was more satisfactory to the receiver. As Tiffles saw how lightly the artist regarded the money, not even counting it, he felt a momentary pang at the thought that he had paid him. The panorama of Africa had not only been finished and paid for, but it had been exhibited to a large number of clergymen of all denominations at the lecture room of an uptown church. The clergymen, being debarred from attending secular amusements, as a class, had gladly accepted the invitation of Professor Wesley, Tiffles' panoramic name, and brought with them their wives and a number of children apiece. The panorama was rigged up at the end of the lecture room, in front of the desk, under the personal supervision of a former assistant of Banvard's, and worked beautifully, saving an occasional squeak in the rollers. Tiffles, in his character of Professor Wesley, told his story glibly and with perfect coolness, interspersing the heavier details with amusing anecdotes, which made the ministers smile, and brought out a loud titter of laughter from the ministers' wives, and tremendous applause, including the stamping and the banging of hymn books, from the ministers' children. One of the children, with a love of mischief peculiar to that division of the human family, had provided himself with peas, and, taking advantage of the partial darkness in which the panorama was exhibited, shot those missiles with practised aim at Professor Wesley, and now and then hit him in the face. The lecturer kept in good humor, and when, after a smart volley of peas, Reverend Dr. A arose and suggested that these disturbances were disgraceful, and, although he did not wish to meddle with the household government of his brethren, he thought that the children who were guilty of such outrages ought to be taken home, soundly whipped, and put to bed. When Reverend Dr. A, moved by just indignation, did this, the lecturer smiled, and blandly said, "Oh, no, he wasn't annoyed in the least," at the same time receiving a pea on his left cheek. He would trust to the generosity of his young friends not to fire their peas too hard, and he hoped that the reverend gentleman would withdraw his suggestion. Cries of "All right, brother!" "We'll keep the boys quiet!" "Go on! Go on!" went up from all parts of the room. Reverend Dr. A, yielding to the pressure, sat down, and received, at that moment, one pea on the right eye of his gold spectacles, and another square on the end of his nose. The 2 peas were fired by his second son, John, who had been delivering this invisible artillery all the evening from the other end of the identical pew in which the Reverend Doctor was seated. He groaned in the spirit, and muttered something to Mrs. Reverend Dr. A about the degeneracy of other people's children, which made that lady chuckle low under cover of the night, for she knew that her second son John was the pea-shooter, and had made vain efforts to stop him by pinching his leg, though the good matron could not help laughing at every fine shot achieved by her promising boy. Professor Wesley went on as requested, and so did the pea-shooting, until John's stock of ammunition gave out. The lecturer had ransacked the Society, Astor, and Mercantile libraries, and stuffed himself with facts touching the interior of Africa, so far as that mystery had been explored. Fortified with these facts, and a lively imagination, he found no difficulty in satisfying the curiosity of his auditors on every point, and answered questions of all sorts, which were fired at him even thicker than the peas, without the least hesitation. When the exhibition was over, every clergyman present signed a certificate declaring that they had been highly entertained and instructed by the panorama of Africa, and Mr. Wesley's able lecture; that they considered the painting a masterpiece of moral art, and cordially recommended it to the patronage of an enlightened public. End of Book 7, Chapter 1. Book 7, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By Steam. Tiffles had selected as his first field of active operations the State of New Jersey. His large number of relatives, the Tiffleses, were prolific on the female side, and friends, and occasional creditors, scattered through New England and New York, effectually barred him from all that territory. New Jersey, then Pennsylvania, then the West, those were the great topographical features of his campaign. For his initiatory performance, he had chosen a quiet little town less than 30 miles from the city, on a line of railway. If his panorama was to be a hopeless failure at the very outset, Tiffles wanted to be within striking distance of New York. He was sanguine of success, but, like a prudent general, he looked after his lines of retreat. To this small town in New Jersey, with which the fate of the great enterprise was to be indissolubly linked, Tiffles had sent a large stock of posters and handbills. He had previously corresponded, free of expense both ways, with that universal business man of every American village, the postmaster, and through him had engaged Washington Hall, the largest hall in the place, capable of holding 600 people, at $5 for one night, with the refusal of 2 nights more. The name of the hall and the night of exhibition were written in blank spaces on the posters and handbills with red chalk, in a fine commercial hand, by Tiffles himself, and, for a small consideration, the postmaster had agreed to stick up the posters on every corner, also on the post office and the 3 town pumps, and to distribute the handbills in every house. These labors the P.M. did not undertake to perform personally, though he had plenty of leisure for them, as well as for the local defense of the national administration, which was his peculiar and official function. But he turned them over to a semi-idiot, who occasionally did jobs of that kind, and who was willing to trust for his pay to the coming of Professor Wesley. The last letter from the postmaster ran thus: "Yours of the 6th received, and contents, including for my pussonal expenses, duly noted. Washington Hall has been moped out for you, and is clean as a pin. 6 new tin candlesticks have been put up in the anteroom by the proprietor. This is liberal. All the handbills has been distributed, and the posters stuck up, some of 'em wrong side down, owin' to the bill poster bein' a little weak minded, which will be a kind of curiosity, and an advantage to you, I think. I have sent tickets to the village pastors and their families, as you requested, and they read the notices last Sunday and advised everybody to go. I have got public opinion all right for you here. Now come on with your pannyrammer of Afriky. Yours truly, B. Persimmon, P.M." This was cheering, and Tiffles only hoped that he would be able to secure so faithful an ally in every postmaster, for he had decided to do this preliminary work through that variety of public functionary, until the success of the panorama would justify hiring a special courier to go in advance and smooth the way for him. All these preparations having been satisfactorily made, and the panorama, with the curtains, the lighting apparatus, and the other properties, having been forwarded in 3 enormous boxes to the scene of the impending conflict with public opinion, Tiffles made ready to follow; and, on the eventful morning of the of April, 185 , he might have been seen at the Cortlandt Street Ferry, accompanied by Patching, who had graciously consented to see how the thing worked on its first public trial. Patching pulled his enormous hat still farther over his eyes, so that he might not be recognized. This gave him an extremely questionable aspect, and the ticket taker at the ferry peered under the huge brim suspiciously as Patching came in. He also attracted the attention of a detective in citizen's clothes, and was a general object of interest to all the people congregated in the ferry house and waiting for the boat. "This is fame," muttered Patching, glancing at his scrutinizers from the shadow of the far-reaching hat. "This is what people starve and die for. It is a bore." He struck an attitude, as if unconsciously, folding his arms and appearing to be in a profound reverie. Then, after another cautious glance about, he turned to Tiffles by his side, and said, "It is useless. I am recognized. But remember your solemn promise. I had no hand in the painting of it." "Not a little finger, my dear fellow," cheerfully replied Tiffles, who had given the artist similar assurances of secrecy 5 times that morning. At that moment a hand touched Tiffles familiarly on the shoulder. He turned suddenly, for he was always expecting rear attacks from creditors. He saw Marcus Wilkeson. "Best of friends," said Tiffles, with unfeigned joy. "I am glad to see you. Of course you are going with us, though I hardly dared hope as much when I sent you the invitation." "To tell the truth, Tiffles, I had no intention of going till this morning, when it suddenly occurred to me that a little trip in the country, and the fun of seeing your panorama and hearing you lecture would drive away the blues. I had a bad fit of them last night." Here Patching turned and looked Marcus in the face, without seeming to recognize him. It was his habit not a singular one among the human species to pretend not to remember people, and to wait for the first word. Marcus indulged in the same habit to some extent, and, when he saw Patching looking at him without a nod or a word, he also was blank and speechless. "Don't you remember each other?" said Tiffles. "Mr. Patching, Mr. Marcus Wilkeson." The gentleman shook hands, and said, "Oh, yes. How do you do? It is a fine morning. Very. So much paler than when last I saw you, that I didn't know you positively." "Little ill, sir?" asked Patching. The artist was sure to observe and speak of any signs of illness on the faces of his friends and acquaintances. Some people called him malevolent for it. To be told that one looks pale always makes one turn paler. Marcus, extra sensitive on the point of looks, became quite pallid, and said, with confusion, "I have not been well for several days, and my rest was badly broken last night." Tiffles had also remarked the unusual deadly whiteness of his friend's complexion, and the air of lassitude and unhappiness which pervaded his face, but he would not have alluded to them for the world. He never made impertinent observations of that sort. "Unwell?" said Tiffles. "I had not noticed it. In the morning, all New York looks as if it had just come out of a debauch. Wilkeson will pass, I guess." This calumny upon the city was Tiffles's favorite bit of satire, and it had cheered up many a poor fellow who thought himself looking uncommonly haggard. Marcus smiled languidly, and turned away his head with a sigh. As his eyes swept about, they encountered the gaze of the man in citizen's clothes, previously noticed. At first, Marcus thought he had seen this man somewhere before, and then he thought he was mistaken. The man evinced no recognition of Marcus, and an instant after, his sharp glance wandered to some other person in the large group waiting for the boat. Here the boat came into the slip, and, after bumping in an uncertain way against the piles on either side, neared almost within leaping distance of the wharf. A solid crowd of passengers stood at the edge of the boat, with their eyes fixed on the landing place, as if it were the soil of a new world upon which they were to leap for the first time, like a party of Columbuses. When the distance had been diminished to about 4 feet, the front row of passengers jumped ashore, and rushed wildly up the street, as if impelled by a rocket-like power from behind. These people could not have been more eager to get ashore if they had come from the other side of the globe, on business involving $1,000,000 apiece, to be transacted on that day only. In fact, they were only lawyers, tradesmen, mechanics, and clerks, living in Jersey City, and going over to New York on their daily humdrum business. It was not the business that attracted them, but the demon of American restlessness that pushed them on. They went back at night in just the same hurry, and made equally hazardous jumps on the Jersey side. They were mere shuttlecocks between the battledores of Jersey City and New York. Tiffles and Patching lifted up the thin carpet bags which reposed at their feet, and which contained an exceedingly small amount of personal linen and other attire, and went on board the boat, followed by Marcus, who was unencumbered with baggage. They entered the ladies' cabin. The thick crowd of people pressed into the cabin in their front and rear, and all about them, and scrambled for seats. There was a general preference for the part forward of the wheelhouse, because it was a few feet nearer New Jersey than the aft part. The rush to obtain these preferred places was like that of the opera-going world for the front row of boxes at a matinee. Ladies who obtained eligible seats settled themselves in them, spread out their dresses, put their gloved hands in position, and smiled with a sweet satisfaction at ladies who had got no seats. Those ladies, in turn, looked reproachfully at the gentlemen who were comfortably seated; and those gentlemen, with the exception of a few who rose and gracefully offered their seats to the youngest and prettiest of the ladies, in turn looked out of the windows, or at the floor, or at a paper, intently. A stranger to the ferry boats and customs of the country would have supposed that the passengers were bound for Europe instead of the opposite shore of North River. Marcus Wilkeson, Tiffles, and Patching did not participate in this contest for seats, but walked through the fetid and stifling cabins to the forward deck, where fresh, bracing air, glorious sunlight, and a cheery view of the river were to be had. But these charms of nature were apparently thrown away on the trio. They all leaned over the railing, and looked steadily into the water. Tiffles was thinking up his lecture, and other matters of the panorama. Patching was misanthropically reviewing his career, and exulting in future triumphs over his professional enemies. Marcus was engrossed with some sad theme which once or twice brought tears into his eyes. A burst of noble music, a fine sentiment in a poem, a poor woman crying, keen personal disappointment, or any acute mental trouble, had this strange effect on the optics of Marcus Wilkeson. The bell rang. Voices shouted, "All aboard!" The gangplank was drawn in. Several belated people jumped on, at the risk of their lives, after the boat had left the wharf, one man vaulting over 10 feet, and the voyage for Jersey was commenced. 3 minutes later, the inmates of the cabins began to go forward and pick favorable positions for jumping off on the other side. The scramble to evacuate the seats, then, was as sharp as the scramble to possess them 3 minutes before. A few more rounds of the wheels, and the boat thumped in the usual way against one row of piles at the entrance of the Jersey slip, and then caromed like a billiard ball on the other, each time nearly knocking the passengers off their feet, and shaking a small chorus of screams out of the ladies. When the boat was within a yard of the wharf, the jumping commenced, and all the able-bodied men, most of the boys, and some of the ladies, were off before the boat butted with tremendous force against the wharf, shaking both wharf and boat to their foundations, and giving to the people on both a parting jar, which they carried in their bones for the rest of the day. Once safely on the wharf, the scramble was continued in various directions and for various objects. Marcus, Tiffles, and Patching indulged in the eccentricity of not scrambling, and, when they reached the Erie Railroad cars, they found every seat taken, some by 2 persons, but many by 1 lady and a bandbox, or carpet-bag, which was intended to signify to the inquiring eye that the lawful human occupant of that half of the seat was absent, but might be expected to come in and claim it at any moment. The 3 companions understood this conventional imposture, and politely claimed the spare half seats from the nearest ladies. The fair occupants looked forbidding, and slowly removed their bandboxes, baskets, and other parcels to the floor beneath, or the rack overhead, and the disturbers of their peace and comfort ruthlessly took the vacated seats with a bow, signifying "Thank you." The seats thus procured were some distance apart, and so the 3 companions were precluded from conversing with each other. This suited the taciturn mood of each that morning. As for the ladies who filled the other half of the 3 seats, they might as well have been lay figures from a Broadway dry goods store, conversation with them being prohibited by the etiquette of railway traveling. A man may journey 250 miles in a car, with his elbow unavoidably jogging a lady's all the way, and still be as far from her acquaintance, unless she is graciously inclined to say something first, as if the pair were leagues apart. This is proper, but peculiar. The strange sadness that possessed Marcus that morning was intensified as the cars rolled on. There is something in the monotonous vibration of the train, and the recurring click of the wheels against the end of the rails, that provokes melancholy. Marcus looked out of the window at the flying landscape, and the distant patches of wood which seemed to be slowly revolving about each other, and was profoundly wretched. He was totally unconscious of the sharp, pale, nervous face by his side. The owner of the face was about 35 years old, though the lines on her brow and cheeks added an apparent 5 years to her age. If she had been put upon her trial for murder, the police reporters would have discovered traces of great beauty in her countenance. An ordinary spectator, having no occasion to spice a paragraph, would have made the equivocal remark that she had once been handsomer. This lady was dressed plainly, comfortably, and in good taste. Her hands, ungloved, were shapely, but red and hard with manual labor. On the second finger of her left hand was a little gold ring, much thinned by wearing. The eyes of this lady were regarding the unconscious Marcus obliquely, with a singular expression of mingled recollection and doubt. Sometimes her glance would drop to the ring, as if that were a link in the chain of her perplexed reflections. A sudden jolt of the car, as the train ran over a pole which had fallen on the track, roused Marcus to the existence of this face and those eyes. As he saw the eyes sternly bent on him, he thought that his staring out of the window, past the lady's profile, might have offended her. So, with a cough which was meant to serve as an apology for the unintentional rudeness, he turned his face away, and continued his gloomy reverie among the odd patterns of the oilcloth on the floor of the aisle. Still the thin, nervous lady watched him obliquely. A ride of 3/4 of an hour brought them to their destination, as they learned from a preliminary howl of the conductor through the rear door of the car. The engine bell rang, the whistle screamed, the clack of the wheels gradually became slower. "Only 1 minute. Hurry!" howled the conductor again. Marcus, Tiffles, and Patching were out of their seats, and at the door, with American despatch. Before the car had quite stopped, they had jumped off. Marcus did not notice that, behind him, was a woman struggling between the 2 rows of seats, with a bandbox, a work basket, an umbrella, and her hoops, all of which caught in turn on one side or the other. Nor did the conductor observe that this burdened and distressed lady was trying to make her way out; for, after looking from the rear of the train, and seeing that 3 persons had landed, and that there was nobody to get on, he concluded that it would be a waste of time to stop a minute, and so rang the bell to go ahead. The engine driver, equally impatient, jerked the starting lever, and the engine bounded forward like a horse, giving a shock to the train, and nearly upsetting the woman, who was still wrestling with her personal effects between the rows of seats. With a sudden effort, she freed herself, opened the door, and stood upon the platform. The engine had wheezed 3 times, and she hesitated to jump. She screamed shrilly. The sound entered the ears of Marcus Wilkeson, who was whisking dust and ashes off his clothes with a handkerchief. He ran forward, and saw the predicament of his pale and nervous fellow traveller. She screamed again, as the engine wheezed for the 8th time. Marcus extended his hand. "Jump," he said. "I'll catch you." She did jump, much to the surprise of Marcus and the 2 lookers on, thereby indicating decision of character. Marcus caught her in his arms, bandbox, basket, and all, and the train hurried on. "Thank you, sir," said the lady, with some confusion. Then she walked rapidly down the road toward the village, like one who lived there. "A customer for the panorama, perhaps," said Tiffles. "I'm glad you landed her safely." Tiffles had got through his thinking, and was exhilarate again. He laughed so pleasantly that even Marcus relaxed his grim visage, and smiled. "Not a bad ankle, that," observed Patching, looking at the rapidly retreating form of the rescued woman. Patching, artist-like, was always discovering beauties where nobody else looked for them. Marcus had no eye for the charms of nature that morning, and he responded not to the remark which the artist had addressed to him. Whereupon Patching determined not to speak to Marcus again that day. They followed the mysterious female down the road which led to the village. On the fences, every few rods, were plastered posters announcing the "Panorama of Africa" for that evening at Washington Hall. Tickets 25 cents. Children under 12 years of age half price, etc., etc. As B. Persimmon, P.M., had said, in one of his letters, some of the posters were stuck upside down. This circumstance did not seem to prevent the population from reading them, for the party observed at least 2 boys (half prices) in the act of spelling them out between their legs. Tiffles was so absorbed in the contemplation of the posters, Patching in a critical survey of the scenery on both sides of the road, and Marcus Wilkeson in an introspection of his troubled heart, that none of them observed how often the thin, nervous female, walking rapidly ahead, looked over her shoulder at one of their number. Book 7, Chapter 2. Book 7, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell BOUTON. This recording is in the public domain. Pigworth, J.P. The village was composed of the usual ingredients in the usual proportions: law, dry goods, liquor, blacksmithing, carpentry, education, painting and glazing, medicine, dentistry, tinware, and other comforts of civilization, were all to be had on reasonable terms. There were 4 churches with rival steeples, and 2 taverns with rival signs. The village contained everything that any reasonable man could ask for, except a barber's shop. It takes a good sized town to support a barber's shop. As they marched into the village, they were conscious of attracting general attention. Men looked out of the doors, women out of the windows, and boys had begun to fall in procession behind. "Them are the performers," said one boy to another. "Wonder what that feller with the big hat does," observed a second. "Turns the crank, guess," was the response. Patching pulled his hat farther over his eyes, and smiled gloomily at Tiffles. "They little think who I am," he murmured. "What a solemncholy mug that tall chap's got," said another youthful citizen. This made Marcus try to laugh genially at the boys, but in vain. "Say, Bill, isn't that little feller's shirt out o' jail?" Tiffles made a personal application of this remark. It was his constant misfortune to suffer rents in portion of his garments where their existence was least likely to be discovered by himself. As he could not publicly verify the suggestion of the impertinent small boy, he buttoned his coat tightly about him. How their identity with the panorama of Africa had been established was a mystery. Small boys divine secrets by instinct, as birds find food and water. The 2 taverns were the National House and the United States Hotel. Although the signs were large and clean, the taverns were small and dirty. There was no choice between them, except in the fact that the United States Hotel was directly opposite Washington Hall. Therefore the adherents of the panorama cast their fortunes with that place of entertainment for man and beast, particularly beast. Mr. Thomas Pigworth, the landlord, was seated on the stoop of his hostelry, discoursing of national politics to a small group of his fellow citizens, who were performing acrobatic feats with chairs in a circle about him. Pigworth was a justice of the peace, and was always dressed in his best clothes, so as to perform his judicial functions at a moment's notice, with dignity and ease. He was tall, thin, bald-headed. T.J. Childen, landlord of the National, said hard things, as in duty bound, of his rival. Among others, that he had kept himself lean by running so hard for office for the last 10 years. To which slander Pigworth retorted, that Childen was fat, which was true. A fine plump figure was Childen's, only because he ate everything in his house, and left nothing for his customers. The three newcomers mounted the rotten wooden steps to the stoop. Mr. Pigworth left his group of auditors, came forward, and received them with the affability of a retired statesman. "The landlord?" asked Tiffles. "I keep the hotel," said Pigworth, with a smile which intimated that he kept it for amusement rather than profit. "Room and board for three of us?" asked Tiffles. "Certainly," said Pigworth, with the air of a man who was doing them a favor. "Ef you want only one apartment, I can give you the one occupied last week by the Honorable Mr. Podhammer. You have heard of him?" "Of course," responded Tiffles, to cut short the conversation. "He spoke in Washington Hall, there, on the Constootion. He is smart on some things, but the Constootion he doesn't understand. Not a word of it. I told him so." Tiffles was about to ask why, if the Honorable Mr. Podhammer didn't understand a word of the Constitution, he had the audacity to lecture on it, when he remembered that it was no uncommon thing for lecturers to talk of what they don't understand, himself of Africa, for instance. "Be good enough to show us the room," said he. "I say, Judge," Pigworth, being a justice of the peace, was universally styled thus, cried a voice from the group, "do you, or do you not, indorse my sentiments?" Pigworth turned majestically, and spoke like an oracle. "I do not indorse your sentiments. I wish it distinctly understood that I do not indorse them. I indorse nothing but the Constootion. That instrument I indorse to any extent. Are you satisfied now?" This speech was hailed by cries of "Good! Good! That's so! Sound doctrine, that! The judge knows what's what." Only one person, the questioner, a young man with a preternatural head, was unappeased. "A single word more," said this young man. "Do you, or do you not, subscribe to my views on the Homestead Law?" Pigworth looked at the three comers, as if to say, "Mark how I crush him now." Then, pointing his long right arm at the rash youth, he replied, slowly, but with fearful distinctness, "I do not subscribe to your views. Sooner would I lose this right arm than subscribe to them. There is only one view that I subscribe to. That view to which I subscribe" (the judge spoke with increased dignity here, and rose on his toes), "that view is found in the Constootion. You would do well to study the Constootion, my young friend." This withering rebuke was greeted with shouts and clapping of hands from all but the young man, who muttered something about "humbug," and looked glum. The landlord had another excoriating remark, which he might have flung at the young man and finished him up, but he magnanimously forbore. "Now, my friends," said the landlord patronizingly. He ushered them into a dirty entry, and piloted the way upstairs. "From New York, I suppose?" said the landlord. "Any political news?" "Really, sir, we don't meddle with politics," replied Tiffles, sharply. The landlord looked at him with an expression of pity. "Oh, to be sure not. You belong to the Panorama. I recollect that the last circus folks that come here never talked about politics. Are you Professor Wesley?" "I am," said Tiffles. "I merely wanted to say," continued the landlord, "that 6 of my lodgers are goin' to the Panorama, on my recommendation. I have a wife, sister-in-law, and 5 children." Tiffles took the hint. "I will hand you a complimentary ticket for yourself and family," said he. "Oh, no, by no means," replied the landlord. "I wouldn't think of taking it." Mr. Pigworth then ushered his guests into the large, uncomfortable apartment known as the best room in all country hotels. The ceiling was low. There were 3 windows with small panes, the sashes of which rattled in the wind. A rag carpet covered the floor. An old bureau, topped off with a dirty white cloth, a rickety table, similarly draped, 4 cane bottomed chairs, and a huge wooden spit box filled with sawdust, stood at intervals around. 2 single beds occupied opposite corners. With reference to the beds, Mr. Pigworth remarked, "Podhammer and Gineral Chetley slept in that air one. Colonel Hockensacker and Judge Waterfield in t'other. There was 4 other mattresses put down here that night, each of 'em with 2 of our most distinguished citizens on it. That convention was worth to me a good $100. With every respect for the precedent established by Podhammer and Associates, Marcus Wilkeson preferred to sleep alone, as he had done for 20 years. He privately expressed to the landlord a desire for one of the mattresses which had done duty during the convention. The landlord smiled, evidently regarding the request as eccentric and unreasonable, but nodded "All right." As for Tiffles and Patching, having shared the same couch several nights during the incubation of the panorama, the problem of how to distribute 3 men among 2 beds gave them no concern. Pigworth then retired. Marcus Wilkeson's first act was to open the windows, and mix some fresh air with the damp and mouldy atmosphere of the apartment. Patching's first act was to light his pipe, and throw himself on the nearest bed for a smoke. Tiffles's first act was to inspect the rent which the impertinent small boy had discovered, and make temporary repairs with a pin. Having done these things, and arranged their toilets hastily in a mirror, with a crack running through it like a streak of lightning, the 3 adventurers sallied forth, and crossed the street to Washington Hall. End of Book 7, Chapter 3. Book 7, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This recording is in the public domain. Stoop. Washington Hall was the only place of public congregation, excepting the churches, in the village. It was used on Sunday by a small but clamorous religious sect, on Monday by a lodge of Freemasons, on Tuesday by a lodge of Oddfellows, on Wednesday by the Sons of Temperance, and for the balance of the week was open to any description of exhibition that came along. It was originally built for a loft, and its reconstruction into a public hall was an afterthought. It was situated over a drug store, and was owned by the druggist, Mr. Boolpin, who was universally regarded as the meanest man in the village. As the 3 drew near the door, Mr. Boolpin, strongly smelling of aloes, and carrying a pestle in his hand, came out to greet them. He, in common with all the inhabitants, knew that the Panyrammer folks were in town. The small boys had borne the glad intelligence all abroad. A number of citizens who had been lying in wait issued forth with Mr. Boolpin, and looked hard at the 3. "The proprietor of the hall," said Mr. Boolpin, introducing himself. "My name is Wesley," responded Tiffles. He then introduced Patching as Signor Ceccarini, and Wilkeson as Mr. Wilkes. Patching chuckled inwardly at the thought of the incognito, and imagined the sensation that would be produced by the accidental revelation of his real name. Marcus felt a momentary humiliation at having consented to this innocent imposture. Mr. Boolpin, having shaken hands solemnly with the 3, asked them to walk up stairs and look at the hall. They accordingly followed him up a series of creaking steps. "Everything in apple pie order," said Mr. Boolpin. "The 3 boxes containing the panorama right side up with care, you see. I had them carted from the depot. Cost me $1. People thought they were coffins. Ha ha! 6 new tin candlesticks, you observe. Also the ceiling whitewashed. Also 10 extra seats introduced, making the entire capacity of the hall 350, giving 12 inches of sitting room to each person. No extra charge for these fixings, though I made them expressly on your account. There are some things about this hall to which I would call your attention. Boo! Boo! Hallo! Hallo! No echo, you perceive. Likewise notice the fine view from the window. Mr. Boolpin pointed to a swamp which could be distinctly seen over a housetop toward the east. The ventilation is a great feature, too. Mr. Boolpin directed his pestle toward a trap door in a corner of the ceiling, through which a quantity of rain had come a night or two previous, leaving a large wet patch on the floor. It's almost too cheap for $15 a night. For what? asked Tiffles. For $15, replied Mr. Boolpin, twirling his pestle playfully. Of course, not reckoning in the $1 that you owe me for cartage. It's too cheap. I ought to have made it $20. Why, Mr. Persimmon, the postmaster here, engaged the hall for $5. Here is his letter mentioning the price." Tiffles produced the letter, and pointed out the numeral in question. "It's a 5, without any doubt," rejoined Mr. Boolpin. "But Persimmon had no authority to name that price. I distinctly told him $15. But here he is. Perhaps he can explain it." The three turned on their heels, and beheld, standing at the door, a short, dirty man in a faded suit of black, and a cold, shining satin vest. He wore an old hat set well back on a bald head, and his cravat was tied on one side in hangman's fashion. One leg of his trousers was tucked into the top of his boot, the other hung down in its proper position. The man's face and hands wanted washing. This was Mr. Persimmon, postmaster. The secrets of his popularity were, first, his addiction to dirt; second, his eccentricities of dress, heretofore enumerated; third, a reputation for political craft and long-headedness, not wholly unfounded, as his ingenuity in procuring the passage of resolutions supporting the policy of the administration in all the conventions of his party since he became postmaster, fully proved. This political sage walked about town with post office documents and confidential communications from Washington sticking out of all his pockets and under the edge of his hat. He had a slight stoop in the shoulders, which the local wits said had increased since he undertook to carry the administration. "Professor Wesley?" remarked Persimmon, extending a grimy hand. "Happy to see you." "You're most obedient," said Tiffles, a little stiffly, for the $15 annoyed him. It was a small sum to borrow, but a large one to pay. "Have you such a thing as a morning newspaper about you?" asked the postmaster. "Our bundle missed the train. As you may naturally imagine, sir, I am anxious to see how the grand mass meeting went off last night in your city. Perhaps you was there." Tiffles had never attended such a thing in his life, although he was aware that 2 or 3 grand mass meetings were held every week about all the year round, and a dozen nightly in times of political excitement. "No," said he. "But will you be good enough to tell me how much you hired this room for?" Persimmon thought how culpably ignorant some people were of the great political movements of the day, but did not say so. Descending from politics to the subject in hand, he replied, "Oh, $15, of course. You will find it stated in my last letter to you." At this moment, no one of the three observing the act, the long-headed postmaster tipped a slight wink to Mr. Boolpin, who returned that signal of mutual understanding. Tiffles handed the letter to the postmaster, pointing out the figure 5. "Can I believe my eyes?" said the postmaster. "True enough, it is a 5. Confound my absent-mindedness in not puttin' down a 1." It may here be said, that similar instances of mental aberration were discovered in Mr. Persimmon's accounts toward the close of his official term. Tiffles was staggered, as he reflected that it would take 60 full tickets to pay the single item of rent. He had less than $half in his own pocket. Patching was, as usual, reduced to his last $5 bill. Marcus had incidentally observed, a few minutes before, that he had left his wallet at home, and had only a handful of small silver about him. Suppose the panorama should fail on the first night, and be detained for debt? Tiffles had not thought of that. Tiffles remonstrated, entreated, suggested compromises, but all to no purpose. Boolpin was iron. The best arrangement that Tiffles could make was to postpone the final settlement of the terms until after the performance. To that Boolpin had not the least objection. "One more thing," said Boolpin. "If there is a row, and any seats or windows are broken, you are to pay the damages." Tiffles laughed faintly. "Oh, of course," said he. "But you never have rows here, do you?" He put the question with disguised interest. "Sometimes," carelessly replied Mr. Boolpin. "There was a legerdemain man got his machinery knocked to pieces, and his head broken. The mob was quite reasonable about the furniture, and smashed only 10 seats, and 16 panes of glass. I charged the Professor $20 for damages, but took off $2 on account of his illness. Poor fellow! He was laid up more than a month. Then there was a band of nigger minstrels called the Metropoliganians. They were regular humbugs, and so the mob took them and tarred and feathered them in the back lot. Damage to furniture on that occasion was only $16, and I got every cent of it by holding on to their trunks. There have been a good many such little affairs in this village. I mention these 2 cases only as examples." "And yet no people in the world is more peaceable, nor more easily satisfied, than the people of this town," said the postmaster. "They only axes not to be imposed on, that's all." "A kinder hearted people don't live on the face of this earth," added Boolpin, stating the case in another way. "But you mustn't give them less than 25 cents worth for a quarter." Tiffles replied to the effect that he would give them $1 worth apiece; but, in his heart, he foresaw, with that remarkable prescience which is occasionally vouchsafed to mortals, that the panorama of Africa was doomed to be a bad failure; and he bitterly regretted that he had not tried some one of a dozen other immense speculations which he had thought of. But he determined to give one night's exhibition, whatever might be the consequences. "I may as well die for an old sheep as a lamb," thought Tiffles. During this conversation, Patching was secretly studying the effect of the swamp, visible from the eastern windows, and Marcus was looking at the cracked wall in a fit of abstraction. Tiffles had observed several times that morning a youth or man of singular aspect following him. Occasionally, on turning around suddenly, he would see this person at his elbow. Looking behind, at the close of the colloquy with the landlord, he again saw the strange youth or man. The being was nearly 6 feet high, and powerfully built, like a strong man of 25. His face was childish even to the degree of silliness. The mouth opened like a fly trap. The eyes were small and intensely guileless. Only a few wrinkles, and a few hairs, which grew wide apart on his cheeks and chin, indicated his manhood. But the oddest feature was the falling away of his forehead, at an angle which a dirty greased cap pulled over his brow could not conceal. "Well, sir, what do you want?" said Tiffles. "If you please, sir," said the singular being, in a cracked voice, "you're the pannyrarmer, ain't ye?" "Not exactly, my lad, but I own it. And who are you?" "My name's Stoop, if you please, sir." Mr. Boolpin broke out with a laugh which made the building reverberate. "It's the village idiot," said he. "He goes by the name of Stoop, which is short for stupid. Ha! ha!" "Come now, clear out, stupid, and don't be bothering the gentleman." The boy man began to whimper, when Tiffles, recollecting an allusion to a semi idiot in one of the postmaster's letters, said: "Stay, my lad. I believe I owe you something, for pastin' up 200 posters, 50 cents, and distributin' 500 bills, 25 cents. Total, 75 cents." The idiot did not hold out his hand for the pay, and Tiffles conceived an instant esteem for him. An idea came to Tiffles. This idiot, as he was called, had shown intelligence in reckoning. He might have a deal of good sense under that dull exterior. Tiffles had observed, in his travels, that the idiot which Providence assigns to every town and village is not always the biggest fool in it. This idiot might have sufficient intellect to turn the crank of the panorama, and render muscular aid in other respects. At any rate, he was able-bodied enough. "My lad," said Tiffles. "Stoop, if you please, sir." "Very good. Stoop. I think I can find some work for you behind the scenes to night. Can you turn a crank?" "I've done it to grindstones, sir." "It's the same principle," said Tiffles, laughing. "I'll engage you." The idiot took off his greasy cap, and swung it in the air with joy. A smile irradiated his great, coarse face, and his small eyes twinkled. "Gosh golly!" he cried. "I'm goin' to be one of the performers. I'm so glad." He said this, in a spirit of juvenile exultation, to the dozen boys who stood gaping in at the doorway. This innocent bit of boasting provoked their derisive laughter, and a quantity of playful epithets and nicknames, which the idiot endured with marvellous patience, until one dirty little boy put the thumb of his left hand to his nose, twirled the fingers, and said, "Boo, boo, boo!" This act had the same effect on poor Stoop as the shaking of a red handkerchief at a bull. It enraged him. He sprang at the youth, and, but for the sudden closing of the door by the offender, who had judiciously kept a hand on the knob, would have chastised him on the spot. The door not only arrested his progress, but suddenly checked his wrath. "I'm very sorry indeed, Professor," said he. "But, Gorifus! It makes me so mad." Messrs. Boolpin and Persimmon laughed heartily. "He's a perfect idiot, you see," remarked the former. "Coming the nose system at him always makes him mad." Tiffles did not understand how that was any proof of idiocy. But, to prevent the recurrence of any difficulty between his new assistant and the populace of small boys, he thought it best to take possession of the hall, and lock the door. He therefore signified to Mr. Boolpin that they would at once proceed to put up the panorama. Tiffles threw off his coat, thereby intimating that he would go to work at once. Messrs. Boolpin and Persimmon inquired, as a matter of form, whether their further assistance was needed, and were answered in the negative, whereupon they retired, Mr. Boolpin uttering a farewell caution against driving more nails in the wall than were necessary, and not to cut the floor under any circumstances, and the panorama and its adherents were left alone. Mr. Boolpin had driven the uproarious boys before him with his pestle, administering sharp taps to the reluctant ones. Tiffles suffered no further annoyance from them that day, save an occasional "Boo! Boo!" shouted through the keyhole, and followed by an immediate scampering of the perpetrators down stairs. This well-known sound always roused the idiot to fury, and the peaceable persuasions, and even the gentle violence of Tiffles, were needed to keep him from relinquishing his work and springing to the door. He was a most intelligent and useful idiot. He could measure distances more accurately than either of the three, and could ply the saw, hammer, plane, or hatchet. Tiffles brought all these tools with him, like a carpenter. His strength and skill were so great, that Tiffles found himself gratefully relieved from the necessity of lifting or directing. Marcus Wilkeson, who had also thrown off his coat with a manful determination to do a hard day's work, in the hope of tiring out and driving away the sadness that possessed him, put on the garment again, and sat on a front bench, vacantly staring like an idiot at the idiot, and all the while thinking gloomily of New York. Patching stalked the hall, and criticized the work as it progressed, from numerous angles of observation; but even he confessed that he could make no improvement on Stoop's highly artistic disposition of things. The idiot worked on steadily and swiftly, and only two things interrupted him. The first was the "Boo!" yelled through the keyhole, as heretofore described. The second was the unrolling of portions of the panorama as they were taken out of the boxes, fastened together, and attached to the rollers. As the canvas was unwound, Stoop would drop his saw, or hammer, or other tool, and gaze with his large mouth and small eyes wide open at the pictorial marvels successively disclosed. "Blame it!" said he, "a'n't that splendid?" or "By jingo, look at that!" or "Thunder, don't that beat all!" The tigers' tails and the elephants' trunks, the alligators' snouts, and the boa constrictors' convolutions, he recognized at once. He had "read all about 'em in Olney's Jography." "He is an idiot of taste," thought Patching. "I wonder what they call him an idiot for," thought Tiffles. "It's a pity all the people aren't idiots," said Marcus Wilkeson to Tiffles. "Your panorama would be patronized and appreciated then." It was Marcus' first approach to a joke that day. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the panorama of Africa was all up, the rollers and the curtain in good working order, and everything ready for the eventful night. Stoop had taken a lesson at the wheel, and turned it beautifully. Tiffles had arranged a system of signals with him. One cough was "Stop," two coughs were "Go on," one stamp was "Slower," two stamps were "Faster." Tiffles and Stoop rehearsed the system several times, the one being before the curtain, in the position of the lecturer, and the other behind it, at the crank. Nothing could be more satisfactory. "Only one thing puzzles me," said Tiffles to his friends. "Why do they call this smart fellow an idiot?" Book 7, Chapter 4. Book 7, Chapter 5 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This recording is in the public domain. An Audience Analyzed. The eventful night came on. Tiffles and friends fortified themselves with a poor supper, including numerous cups of weak black tea, at the hotel, and repaired, full of anxiety and misgivings, to the hall. The idiotic but intelligent Stoop had remained in charge of the panorama, and feasted himself, intellectually, upon the splendors of that work of art, as disclosed by a single candle in front. All the candles in the hall and the entry were then lighted up, and produced quite a gorgeous illumination of the 4 windows fronting on the main street. This having been done, Marcus, who, having a more extensive acquaintance with the faces of bank bills than either of his friends, had kindly consented to act as money taker and cashier, took his seat in a little box with a pigeon hole in it, and his entire stock of loose change, amounting to 75 cents in silver, spread before him. Tiffles stood within the door of the hall, to see that nobody came in, especially small boys, who had not paid. Stoop remained behind the scenes, and was positively instructed to stay there. Patching wandered up and down the hall, as if he were an early comer and had paid his quarter, and had no personal knowledge of or interest in the panorama. Performance was to commence at 8 o'clock. Doors were open at 5:30. Some time previous to that hour, the stairs leading from the street door to the hall were lined with the lads of the village, who amused themselves with making jocular remarks about the man in the cage there, meaning Marcus, and t'other man at the door, whose shirt was out of jail, meaning Tiffles. Marcus smiled grimly at his assailants through the small pigeon-hole, and Tiffles, who felt reckless in the sure view of a failure, laughed heartily at them, returned jokes as bad as they sent, but, in the height of his humor, begged them distinctly to understand that they could not get in without paying. At which the juvenile chorus sarcastically replied, "P'raps not. Mebbe you're right. You'll have to stop up the keyhole, mister. Mind I don't get down the chimbly," etc., etc. At precisely 47 minutes past 6, the first man made his appearance. He was a thick-set, pompous individual, with a gold-headed cane and gold spectacles, and climbed up the stairs with dignity and difficulty. He was followed by a pale little woman, 4 small children, and a stout, red-haired nurse, bearing in her arms a baby, which was laboring under an attack of the intermittent squalls. Marcus reconnoitered the party through his pigeon-hole, and nervously jingled the 75 cents in his hand. Tiffles stepped forward to the head of the stairs, in order that he might not be wanting in personal respect to his first patron. As this thick-set man ascended the stairs, the boys hushed their voices, but Tiffles distinctly heard several of them say, "It's the Square." Though apparently awestruck in his presence, the boys did not forget to play a few practical jokes on the Square's children, such as slapping them, and pinching their legs as they clambered wearily up. A peal of cries from his tortured offspring, particularly the baby, who received a pin in a sensitive part of its little person, so enraged the Square, that he would have beaten all the boys with his gold-headed cane, had they not jumped away, laughing, and got safely out of the building, only to be back again the next minute. "You should not allow these boys to hang around the stairs, sir," said the pompous man, planting his foot on the topmost step, and bringing down his cane on the floor with the ring of a watchman's club. "It's trouble enough to come to your panorama without being annoyed by all the young vagabonds in the village." "I'm sorry, sir," replied Tiffles, inwardly laughing, "but it would take 6 strong men to regulate the little rascals." "Then you ought to employ 6 strong men, sir. It's your business to see that your patrons are not insulted." Tiffles could only smile deprecatingly. "Every exhibition in this hall, for a year past," continued the man, "has been a humbug, an outrage on the common sense of mankind. Perhaps yours is an exception, though, to be candid, I have my doubts of it. Do I understand, sir, that you have travelled in Africa?" Tiffles indulged in the unjustifiable deception of nodding his head. "And you mean to say that the sketches for this panorama were taken on the spot?" "Yes, sir, on the spot. In a horn." "In a horn? What's that?" "A technical phrase, sir, which it is hardly worth while to explain at length. Briefly, however, I may say, that no more ingenious or satisfactory mode of taking sketches has been invented." "Oh, never mind the details. I hate the jargon of art. I only wished to assure myself that I am not to be imposed on. Well, I think I will risk it, and go in. You can put us on a front seat, I suppose?" "First come, first served," said Tiffles, amiably; for he had reckoned up, and found that this party brought him $1.25, counting the children as half prices, and the baby free. "Under these circumstances, we will go in, though I must confess I expect to be disappointed. You will excuse my plain speaking. The thick-set gentleman thereupon thrust a hand into a pocket, and produced not a huge roll of bank bills, or a half pint of silver, as Marcus, who eyed him sharply through the pigeon hole, had expected, but a card, which he poked at Tiffles. Tiffles recognized it at the first glance. It was one of 30 complimentary tickets that he had caused to be distributed among the leading men of the village that morning, by advice of the landlord, and it bore the name of C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire. "Welcome, sir, welcome," said Tiffles, as he observed the dollar and the quarter disappear from his mental horizon, and felt that, but for his indomitable good nature, he would like to kick C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire, down stairs. And Tiffles, nobly concealing his disappointment, showed C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire, and his domestic caravan to the best front seat. As he turned back to the door, he heard that gentleman say to his spouse, "That fellow looks like a humbug." A stream of people on the stairs gladdened his eyes. In one sweeping survey he figured up $3, but they proved to be 3 clergymen, with faded wives, large families, and female relatives stopping with them. Each of the clergymen graciously informed Tiffles, on delivering up his family ticket, that a panorama was one of the few secular entertainments that he could consent to patronize. They doubted very much whether they could have been persuaded to come, but for the recommendation of the evangelical brethren in the city. Tiffles bowed acknowledgment of the empty honor, and ushered the 3 clergymen and families to the front row of seats, of which C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire, and his train occupied as much as they could cover by spreading out. Mr. Skimmerhorn recognized in one of the clergymen his beloved pastor, and proceeded, in a pleasant, off-hand manner, and a loud voice, to give a few of the reasons which inclined him to pronounce the panorama a humbug. "Being deadheads," sarcastically observed Tiffles to Marcus Wilkeson, "of course they come early, and take the best seats." The next customer was a poor but jovial mechanic, having a red-faced little wife slung on his arm. This humble individual paid down 50 cents in bright new silver to the grim treasurer, entered the hall, and took seats about halfway up. "It's a splendid affair, Sally, this 'ere pannyrammer, I'll bet anything." "Sha'n't we enjoy it, John!" returned that healthy young woman. More work for the amiable Tiffles, but none for the melancholy Wilkeson. 2 more clergymen with families, the county judge, the local railroad agent, all the members of the board of freeholders, and several other people, who, according to the landlord of the United States Hotel, were highly influential in molding public opinion, and were in the habit of receiving free tickets. "Very good for a school of comparative anatomy," said Tiffles to Marcus, in facetious allusion to the deadheads, "but decidedly bad for my panorama." Marcus responded with a dreary smile through the pigeon-hole. Then there came a few more mechanics and other plain people, and then a streak of fortune, an entire young ladies' seminary, headed by the preceptress, and divided into squads, each commanded by an assistant teacher acting as drill sergeant. They were admitted at half price, as per advertisement, and brought $5.62 into the treasury. Tiffles rubbed his eyes at the sight of such a troop of blooming faces, and his hands at the thought of the grand accession to his cash box. The female seminary was accommodated with the 2 front rows of the best seats left. Following the seminary, in an unprecedented sequence of luck, was a boys' school, that came whooping up the stairway like a tribe of young Indians, in charge of a venerable sachem in spectacles. In the rush and excitement of the moment, several of them ran toll. a circumstance of which the old gentleman did not take cognizance when he settled with Marcus Wilkeson for their admission at 12½ cents per capita. Marcus had not noticed it, and Tiffles was far too generous to make a fuss about a few shillings. Then a party of 6 flashily dressed young men, who threw away their cigars as they came up stairs, and thrust their quarters through the pigeon hole at Marcus Wilkeson, as if they were good for nothing, which proved to be true of 2 of them. Being informed of the fact by Marcus, the owners of the counterfeits winked at each other, and whispered "No go," and then offered a broken bill on a Connecticut bank. This also proved "no go," whereat the sharp practitioners winked again and laughed, and this time paid out good current coin. These were some of the fast men of the village. They took seats behind the female seminary. Luck changed again, and brought in the landlord, Mr. Persimmon, P.M., Mr. Boolpin, and 3 more free tickets, with their wives and families. Mr. Boolpin whispered in Tiffles's ear that he hoped there wouldn't be a row, but it was a hard-looking crowd that had just gone in ahead of him, and there were plenty more of them coming. The latter observation proved true. The next minute the stairs swarmed with a jovial party, under the leadership of a gorgeous person, who wore in the middle of his snowy shirt front a cluster diamond pin larger than a 10-cent piece. This was one of the gentlemanly conductors on the railroad, and the mixed company which he had the honor to command was composed of ticket sellers, freight masters, brakemen, civil engineers, and clerks of liberal dispositions and small salaries in various walks of life. The party was slightly drunk, but not offensive. The gentlemanly conductor paid for himself and associates out of a huge side pocket full of loose silver. They rolled up the hall, and took the nearest spare seats to the female seminary. 7¾ P.M. arrived. The people in the hall began to stamp with a noise like thunder. Tiffles had marked the heavy boots of the conductor, and could recognize them in the din. Several deep hisses varied the monotony of the performance. There were no persons coming up stairs. The small boys, Tiffles observed with astonishment, had vacated the building some time before, and could now be heard whispering quietly around the door below. End of Book 7, Chapter 5. Book 7, Chapter 6 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Humors of the Many-Headed. Tiffles knew that his time had come, and he accepted the crisis. Requesting Marcus to pocket the funds, shut up the shop, and leave the door to take care of itself, Tiffles marched boldly to his doom. Previous to extinguishing the candles in the exhibition hall, he went behind the curtain, and there found the idiot sitting patiently at the crank, and rehearsing, in a low tone, the code of signals which had been adopted. Patching was also there. He shrugged his shoulders in the French style as Tiffles came in, but said not a word. Tiffles proceeded straight to a bottle which stood on a window sill, and took a long drink from it, and then passed it to Patching, who mutely did the same, and in turn handed it to the idiot, who pulled at it with great gusto, in the manner of a rational person. Feeling that it would be superfluous to repeat his instructions to so sagacious an idiot, Tiffles immediately presented himself before the audience again, with a long stick, or wand, for pointing out the beauties of the panorama. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am about to exhibit to you the panorama of Africa. You have all heard of Africa." Voice. "Considerable." "True, my friend. Therefore you will be well prepared to enjoy the pictorial attractions which I am about to unfold. Voice. Heist the rag. My friend, who has no doubt paid his quarter, I respect your request. The rag is about to be heisted. But before that ceremony is proceeded with, I would ask the gentleman sitting nearest the candles to be good enough to blow them out. Never was request more cheerfully complied with. There was a scramble of 6 or 7 tall young men to each candle, and at several of the candles a brisk but friendly struggle took place between rival aspirants for the privilege. The room was then in total darkness, save a small gleam which came through the partly opened door from a solitary tallow in the entry, and the dull reflection of the panorama lights through the curtain. Some of the effects of this sudden extinguishment were extraordinary. The female seminary all screamed slightly, the boys' school all laughed, and several were heard to say, "Prime fun, ain't it?" The railroad conductor and his friends coughed fictitiously, and said, "Uh-oh! Ain't you ashamed? Look out for pockets! Thief in the house!" and other playful things, which put the entire audience in good humor. But the strangest and most unexpected occurrence was a grand rush, as of a herd of wild bulls, on the stairs, accompanied by the dousing of the one remaining light in the entry. Another moment, and over 100 of the choicest juvenile spirits tore into the hall, and knocked over each other and everybody else in a frantic contest for free seats. The young ladies' seminary screamed in concert, and all the elderly ladies cried, "Oh, my! Good gracious! What's that?" "Only the boys," said Tiffles, with unruffled composure. "Let them come. It is a moral entertainment, and will do them good." After a pause of about 3 minutes, giving the boys time to seat themselves, and the screams, mutterings, and laughter of the rest of the audience to die away, Tiffles said, "Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will introduce you to Sunrise in the Bight of Benin." This was the preconcerted signal for the raising of the curtain, which office was performed by Patching, without a hitch. The gorgeous proem, or introduction to the panorama, was then for the first time disclosed to the public. Patching blushed as he thought of the vile pandering to popular taste of which he had been guilty. There was a dead calm for a minute. Tiffles was silent, in order that he might not interrupt the quiet admiration of the spectators. The spectators were silent, because they could not exactly understand the scene, and did not know whether to laugh, hiss, or applaud. The silence was broken by a boy in the back part of the hall. "I say, mister, is that a cartwheel on top of a stone wall?" "No, sonny, not exactly," said Tiffles. "What your uneducated eyes mistake for a cartwheel is the rising sun. The objects that your immature judgment confounds with spokes are rays. Your stone wall, it is hardly necessary to inform riper intellects, is a distant range of mountains. It is one of Ceccarini's happiest efforts." "Hurrah for Checkerberry!" cried another lad, mistaking the name of the high (imaginary) Italian artist. "Are we to understand, sir, that this is a rolling prairie in the foreground?" asked a deep voice, which Tiffles at once recognized as emanating from C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire. "Oh, no, sir. It is the Bight of Benin; and I must say, though perhaps I am too partial, that Ceccarini never did a better thing." "The what of Benin?" asked the voice. "The Bight; or, in other words, as you may not be familiar with geography, the Bay of Benin." "Then why not say bay, sir?" replied C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire, stung with the allusion to his want of geographical knowledge. Why this mystery about terms? There were cries of "Go it, Square!" "Dry up, old boy!" "Propel with the show!" etc., etc. Tiffles adopted the latter suggestion, and, without answering the lawyer's insinuation, proceeded to point out the natural appearance of the waves, the truthfulness of the distant mountains, the absolute fidelity of the sunrise. And here let me answer an objection in advance. It may be said that this sunrise does not look like a sunrise in Jersey. Admit it. Neither do the snakes. Sensation. Neither do the snakes which I am about to exhibit. Increased sensation, and "Oh, me's!" from the young ladies' seminary, resemble the familiar green or striped serpent of your own peaceful fields. Neither do the tigers, which I shall presently have the honor of showing to you, renewed sensation, bear any marked affinity to the serene woodchuck that burrows in your happy hills. The sunrises and sunsets, the boa constrictors, the tigers, and the other phenomena of Africa, are all immense, gorgeous, and peculiar. They must be judged by themselves, and not by comparison. My hearers will be kind enough to bear this in mind as we go on. He then went on to repeat a great many statistics concerning the population and resources of Africa. He had read up for these facts and figures under the impression that they would interest the solid portion of his audience, but he soon found out that he interested nobody, perhaps because the solid portion of audiences is a myth, and finally yielded to general requests of "Push ahead!" "Fire away!" "Start your train!" the latter from the gentlemanly conductor and friends. Tiffles therefore whistled once, and the panorama commenced moving slowly and steadily. The idiot, the rollers, and the lights all worked well. From the Bight of Benin, the voyaging spectators took an excursion up the river. The uninterrupted stretch of deep blue for water, and light blue for sky, and green for the farther bank, with occasional palm trees looking like long-handled pickaxes, seemed to satisfy them. At any rate, they looked on, and found no fault in words, which both Tiffles and Patching took for an auspicious sign. Tiffles kept step with his explanations. His method was this: when the palm tree came in sight, he would give a minute account of that noble tropical growth, and the many uses to which it and its products could be put. When a flock of wild ducks appeared sailing majestically on the river, he would entertain his auditors with a circumstantial description of how the natives caught wild ducks. A boat, or hollow log, with a human figure, suggested a reference to the progress which the African had made in marine architecture and the science of navigation. In this way Tiffles thought he was beguiling his customers. Some low sounds, like suppressed hisses, soon convinced him of his error. "I beg your pardon, Professor," said a thick-set voice, which he always recognized as coming from C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire, "but it seems to me that this portion of your panorama is a little monotonous. I presume that in this suggestion I express the sentiments of my fellow citizens here assembled." Cries of "Go on, Square!" "That's so!" mingled with a vigorous stamping of feet, and catcalls from the boys in the background, proved, alas, the truth of the conjecture. Tiffles coughed twice for the idiot to stop, and was sagaciously obeyed. "In behalf of Africa," he remarked, "representing her, as I may say, on this occasion, I would beg leave to apologize to the learned gentleman for the poverty of her scenery at this stage of the panorama. If Africa had been aware of the learned gentleman's preferences, she would, doubtless, have got up some stunning effects for him, in places where now you see only a river, a sky, and a strip of green bank, all unadorned, precisely as they are." The exquisite irony of this retort pleased the audience, and elicited general, though faint applause, and several cries of "Shut up, Skim!" "Got your match, old boy?" "Oh, let the man go on!" The last remark issued from the gentlemanly conductor, and fell with peculiar pleasure on Tiffles's ears. "One word more, and I am done," resumed the lawyer, who was professionally calm amid scenes of disturbance. "I only wish to elicit the truth. Have you and your artist, Mr. Chicory, I think you call him, or either of you, actually gone over the scenery here represented? We wish to understand that point." "We have, both of us, gone over this scenery repeatedly." This was true, as both Tiffles and Patching, anticipating some such question, had stepped over the canvas back and forth, in rolling and unrolling it, several times. "Is the eminent counsellor satisfied?" "Oh, yes," said C. Skimmerhorn, Esq., in a voice which signified that he knew the panorama was a humbug, but unfortunately couldn't prove it. One cough, and the panorama started again, but a little too fast. Tiffles stamped once, and the idiot reduced the speed, until it was too slow. 2 stamps brought it right. The river soon disappeared in a swamp, where the alligators' heads, protruding above the water, gave Tiffles an opportunity to describe several terrific combats which he had enjoyed with those pugnacious creatures. This entertained the audience for several minutes. "Have you no full views of alligators, sir?" asked a voice which Tiffles presumed, from its solemn inflection, to come from a clergyman. "None at all, sir. The African alligator persists in keeping out of sight. You never see anything but his head, except his tail as represented here." Tiffles pointed with his wand to something that looked like the end of a fence rail sticking out of the water. "True art, sir, sacrifices effect for truth." "Certainly, sir. Truth is what we are all after," replied the clergyman. But there was an indefinable something in his voice that indicated a wish for more alligator. Much more. The swamp ended in a dry jungle, interspersed with palm trees, elephants, lions, tigers, and serpents. Tiffles counted upon interesting his audience here. Snakes were first on the list. 2 heads, with expanded jaws and forked tongues, were looking at each other above the jungle, and 2 tails were interlocked, also above the jungle, a few feet off. This conveyed the idea of 2 boa constrictors fighting. Other heads and other tails. There was always a tail for every head, stuck up at regular intervals about. He stopped the panorama with a cough, and said, "The entire population of this particular jungle are boa constrictors of unprecedented size and ferocity." Tiffles heard a rustle of fans and dresses not far off. It was the whole female seminary shuddering. There was also a general movement throughout the audience, as of people adjusting themselves to obtain a good sight. "These boa constrictors, so admirably delineated here," commenced Tiffles. "Where?" said the voice of a country gentleman. "I don't see any boa constructors." "Nor I. Nor I. Trot 'em out. Show 'em up. Produce your snakes." Such were the remarks that resounded through the hall. "Oh, no! Don't! Please don't!" emanated from several girlish voices. "My fair auditors have no cause for alarm. I have no living snakes to show. I might have captured several hundred, and brought them to this country, and exhibited them; but, in deference to the well known aversion cherished towards snakes by cultivated communities, I forbore to do so. The only boa constrictors that I have are now before you. These are their heads, these their tails," indicating the termini of the snakes. Now the spectators, or a large number of them, had suffered fearful expectations of seeing real snakes. When therefore it was announced that these harmless daubs, resembling at a distance some variety of tropical vegetation, were the only snakes they were to see, there was a feeling, first of relief, and then of disappointment. The disappointment manifested itself in low hisses, and exclamations such as "Humbug!" "Gammon!" "Swindle!" Tiffles made several beginnings of excellent snake stories, of which he was the hero, but was checked by the tumult. Finding the snakes were not popular, he determined to try the tigers, lions, and other beasts of prey farther on. He coughed once emphatically, and the canvas moved like clockwork. Before it had journeyed 5 feet, somebody on the front row of seats coughed twice in precisely the same manner as Tiffles. The idiot, supposing the signal came from his employer, stopped. Tiffles, perceiving the mistake, coughed again, and the motion was resumed, when a double cough resounded from the front seat, and the motion ceased. Then Tiffles realized that his system of signals was understood by somebody. What should he do? He could not stop the free, universal right to cough. Therefore he stepped to the corner of the curtain, raised it, and said, in a voice loud enough to be heard by the audience, "Stoop, whenever I want you to stop, or go on, or faster, or slower, I will say so. You understand?" "Puffickly," replied the gifted idiot. "I say, boys, Stoop's in there!" shouted the somebody that had coughed. "Stoop! Stoop! Bully for Stoop! Come out o' that, Stoop!" was shouted all over the house. But Stoop remained faithful to his post, and calmly ground away at the crank. Suddenly it occurred to some boy to yell, "Boo! Boo!" whereat the other boys laughed and took up the chorus, "Boo! Boo!" The canvas moved less steadily, slackening for a moment, and then shooting ahead, as if the propelling power were the subject of strange perturbation. The roguish boys, and the men too, and chief of them, that practical humorist of a conductor, observing this, screamed, "Boo! Boo! Boo! Boo!" all the louder. Tiffles knew that the critical time had come, and philosophically laughed at the ruin of his last grand project, as he had laughed at the ruin of 40 other grand projects in their day. The panorama stopped without a signal this time. A hoarse voice screamed, "Gorifus! Gosh thunder! By Jiminy!" The curtain was jerked aside, and Stoop rushed into the hall like a fury. Coming out of a place partly lighted into one totally dark, his first move was to run blindly into Tiffles, nearly knocking that gentleman off his legs. "Hold on, Stoop! Hold on!" shouted Tiffles, with what was left of his breath. But the idiot only screamed, "Gosh thunder! Gorifus!" and darted for the main aisle, intending to run amuck among his persecutors. There was a general scrambling of the boys to avoid this incarnated wrath. The whole female seminary, and all the ladies present, screamed together. Book 7, Chapter 6. Book 7, Chapter 7 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This recording is in the public domain. Scenes not in the bills. The enraged idiot struck out right and left, without hurting anybody, the objects of his vengeance contriving to elude him in the dark. Most of the sturdy blows which he dealt, using his arms like flails, fell upon the railings of the seats, and only bruised his hands. just as he had caught a boy by the collar, and was about to take a twist in his hair. The door opened, and a light appeared. It came from 3 candles, borne by 3 men. This apparition caused the furious idiot to suspend hostilities on the instant. All eyes were turned toward the 3 men. All voices were hushed. There was a whisper in the air that something strange was about to happen. The man who entered first was a stranger, who moved and looked about in the quick, nervous way born of city life. The other 2 men were well-known residents of the village. Some of the audience had had unpleasant cause to know them. Having locked the door, and stationed his associates in a position to command the windows, the stranger walked quickly up the aisle, bearing his lighted candle, and said, in a loud voice, which fell strangely on the hushed assemblage, "Marcus Wilkeson will be kind enough to give himself up. Upon my honor, he cannot escape." This was said with a charming politeness. A tall figure arose at the wall end of one of the back seats. "I am Marcus Wilkeson." "What do you want with me, sir?" His voice trembled, and his face was livid. "To go with me to New York, Mr. Wilkeson," said the tall stranger, quickly. "Thank you for your promptness in answering. The only clue that I had was the hasty measure I took of you this morning, when I was watching for an escaped convict at Cortlandt Street Ferry. Perhaps you remember seeing me there, sir." Marcus, though the sudden shock had almost stunned him, at once recalled the man who had eyed him narrowly at the ferry that morning. The 2 other candle bearers had stepped forward as Marcus declared himself, and were about to lay hold of him, when the first man smilingly pushed them back, and said, "Don't touch him. It's all right. Mr. Wilkeson is a gentleman, and will go quietly." To Marcus he said apologetically, "2 Jersey constables I got to assist me. They don't do things exactly in the style of Detective Leffingwell." Marcus recognized the name, and so terrified was he at the thoughts which it conjured up, that his tongue clove to the roof of his mouth. The scene was like a horrid dream. "Everything is regular, sir," continued the detective. "We have a requisition for you from the governor of this State. It was obtained by telegraph from Trenton. You will excuse my dropping on you in this way, but I wanted to take you to New York to night, as the inquest meets again at 10 o'clock to morrow morning." "The inquest! What inquest? Tell me, in God's name!" said Marcus, finding his voice at last. "Inquest! There must have been a murder committed. What is it? Tell us, Mr. Policeman." The question was asked on all sides. "Now, I didn't want a scene," said Detective Leffingwell, politely, "and I won't have one. Mr. Wilkeson and I understand each other." The word inquest dropped out of my mouth before I thought. "As heaven is above us, we do not understand each other," said Marcus. "Tell me, pray, tell me at once, or I shall go mad." "Anything to please you," replied the officer. "But I can't bear these explanations in public. It isn't my way of doing business." He then leaned forward, and whispered in the ear of Marcus. "Great God!" was all that Marcus could say. Then he sank to the seat, and bowed his head in agony. Tiffles, who had forced his way to his friend's side during the excitement, threw his arms about him, and said, "Never mind appearances, Marcus. I'll stake my life you are innocent of the charge, whatever it is." "Oh, you're a humbug!" remarked C. Skimmerhorn, Esquire. "Call me and my panorama a humbug, if you please, but Mr. Wilkeson is a gentleman, and a man of honor." Tiffles's face beamed with a strange kindness. He looked up and saw the idiot standing near him. His small eyes filled with tears as he gazed, with an expression of intelligent pity, at the crushed man. Tiffles could have hugged the idiot, not only as the most sensible man, but the best hearted one he had seen in the village. C. Skimmerhorn, Esq., would have retorted severely, but his attention, and that of all the crowd, was drawn at that moment to a citizen who came forward, and, in a state of breathless excitement, said he guessed he knew what it all meant. He was in New York that afternoon, and read in one of the evening papers an account of a dreadful murder committed on an old man named Minford. The supposed murderer, the paper said, was a Mr. Wilkes or Wilkson. "Now I hope you are satisfied," said Detective Leffingwell, looking around with contempt at his hearers. A slight scream was heard from the corner of a seat near by. From the beginning of this unpleasant affair, it was observed that a plainly dressed woman, a seamstress accompanying the family of a Mr. Graft, had become very pale and nervous, and had been seen to move uneasily in her seat. This woman had fainted away. She it was who had stared so strangely at Marcus in the car that morning. Mrs. Graft and her 2 daughters promptly removed the fainting woman to the entry, where the fresh air soon restored her, and she was sent home. "No wonder the women faint away, when you crowd round here so stupidly," said the officer, momentarily losing his temper. "Please stand back now, and let Mr. Wilkeson and me get out. We must leave for New York by the next train, and that starts in 15 minutes." The detective referred to his watch. "Are you ready, sir?" tapping Marcus gently on the shoulder. Marcus rose, and displayed a face haggard with grief. They all whispered, or thought, "He is guilty." "I am ready," said he; "but I call Heaven to witness that I know nothing of this crime." The detective bowed courteously, and then said, "I also have summons for Mr. Tiffles and Mr. Patching, gentlemen connected with this panorama, as witnesses. They will please step forward." "I am Mr. Tiffles," said that person. "Wesley is my panoramic name." This disclosure caused a small sensation. "I knew the man was a humbug from the start," whispered C. Skimmerhorn, Esq., to a friend at his elbow. "I'd like to prosecute him for swindling." "And I am Mr. Patching," exclaimed the artist, presenting himself. It should be here stated, that, when the disturbances of the evening first set in, Patching, in pure disgust at the bad taste of the audience, had quietly dropped himself out of the second-story window at the rear of the stage, and had been skulking in the back lot ever since. Having heard outside of the arrest of Marcus Wilkeson on an unknown charge, he had plucked up courage and friendship enough to re enter the hall and tender his aid and consolation to that unhappy man. He came in just in time to hear his name called. "So that's the chap they called Chicory, or Checkerberry," whispered C. Skimmerhorn, Esq. "Anybody can see he is a swindler by his slouched hat and beard. Shouldn't I enjoy having a good case against him?" Pigworth, J.P., landlord of the United States Hotel, and Mr. Boolpin, proprietor, came forward with their little bills, and demanded immediate payment. This financial difficulty was arranged in 1 minute by the genius of Wesley Tiffles. After paying Stoop $1.50, that excellent idiot crying, and vowing that he didn't want it, the rest of the proceeds, deducting enough for fares to New York, were divided equally between the 2 other creditors, and the panorama and all the appurtenances were left as a joint security for remaining obligations. The panorama was worth twice the debts, to be cut into window shades. After some grumbling, Messrs. Pigworth and Boolpin accepted the terms. 5 minutes later, the polite detective and his party started for New York. There was a great number of people at the station to see them off, but only one to say good bye. That one was the man boy, Stoop, who cried as if his great, simple heart would break. End of Book 7, Chapter 7. Book 8, Chapter 1 of Round the Block by John Bell BOUTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, A Dramatic Interlude. Chapter 1, The Overture. It was the last of a delightful series of dramatic nights at Mrs. Slapman's, and her house was quite filled with embodied poetry, travels, dramatic literature, music, art, and the sciences. The dramatic arrangements of Mrs. Slapman's house were simple but effective. A curtain, with rings, hung across the north end of the parlor, established the confines of the stage, which was on a level with the floor, and covered with green baize to represent rural scenes, or a 3-ply carpet to indicate refined interiors. Against the wall were rollers, from which scenes could be dropped, affording perspectives of country, or streets, or gilded saloons, as the necessities of the drama required. There were 6 of these scenes, all painted by Patching, to oblige Mrs. Slapman in his leisure moments, which were numerous, and they all exhibited evidences of his style. 6 sets of flies or side scenes, matching with the rear views, had been executed by a scene painter's assistant, whom Mrs. Slapman had taken under her patronage, and were thought by some persons superior to Patching's efforts. Such was the belittling criticism to which that great artist was constantly subjected. There was a space of about 4 feet between the top of the curtain and the high ceiling. The light from the parlor chandelier directly in front, aided by 6 gas jets behind the scenes, made the whole performance and performers as clear as noonday. This miniature theatre was constructed of portable frames, which could be put up or taken down in half an hour, and was the ingenious invention of the scene painter's assistant. When it was removed, the only traces of its former presence were 2 brass-headed spikes in the walls, from which the side curtains depended. These spikes imparted anguish to the mind of Mr. Slapman whenever he gazed upon them. Mrs. S. had heard him say that some people would look well hanging up there. By some people he was supposed to mean the gentlemen who participated in her dramatic entertainments. Mrs. S. bore the cruel remark meekly, merely replying that perhaps he had better try the strength of the spikes first, by suspending himself from one of them. The audience, usually numbering about 50, were seated in chairs which filled the parlor, with the exception of a space of 10 feet in front of the stage. A fair view of the entire proceedings could be had from all but the 2 back rows of chairs, the occupants of which were compelled to imagine the attachment of feet and ankles to the several characters of the drama. From the left wing of the stage a door opened into the hall, affording communication by the staircase to the ladies' and gentlemen's dressing rooms on the floor above. On the 3rd floor, it was known to some of the guests, was the private apartment of Mr. Slapman. A strong smell of cigar smoke, as of one fumigating sullenly and furiously, was the unvarying proof of his presence in the house. On this eventful night, he had been seen, at an early hour, pacing up and down the hall of his 3rd floor, belching forth clouds of smoke, like Vesuvius just before a fiery eruption. People who were in the sad secret of Mrs. Slapman's household sorrows looked at each other and smiled, but said nothing, for it was a point of good breeding not to allude to him in conversation. The newer guests, unaware of the melancholy facts in the case, supposed that the restless gentleman on the third floor was some one of Mrs. Slapman's eccentric friends, working out an idea. Mrs. Slapman paid no attention to her jealous spouse, imagining that he would smoke away his wrath quietly as usual, and not interfere with the evening's amusement. Hitherto, on occasions, he had done nothing more disagreeable than to open the parlor door furtively, cast one wild look inside, and then suddenly withdraw his head, gently slamming the door after him. The play of the evening was written expressly for the occasion by a gentleman who had produced one melodrama at a Bowery theatre, and failed to produce a large number of melodramas at all the theatres in Broadway. Mrs. Slapman, a true patroness of genius, kindly permitted this gentleman to prepare all her charades, and gratified him, on several occasions, by bringing out some of the minor plays from his stuffed portfolio. By 8 o'clock all the chairs were filled, and the actors and actresses were still lingering over their toilet. After waiting 10 minutes longer, and crossing and uncrossing their legs repeatedly, the audience stamped and whistled very much in the manner of an impatient crowd at a real theatre. Mrs. Slapman relished these little ebullitions of natural feeling, because it made the illusion of her Thespian parlor, as she called it, more complete. At 8:15 the orchestra, consisting of 2 flutes and a violin, issued from behind the curtain, and seated itself before some music stands ranged against the wall. The performers were amateurs, 2 bookkeepers and a cashier in private life, and could not have been hired to play for any amount of money, though they were always willing to favor a few friends. Mrs. Slapman humored them in this whim, and they played regularly at her private theatricals. After a few nods and facetious remarks to their friends in the audience, familiarities from which a paid orchestra would have been totally cut off, the musicians dashed into a new overture, composed by Signor Mancusi, also expressly for the occasion. This musical composition had been rehearsed the week previous in the presence of a select party of amateurs and critics, and had been pronounced by the sub-editor of a weekly paper, remarkable for its breadth and color. Under these circumstances, the overture was listened to with much interest at first, which abated as the music progressed. Touching the merits of color and breadth, there might be some grounds of doubt, but none whatever concerning its length. It lasted until 20 minutes of 9, and, toward the close, faint scrapings of dissatisfaction were heard, which would have been more audible had Signor Mancusi not been present. As the last twang of the fiddle died on the air, Monsieur Bartin was heard by several persons to say, "Bah! A bad hash from Rossini and Aubert." The remark was reported to Signor Mancusi, and did not tend to enhance his friendly regards for the other gentlemen. End of Book 8, Chapter 1. Book 8, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This recording is in the public domain. Curtain up! At 8:75 p.m. the curtain was rung up, and discovered a rustic scene, in the midst of which Mrs. Slapman, Fidelia, was seated. She was dressed in a white frock with low neck, and a flat hat, and was trimmed out with red ribbons in all directions. She looked young and pretty. Only an anxious knitting of her eyebrows revealed the cares and troubles of intellect. Mrs. Slapman was applauded by a unanimous clapping of hands. She was seated in a red velvet rocking chair, at a small but costly table, on which stood an expensive vase filled with flowers. These properties, though few, were intended to signify boundless affluence and luxury. Fidelia languidly waved a jeweled fan, and sighed. "Will he never come?" said she. She had hardly made this remark, when, by a singular coincidence, Alberto Overtop entered from the left wing, and threw himself, with as much grace as his tights would permit, at her feet. She emitted a small shriek, and gave him her hand to kiss, which he did with ecstasy. Alberto was habited like an Italian gentleman in good circumstances, and no one would have suspected his poverty if he had not commenced the dialogue by an affecting allusion to his last scudi, which brought tears to the eyes of the fair Fidelia. Such trifling questions as lovers alone can ask and answer then passed between them, and at last came the solemn interrogatory from the kneeling Alberto: "And will you always love me, dearest?" Fidelia turned her meek orbs toward the ceiling, raised her hand, said, "Forever!" and was about to add, "I swear," when Bidette, Miss Wick, rushed upon the scene with the intelligence, "He comes." "Who?" asked Alberto. "My father," shrieked Fidelia. "Go that way." She pointed with her small alabaster hand to the left wing. Alberto vanished as per request, while Fidelia, with well affected calmness, commenced humming an opera air, and fanning herself. Bidette, the favorite maid, pretended to readjust a flower in her mistress' hair. These feminine artifices were to throw the coming father off his scent. But the father, Mr. Johnson, the junior of a small book publishing house, was sharp eyed, though he lacked spectacles. As he emerged from the right wing, he caught a distinct view of a pair of soles disappearing in the distance, and benignantly asked, "Who is that, my child?" The child answered, "Only the postman, pa." "Where is the letter?" he asked. "Please, sir," interrupted Bidette, observing her mistress' confusion, "there wasn't no letter. He mistook the house for another, sir." The father nodded his head to express his complete satisfaction with this explanation, and then told Bidette to leave the spot, as he had something of the utmost importance to tell his daughter. Bidette pouted, and withdrew, giving a bewitching shake of her striped calico dress, to signify her hatred of brutal fathers. This touch of nature drew plaudits from those among the audience who were but slightly acquainted with Miss Wick. The others looked on with critical indifference. The father took a chair, thrust out his legs like a reigning prince, and proceeded, in a story of unnecessary length, to tell his daughter that he owed 170,000 florins to Signor Rodicaso, and would be a ruined man in 48 hours if that sum were not paid. Life, in that event, would be simply insupportable. He had procured a pistol to blow out his brains, but had subsequently concluded to make one more effort to save himself. He would, therefore, appeal to his daughter, as a father, and ask her to marry Signor Rodicaso, and so liquidate the debt to-morrow. He did not wish to influence her choice, far from it; but if she did not consent, he should feel under the painful necessity of shooting himself on the spot. The father produced a pistol, and held it to his left ear. Fidelia, looking like a marble statue of grief, said in a low but perfectly audible voice, "Stay, I will wed him." This was enunciated with the calmness of despair. Not a gesture, not a twinge of the features, nor an accent to indicate emotion of any kind. It was in quiet efforts like these that Mrs. Slapman excelled. When the applause elicited by this stroke of genius had ceased, Mr. Chickson, Signor Radicaso, came rather awkwardly upon the stage. His eyes, and it might be added, his legs, rolled absently about, as if he were endeavoring to recall his part, or were in the inward act of composing a poem. "Your future husband, Fidelia," said the father. Fidelia rose from her seat, still imperturbable. Chickson advanced with a sliding motion, and then paused, as if he had forgotten what to do. Mrs. Slapman was heard to whisper something, probably the cue, but he only rolled his eyes heavily in response. A look of displeasure marred her serene features, and, instead of fainting away in Signor Rodicaso's arms, as she should have done, she dropped into the embrace of her father, taking that personage quite unexpectedly, and nearly knocking him off his chair. Chickson projected himself forward at the same time to catch her, and in so doing lost his balance, and just escaped, by an effort, from sprawling on the floor. Then he looked helplessly at the audience, and there was no longer any doubt entertained that Chickson was slightly intoxicated. Getting drunk now and then was an infirmity of Chickson's genius. The stage manager had the good sense to ring down the curtain on this painful scene, and, the next moment, there was a dull sound, as of somebody falling on the floor behind the green baize. After an interval of 15 minutes, protracted by the unexpected indisposition of the poet, and the consequent necessity of entrusting Signor Radicaso to other hands, the curtain rises again, and discloses Alberto, in a humble cot, surrounded by three-legged stools, and other evidences of extreme poverty. He is seated on a rickety table, in preference to the greater uncertainty of the stools. His arms are folded, and his head droops upon his breast. In this attitude, he begins to soliloquize, and informs the audience, what they did not know before, that, from a clump of shrubbery, he had seen fully as much as they, of the preceding scene. He does not blame Fidelia. Oh, no! In her cruel dilemma, she could do no less. But he curses, and curses again, and continues to curse for some time, that fate which deprives him of the paltry means, 170,000 florins, to buy off the heartless monster, Radicaso. Having wrecked himself upon destiny to his own satisfaction, he suddenly remembers that he has not eaten anything for 36 hours. He feels in all his pockets successively, but finds nothing. He then draws from his bosom a portrait of his father, set with antique gems. He gazes upon it reverently, kisses it, and says, "Shall I part with this sacred memento for vulgar bread? Never! Let me die." He restores the portrait to his bosom, folds his arms again, inclines his head, and shuts his eyes, as if preparing to expire comfortably. All this time, a fat red face, belonging to a corpulent body, has been watching the depressed lover from the right wing. As Alberto utters the last sad ejaculation, a thick hand attached to a short arm raises a kerchief to a pair of small eyes in this fat red face, and wipes them. Then the stout gentleman reflects a moment, nods his head approvingly, draws forth a wallet, opens it slowly, takes out some paper that rustles like banknotes, produces a memorandum book, writes a few lines on one of the leaves hastily with a pencil, tears out the leaf, encloses the leaf and the banknotes in an envelope, emerges with his entire figure, into the full light of the stage, walks stealthily toward Alberto with a pair of creaking shoes that would have waked the soundest sleeper, places the notes on the table by his side, raises his hands to heaven, murmuring, "God bless the boy," and retires in the same feline but tumultuous manner. This mysterious visitor was Benvolio, Matthew Maltboy, a rich money-lender, uncle of Alberto, and commonly reported to be the tightest old skinflint in Venice. After a pause, scarcely long enough to allow his uncle's heavy footsteps to die away in the distance, Alberto came out of his reverie. His first act was to look at the ceiling, then at the floor, then all about him, everywhere but at the note on the table. At last, when nothing else remained to be scrutinized, his eyes naturally fell upon this valuable communication. "What is this?" he asked. Then he answered his own question by opening the letter and reading it as follows: "Venice, October 16th. "Dear Nephew, I have watched you, and know all. You are indeed the son of your father, and I am proud to add, the nephew of your uncle. Enclosed are 60,000 florins. Go to Jincarini Brothers, on the Rialto, and buy up judgments that they hold against Rodicaso for 3 times that amount, and offset them against old Corpetto's debts. Rodicaso conceals his property so well, that none has ever been found to satisfy these judgments. Drive a sharp bargain, and show yourself a chip of the old block. Keep the balance for your wedding gift. Farewell, till we meet again. Benvolio." "Dear, dear uncle!" exclaimed Alberto, carefully buttoning up his pocket over the funds, and kissing the letter in transports of joy. "And only yesterday he would not lend me a scudi to get my dinner. Generous man, how have I wronged him? Now, Fate, I will floor thee and Rodicaso together." Exit Alberto rapidly by shortest land route to the Rialto. Overtop's acting throughout this difficult scene was of a superior order. Nothing could be more natural, for instance, than the buttoning up of his pocket over his uncle's gift; but neither that nor the other strong point, where he exulted in the finest tragedy tones over the anticipated downfall of Fate and Rodicaso, produced the slightest sensation among his hearers. Matthew Maltboy paid the penalty of his intimate relations with Overtop by an equal unpopularity. His fine rendition of the character of Benvolio might as well have been played to a select company of gravestones. There was a necessary interval of 20 minutes for the fitting out of the stage, during which time the amateur orchestra performed selections from Semiramide, but happily not loud enough to interfere with the easy flow of conversation all over the room. The second flutist, while looking over his shoulder angrily at the garrulous audience, executed a false note, which almost threw the first and only violinist into fits. In turning round to rebuke the errant performer, the violinist struck his elbow against a similar projection of the other flutist, and knocked a false note out of that gentleman too, besides momentarily ruffling his temper. This little episode diffused unhappiness over the entire music. End of Book 8, Chapter 2. Book 8, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This recording is in the public domain. Act Second. The spectators had been told that there were imposing stage effects in the second and last act, and they were not disappointed. The entire front was filled with furniture, real mahogany and brocade, leaving barely room for human beings to walk about. The background was a perspective of pillars, conveying the idea of unlimited saloons, all opening into each other. 3 Bohemian vases, filled with natural flowers, were placed on pedestals in places where they would be least in the way, if it were possible to make such a discrimination. But the great feature of the scene was a magnificent paper chandelier of 9 candles, which hung from the centre of the framework, and made every spectator, while he admired, tremble with fear that it would set the house on fire. At a small table in front, covered by a rich cloth, sat the heroine, dressed in a gorgeousness of apparel that mocked her misery. Beneath the gems that studded her bosom, there was supposed to be unappeasable wretchedness, and the white brow, covered with a spangled wreath, was presumed to ache with mental agony. She was pale and beautiful. Murmurs of applause ran round the apartment. By her side was the faithful Bidette, armed with a bottle of salts. She bent affectionately over her mistress, and asked if she wanted anything. "Nothing, my child, but death," was the thrilling reply. Bidette was taken somewhat aback. She made a respectful pause. Then she said, "But, my dear, though you do not love Signor Rodicaso—" "In Heaven's name, stop, child! You are piercing my heart with a hot iron. Name not love to me. Henceforth I erase it from the tablets of my brain. Now, go on." With tranquil despair, "I was about to say, dear mistress, please, that Signor Rodicaso has a splendid town house, and a beautiful country seat, they say, and thousands of acres of land, which will all be yours." The eloquent grief of her mistress' face checked the maid. "Bidette," she said, "I shall want but a small portion of all his lands." "What do you mean, dear mistress?" asked the frightened maid. "Only enough for a grave," was the harrowing reply. This dreary dialogue was here interrupted by the appearance of the father in tights, knee buckles, velvet coat, ruffles, a powdered wig, and a general air of having been got up for a great occasion. He carefully picked his way through the furniture to his daughter, and kissed her on the forehead. "Are you happy, my dear daughter?" he asked. "Happy? Oh, yes, father, I am so happy. See how I smile." So saying, she made a feeble attempt to smile, which was a most artistic failure, and brought out another tribute of applause. The father, not detecting the sad irony of the smile, replied, "It is indeed fortunate that you are enabled not only to achieve your own happiness by this marriage, but also to redeem what is dearer to me than all else in this world, my mercantile credit. But here they come." "Here they come" was the cue which was to bring in Signor Rodicaso and party; but the Signor was momentarily delayed by the giving way of 2 buttons in his doublet. When he had repaired damages with pins as well as he could, he emerged into view, accompanied by a notary and a pair of friendly witnesses. The Signor this time proved to be the author of the play, who had kindly consented at 5 minutes' notice to take the part in which the hapless Chickson had broken down. Stealing behind, in the shadow of the others, was distinctly seen, by all except the people on the stage, the burly form of Uncle Bignolio. To satisfy the conventional idea of dramatic concealment, his left leg was plunged in obscurity behind the scenes, while the rest of his figure stood out in bold relief. He was observed by those who watched him narrowly to send a pleasant wink and nod to Bidette, who responded with a scarcely perceptible pout. On the entrance of Signor Rodicaso and friends, Fidelia rose, turned toward them, and made a profound curtsy, as if to signify her abject submission. Signor Rodicaso bowed with equal profundity, and straightway proceeded to make a speech to the lady, in which he spoke of the wild idolatry that he had long felt for her, and alluded most despairingly to his own merits. If the Signor's statements could be relied on, he was totally unworthy of an alliance with the beautiful Fidelia; in fact, was a dog who would be proud only but to bask in the sunshine of her smile. This singular address, extending over one length, or 45 lines, excited little less astonishment on the stage than in the audience, for it was not set down in the acting copy, but had been improvised by the author to better the part of the Signor, which, as originally written, was destitute of long and effective orations. Fidelia smiled, and could only reply to this unpremeditated effusion by several modest inclinations of the head. The other actors and actress turned aside to conceal their grins. Uncle Bignolio alone fulfilled the requirements of his part, by casting Mephistophelian leers at the Signor, and now and then stealthily shaking his fists at him. The father, not being apt at off-hand oratory, did not attempt any response to this speech, but merely bowed to express his perfect agreement in everything that had been said, and waved his hand toward a table in the rear of the stage, as if to say, "Let us proceed to business." The notary, taking the hint, seated himself at the table, opened his black bag, drew forth a document from it, and spread it out. Then he dipped a pen into an inkstand, and said, "We now await the signing of the contract of marriage between Signor Alessandro Arturo Rodicaso, gentleman, and Signorina Julia Innocenza Fidelia Corpetto, only daughter of Signor Francesco Corpetto, merchant." In the absence of any definite information on the Venetian formula adopted in such cases, the author had selected this style of announcement as being sufficiently stiff and imposing. Signor Rodicaso sprang forward with joyful alacrity to sign the contract, dashing off his name in 2 strokes, as is the invariable custom on the stage. The climax of the drama had now arrived, and everybody stood aside for the wretched Fidelia. Mrs. Slapman proved equal to the great occasion. Directing one look to heaven, as if for strength, and pressing a hand over the jeweled bodice which covered her bursting heart, she walked with firm steps toward the fatal table. Never in her life had she been more grandly simple. It was sublime. As Fidelia came up to the little table, she faltered, and leaned upon it to support herself, then, with a nervous motion, grasped the pen. Several times she dipped the pen in the empty inkstand, and each time her face assumed a look of more settled anguish. Then, bracing all her nerves for the decisive act of woman's life, she put down the pen boldly on the paper, and made one upstroke. Before she could make the other downstroke, which was necessary to complete her signature, a wild figure, with hair dishevelled, and other evidences of hasty purpose, burst upon the stage. Fidelia paused. All stood back, and gentlemen who had swords laid hands on them. "Who is this?" asked the father, with mercantile calmness. "Who dares thus break in upon my happiness?" inquired Signor Rodicaso. "Know you not, young man, that you are committing a breach of the peace?" remarked the notary, regarding the intrusion with the eye of a lawyer. The wild figure answered them all at once. "I am Alberto, and I come to rend this impious contract, thus, thus, thus," snatching the parchment from the table, tearing it to pieces, and trampling on it. Fidelia, astonished at the turn events were taking, leaned back in her chair, and looked on silently. Her time for fainting had not yet come. "Draw, and defend yourself, caitiff!" exclaimed Signor Rodicaso, brandishing his sword. "Anywhere but in the presence of a lady," was the sarcastic reply. "Besides, I have claims on you, which, perhaps, may teach you to respect me." "Claims? Thou liest! What claims?" "These. Hast seen them before?" "Ha! ha!" shouted Alberto, shaking a bundle of papers in the face of his rival. "Allow me to examine them, if you please," asked Signor Rodicaso, with forced calmness. "No, you don't," was the response. "But I'll tell you what they are. They are judgments to the extent of 170,000 florins. Dost hear? 170,000 florins, against you, which I have bought for less than quarter price from Gencarini Brothers, number 124 Rialto. With them I offset the sum which this unhappy but excellent merchant," pointing to the father, "owes you. Here, sir, now you are released from yon monster's clutches." Hands package of judgments to the father, who, overpowered by the scene, takes and holds them in dumb amazement. An expression of silent joy begins to steal over the face of Fidelia, but her time for fainting had not yet come. "Boy," said Signor Rodicaso, with a composure that was perfectly wonderful, "there is another hand than thine in all this work. Thou art but the poor tool, and I despise thee." "Here is the hand," exclaimed the uncle Bignolio, drawing out his leg from its seclusion, and bringing his whole body into full view. "Dost know it?" He held up his right hand, to carry out the idea of the author. "It is the hand of Bignolio the usurer," said Signor Rodicaso, despondingly, seeing now that the game was clearly against him. "Bignolio the usurer!" exclaimed the father, still wrapped in amazement. "Bignolio the usurer!" murmured Fidelia, whose woman's wit divined the mystery of his appearance. But her time to faint had not yet come. "Bignolio the usurer!" cried the notary, witnesses, and Bidette, in chorus. "Yes," returned that gentleman, "Bignolio the usurer, who now is proud to claim the dearer title of own uncle to his nephew Alberto. That nephew he this day receives into his partnership, and proclaims his only heir. Come to my arms, adopted son." Alberto flew to his uncle, and was silently embraced. Even at this moment, sacred to the interchange of the noblest affections, several persons in the audience distinctly saw the uncle's left eye wink over Alberto's shoulder to Bidette, who responded to the unwelcome familiarity, this time with an indignant frown. The nephew gently uncoiled his uncle, and addressed himself to the father. "Respected sir, I have long loved your daughter, and am not totally unprepared to believe that she may, in some slight measure, reciprocate my affections. I humbly solicit her hand in marriage." The father, with the characteristic decision of an old man of business, had already made up his mind. Alberto, the young partner and heir of the rich usurer of Venice, would be a more manageable son-in-law than the middle-aged though wealthy Rodicaso. The father said words to this effect in an aside, and then replied aloud, "Her hand is yours, and may your union be crowned with felicity. Come, children, and receive a parent's blessing." "My bitter curse be on you all! Boy, we shall meet again!" shouted Rodicaso, striding off the stage, and followed by the notary for his pay, and by the laughter and scorn of the rest of the company. Fidelia's little cup of earthly happiness was now full. Her time for fainting had arrived at last. Everybody moved to clear a space for her. She rose, and walked with an unfaltering step toward Alberto. There was no overdone rapture in her gait, no exaggerated ecstasy in her face. As a practised critic remarked, her calmness was the truest expression of her agony of joy. Alberto advanced half-way with a lover's ardor, and extended his arms. Then was her time to faint, and she fainted with a slight scream, sinking gently upon a faithful breast. The father raised his hands above the couple, and blessed them in the correct way, never seen off the stage. Uncle Bignolio wiped his eyes, and murmured, "Dear boy! How much he looks like his father now!" A remark somewhat out of place, considering that Alberto's back was turned to the uncle. Bidette hovered near the happy group, and danced for joy. It was a touching tableau, and the spectators applauded it in a way that tickled the heart of the author, who was watching the effect through an eye-hole of the left wing. End of Book 8, Chapter 3. Book 8, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell BOUTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How the Play Ended. Just as the curtain was to be rung down on the end of the play, a mad clatter of boots was heard behind the scenes. Then a man, dressed in complete black, and excessively pale, jumped upon the stage. His black hair was tossed all over his head, and his black eyes were rolling wildly. Thus much all the spectators saw at a glance. The strange man's first intention appeared to be to dash at the happy couple; but if so, he checked himself, and, standing at a distance of 4 feet from them, uttered these words: "Scoundrel, what are you doing with my wife there?" The man's whole figure could be seen to tremble. Many of the spectators, supposing this was a part of the play, though they did not see its precise connection with the plot, applauded what was apparently a fine piece of acting. "Good!" "Capital!" "Bravo!" were heard from all parts of the room, mingled with stamping and clapping. The man darted looks of concentrated hate at the audience. "Who is he?" "How well he does it!" "What splendid tragedy powers!" were some of the audible remarks that this called forth. It was also observed that a wonderfully natural style of acting was instantly developed among the other dramatis personae. Fidelia sprang from the arms of Alberto, and put on a lifelike expression of insulted dignity, mingled with astonishment. Alberto took a step away from the ghastly intruder, and was evidently at a loss what to do. His face was eloquent with bewilderment and mortification. The father looked confused and sheepish, and put his hands into his pockets. Bidette screamed a little, and fled to the opposite scenes. Uncle Bignolio whistled and smiled, and was evidently amused at the occurrence. All this done in 5 seconds, so delighted the spectators that they cheered and cheered again. "As good as a theatre!" ejaculated a new friend of Mrs. Slapman's on the front row. The strange, disorderly man plunged forward with one leg toward Alberto, and then drew himself back suddenly, as if in a state of harassing indecision. Applause. Then he cast a diabolical look, worthy of the elder Booth in Richard III., at the young lover, and shrieked, "Wretch! Villain! I will. He hesitated to add what he would do, but shook his fists in a highly natural manner at the object of his hate. Great applause. "Sir," said Fidelia, stretching her proud young form erect, like a tragedy queen, "how dare you, sir?" Boisterous applause, and this remark from an elderly gentleman, the picture of Mrs. Siddons. The singular individual in black was seen to tremble with increased violence. His eyes rolled more wildly, while his face took on a chalkier hue. he stepped back as if to ensure his retreat. Then, mustering all his resolution, he said, Mrs. Slapman, you ought to be ashamed of yourself." The real character of the strange actor was now made evident, and the whole house was hushed in awe and expectation. There was not a man or woman present but knew too well the folly of mingling in a family quarrel; so they held their tongues, and enjoyed the scene. Mrs. Slapman turned to the audience. She was pale, but perfectly composed. She said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my husband, a very quiet and well-behaved man, whose only fault is excessive nervousness. This fault, I am sorry to say, he encourages by constantly smoking cigars and drinking strong black tea. He has been indulging in both of these stimulants to night, till he is quite beside himself. I trust you will excuse and pity him. He has no other vices that I know of." Then turning to her husband, whose hands had now dropped listlessly by his side, she added, "My dear, bathe your head, and go to bed immediately." He struggled to say something in the presence of this calm embodiment of satire, but could not. Hanging down his head, and looking very silly, he slinked off the stage. "Now, ladies and gentlemen," said Mrs. Slapman, "after an interval of 15 minutes, we will proceed with the comedietta of 'A Morning Call,' as if nothing had happened." When she had said this, Mrs. Slapman fainted, this time in earnest. She was caught in the arms of Fayette Overtop, who immediately, and with the utmost delicacy, resigned her to the arms of Miss Wick, Bidette, and of several other ladies, who came upon the stage and proffered salts, cologne, and other restoratives. The gentlemen present, actors and audience, unanimously decided that the best thing for them to do, under all the circumstances, was to leave the premises. This they did as soon as they could, reserving all discussion of the painful event of the evening for the free air of the street. As Overtop, very serious, and Maltboy, very jovial, were about to descend the steps to the sidewalk, they were met by a messenger, who desired them to go with him immediately to the station house, to see some friends, names forgotten, who had been arrested, and had sent for them. Thither they went, and experienced the greatest surprise of the evening. End of Book 8, Chapter 4. Book 9, Chapter 1 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9th. The Inquest. Chapter 1. Coroner and Jury. The post-mortem examination had been held, and 3 doctors had sworn that deceased came to his death from a great variety of Greek and Latin troubles, all caused by a learned something which signified in plain English a blow on the head. Coroner Bullfast was so struck with the clear and explicit nature of the medical evidence, that he had it reduced to writing for his private regalement. The post-mortem examination, and the testimony of the 3 doctors, and of all the people in the house, except Patty Minford, daughter of the deceased, whose joint knowledge upon the subject amounted to nothing more than hearing somebody with heavy boots come down stairs about midnight, occupied the whole of the first day. Patty, or Pet, was so thoroughly unnerved by the events of that horrible night, that the coroner found it impossible to take her evidence on that day. She had fainted twice before she could make Coroner Bullfast clearly understand that Marcus Wilkeson, her benefactor, and her father's best friend, was the murderer. Having learned thus much, the coroner had put the police on the track of Marcus Wilkeson, and had postponed the further examination of the chief witness. Mrs. Crull, on learning of the tragic affair, had gone in person to the house of death, and taken Patty to her own home. The remains of the unfortunate inventor had been removed to the nearest undertaker's for interment, at the expense of Mrs. Crull. The apartments had been diligently searched, and the personal effects of the deceased examined, under the direction of the coroner. A number of documents had been discovered, which, in the coroner's opinion, threw a flood of light on the motives that led to the crime. A few dollars, and a bull's eye silver watch, found on the dead body, precluded the idea that the murder was done for plunder. With that quickness of perception for which Coroner Bullfast, like most of his official kind, was celebrated, he had formed his theory of the murder, and tremendously strong must be the future testimony that could shake it. On the morning of the second day, Coroner Bullfast and the jury reassembled about 10 o'clock, in the room where the murder was committed. The coroner was a jovial man, with a bulging forehead, a ruddy nose, a large diamond breastpin, a real diamond, of that superlative style only seen in its perfection on the shirt fronts of aldermen, contractors, and Washington market butchers, and the native New York manner of speaking, which is sharp and mandatory. The coroner began life as a stonemason, gained early distinction as a fireman, controlled several hundred votes in his ward, became a member of a political committee, and got a coronership as his share of the spoils. He had aspired to be a police justice, or city inspector, or commissioner of the Croton Board. To either of these positions, or, for that matter, to any position indefinitely higher, he felt himself perfectly equal. But other members of the committee, which was a kind of joint stock company for the distribution of offices, had prior and stronger claims than Harry Bullfast, and so he was put off with a coronership. He felt the slight acutely, but, like a prudent man, determined to so keep himself before the public in his performance of the office as to make it a stepping stone to something much higher, the city comptrollership, or a seat in the state senate, or in Congress, or, who could tell, the governorship of the Commonwealth, that grand possibility which every ward politician carries in his hat. The coroner was seated in the inventor's private armchair, with one leg thrown over the side of it, and the other stretched on the floor. He was chewing tobacco with manly vigor, and cracking jokes with a facetious juryman, who was assistant foreman of the Bully Boy Hose, of which the coroner was an exempt and honorary member. The jury was composed of 6 men whom the coroner had picked from the large number of idle spectators found by him at the scene of the murder when he was first summoned. 2 of them chanced to be acquaintances of his. As to the rest, the coroner had not the remotest idea. They might have been beggars or pickpockets, for aught that he cared. They looked stupid, and he liked stupid jurors. "Them sharp fellers that thinks they knows more'n the corner is a cussed nuisance," he often had occasion to remark. The jury sat near one of the windows, in a semicircle of chairs which had been borrowed from the first and second floors. Pending the resumption of their melancholy work, such of them as could read were reading newspapers containing reports of the first day's proceedings, from 2 to 10 columns long, wherein the scene of the "mysterious midnight tragedy," as one paper called it, was represented in the most ingenious manner, by printers' rules cut to show the dimensions of the rooms on the 3rd floor, the position of the fireplace, bed, washstand, chest of drawers, unknown machine in the corner, and other things which had no bearing whatever on the affair. The other jurors, who could not read at all, or had an insuperable aversion to that laborious occupation, were rolling their quids in silence, and looking wise. At a long table in the centre of the room were seated several young gentlemen, dressed with singular independence of style. From one point of view they looked like actors, bearing about them signs of fatigue, as if from heavy night work. Observed again, they resembled young lawyers of indolent habits and scanty practice, who had just dropped in to watch the case. From their conversation, no clue to their professional identity could be gathered. They were cracking jokes, propounding conundrums, and telling stories humorously broad to each other. Everything was to them a legitimate amusement. The proceedings of the day before were peculiarly rich in funny reminiscences, and one tall, bright, curly-haired fellow was evoking roars of suppressed laughter by his capital mimicry of two of the dullest witnesses. Another was drawing comic profiles of a sleepy juryman on a scrap of paper. He had previously dashed off a very happy sketch of the coroner, and shown it to that functionary, who had haw-hawed, and pronounced it devilish good, and in turn presented the young artist with a fine Havana cigar, which he playfully put in his mouth and chewed the end of. Yet there were about these young gentlemen signs of business, which an intelligent observer might have easily interpreted. From the outside breast pockets of each of them protruded a number of pencils, and from their lower side pockets, thick memorandum books with gray covers, or stiffly folded quires of foolscap. They were the reporters of the press, the gamins and good fellows of literature, fellows of inexhaustible resources, who carry their wits literally at their fingers' ends, who can do more than extract sunbeams from cucumbers, for they can make up thrilling facts out of nothing, who can thread their way through a crowd where a tapeworm would be squeezed to death, whose writing desk is usually another man's back, and who sketch out a much better speech between an orator's shoulder blades than he is making in front, whose written language is a perplexity, compared with which Greek is a relaxation, and Sanskrit a positive amusement, who deal in adjectives, and know their precise value, and how to administer them, as an apothecary knows the drugs that are boxed and bottled on his shelves, who are less men than parts of an enormous mill grinding out grist to be brand and bolted in the editorial rooms, made into food in the printing office and press vault, and served up hot for the public's breakfast next morning. Clever, witty, insatiable fellows they, for whom a planet ought to be set apart, where all the murders are wrapped in impenetrable mystery, and the smallest railroad accidents are frightful catastrophes. The east side of the room, where the dead body had been found, was preserved inviolate from the broom, mop, and other touch until the inquest was over. The strange machine stood in its accustomed place, flanked by the screen. It had been extensively handled and looked at, and passed for a new kind of clock. Two large weights, which had fallen to the floor, and the interplaying cogwheels gave force to that conjecture. A large purple spot on the floor showed where the old man's life had ebbed away. Close by this spot, precisely where it had been picked up, lay the long oaken club with the iron tip, which, it was supposed, had done the dreadful deed. There were small splashes and spots on it too. The fun of the reporters, the chat of the coroner and his friends, the readings and airy meditations of the jurors, were all suddenly checked by the appearance of Marcus Wilkeson, escorted by 2 police officers, and Messrs. Overtop and Maltboy, Patching and Tiffles. All 5 had passed the night in the station house. Messrs. Patching and Tiffles from compulsion as witnesses and probable accomplices, and Overtop and Maltboy as guides, philosophers, and friends. All looked seedy and criminal, as if there were something in the atmosphere of station houses to give a man the semblance of a vagabond and an outcast. Marcus Wilkeson was very pale, and, when he looked across the room, as he did upon his entrance, by a singular impulse, and saw the great blood mark and the club on the floor, he trembled with emotion. The keen eyes of the coroner caught these signs, and he immediately brought in a mental verdict of "guilty." Some of the jury observed the same signs, and thought them suspicious. The reporters looked upon Marcus Wilkeson without emotion or prejudgment. They were so accustomed to seeing murderers, that they regarded them simply as a part of the business community, a little vicious, perhaps, but not so much worse than other people, after all. One reporter, attached to an illustrated paper, dashed off the profile of Marcus Wilkeson under the cover of his hat, and caught the dejected expression of his face to a nicety. End of Book 9, Chapter 1. Book 9, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell BOUTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Statement of the prisoner. The coroner received Marcus with that air of consideration which magistrates instinctively bestow upon persons charged with great crimes, and informed him, with some respect, that he was brought there to make any explanation that he saw fit, touching his connection with this 'ere murder. The party were then accommodated with seats near the jury, and facing the reporters. As Marcus looked up and saw those practised scribes sharpening their pencils, his heart sank deeper within him. The vision which had troubled him all night, of a broadside notoriety in all the city papers, rose before his mind, clothed with fresh horror. The dull sound of sharpening those pencils was like the whetting of the executioner's knife. The proper course was to have accepted an unsworn statement from the prisoner, but the coroner always administered oaths when prisoners were willing to take them. The repetition of that jargon, with a profane conclusion, for so it seemed in the slipshod way that it was said, which the coroner called an oath, was a positive pleasure to that official. As Marcus desired to take the oath, the coroner rattled off the unintelligible something, and handed him a Bible, which the prisoner pressed reverentially to his lips. Marcus, being now supposed to be sworn, proceeded, with what firmness he could muster, to answer the numerous interrogatories of the coroner. That official chewed hard, and, as it were, spit out his questions. His testimony, in substance, was this: that he was a friend of the deceased, and had loaned him $1,000 to complete a machine upon which he was engaged, pointing to the unfinished pile in the corner. That his relations with the deceased and his family (Marcus did not like to mention Pet's name) were entirely agreeable, until an anonymous letter, charging him with improper motives in visiting the house, had poisoned the mind of the deceased against him. The giving up of this letter to the coroner, who read it to the jury, and then tossed it over to the reporters for copying, was a hard trial, but Marcus had resolved upon meeting all the troubles of the case halfway. The coroner here produced the second anonymous letter, which had been found on the person of the deceased, showed it to Marcus for identification, and then threw it to the reporters, as one would throw a choice bone to a cage full of hungry animals. Marcus explained that he had made every effort to discover the authorship of the letters, without success, whereupon the coroner shut his eyes knowingly, rolled his quid from right to left, and said that he was investigatin' 'em himself. Question by a juror: Was the letters post-paid? Answer: They were. The juror took the reply into his profoundest consideration. Marcus, resuming, stated that, on his last visit, the night of the supposed murder, he had found Mr. Minford very much disturbed in mind by the unjust suspicions aroused by these letters. He had accused witness of the vile intentions referred to in them. Witness had denied the imputations with emphasis. The discussion was becoming quite warm, when the daughter of the deceased entered the room, and, being worn out with watching by the side of a sick friend, retired to bed in the adjoining chamber. The conversation, broken off by her entrance, was then continued, much in the same vein. Mr. Minford was in a distressing state of nervous excitement that evening, and talked loud and wild. Witness made an effort to keep his temper, and did so, though the peculiar injustice of the accusations were enough to arouse any man's anger. He reserved his show of wrath for the author of the anonymous letters, if he could ever catch him. He would not say that he had not replied to the deceased with the same warmth of manner; but as to threatening him, or hurting one hair of his head, witness had not done it, so help him God. Question by a juror: Was the key of the door in the keyhole that night? Answer: I don't know. Comment by facetious juror: Be me sowl, I thinks that wishkay had more to do with it than the door-kay. Don't you, Harry? Coroner: Bully for you. Clothing himself again with dignity, the coroner asked: "Der yer mean to say, Mr. Wilkingson, that yer didn't kill this man? Remember, now, yer on yer oath." The horrible bluntness of the question nearly felled Marcus to the floor. He placed his hand on his brow, now pale with the acutest anguish. Then he rose, and, looking upward, said: "As God is my judge, and as I hope for heaven, I am innocent of this murder, or of any part in it." "If you please, Mr. Coroner, this gentleman and myself are counsel for the accused," said Overtop. "Oh, you're his counsel? Then the other two are the chaps arrested as complices." Patching writhed at this, nor were his feelings relieved by observing, with an oblique glance, that the artist of the illustrated paper was in the act of taking him. "I protest," said Wesley Tiffles, rising to his full height, and throwing out both arms for a comprehensive gesture, "I protest against this arrest and detention as illegal. If the coroner will give me but a short hour of his valuable time, I can—" Coroner, puffing up: "The gentleman will be good enough to shut up for the present. When we are ready, we will hear what he has to say." Tiffles: "I protest, sir. I wish the gentlemanly and intelligent reporters to note that I protest." Coroner: "Are you or me boss here, hey?" Tiffles: "Oh, you, of course, sir." The protestant then sank into his seat, not wholly disappointed, for he had gained his object of making a little newspaper capital by tickling the reporters. He had also remarked, with pleasure, that, while he stood erect, with both arms outstretched, the artist had secured his full length. Tiffles was fond of notoriety, however achieved, and he saw a good opening for it in this case. Overtop here suggested that it would be easy to prove their client's innocence. He would respectfully request his Honor to procure the testimony of Miss Patty Minford, if she could be found. As she went to bed in the adjoining room early that evening, she must have heard some noise in connection with the murder, if indeed a murder had been committed. Overtop's legal education taught him to doubt everything. Coroner Bullfast was touched with the title of honor so skilfully applied by Overtop, and he answered, with uncommon sweetness: "I am expecting Miss Minford every minute, sir. She will speak for herself. For the present, sir, I am sorry to say that it was on her testimony alone that Mr. Wilkingson was 'rested." A look of new surprise and horror passed over the pale face of Marcus, and Overtop and Maltboy exchanged glances of astonishment. "Now, Mr. Wilkingson," continued the coroner, taking a fresh chew, "please drive ahead with yer statement, if yer choose to. You're not bound to say anythink, yer know." An intelligent juror: "Will Mr. Wilkeson tell us about what time he left this house that night, and where he went?" Marcus raised his sunken head, and shook it, as if to dispel a stupefaction. Then, in a faint and trembling voice, he replied that he looked at his watch just before bidding Mr. Minford good night, and observed that it was 15 minutes past 11 o'clock. Question by a juror: "What kind of watch do you carry?" Answer, exhibiting the watch: "An English Hunter. Lever escapement, full jeweled." At any other time, Marcus would have smiled at the impertinence of the question, but he answered it gravely. Then he went on to say that Mr. Minford had not replied to his good night; that he repeated the salutation, and extended his hand as a token of unbroken friendship; that Mr. Minford refused to take it, and said that he had one last favor to ask of him, Marcus, and that was, never to cross his threshold again; that he, Marcus, responded, "I forgive you, sir. When on reflection you think that you have done me an injustice, as you will at last, send for me, and I will still be your friend." That he received no answer to this, save a shake of the head, and immediately went down stairs into the street. He was feverish, and his brain was in a whirl. Hardly knowing what he did, he walked the streets hither and thither. He could not tell what streets he traversed, but he kept up the exercise till he was tired. Then he became calmer, returned home, entered his house with a latch key, and went to bed without waking any of the inmates. On going to bed, he observed that his watch marked 1 o'clock. An intelligent juror: "You must have passed a large number of people in the streets between 11 and 1 o'clock. Did you see no one whom you knew?" "No one. But at a corner some distance from here I could not say what corner I noticed a policeman sitting on a barrel in front of a grocery, smoking. He was a short, fat man, and his legs hardly reached to the pavement. I remember him the more particularly because I stopped and lighted a cigar at his pipe. Just at that moment, the City Hall bell commenced striking a fire alarm." "What was the district?" asked the juror who was assistant foreman of the Bully Boy hose. "The 7th. I counted the strokes. I walked on rapidly, and soon came up with another policeman, who was leaning against a grocery store. I said to him, 'A cold night, Mr. Policeman,' and I think he would remember that circumstance, if he could be found. Just after I had passed him, the alarm bells struck the last round. 3 or 4 rounds had been struck." The assistant foreman of the Bully Boy hose, having referred to a memorandum book which he drew from a breast pocket, here exclaimed: "The alarm was at 25 minutes of 12. Nothing but a chimney in Whitehall street. We run into 20 fellers, comin' back, and had a nice little row." "Ever belong to the Department, sir?" Marcus answered no, and the pyrophilist looked compassionately upon him, as upon one who had never known true happiness. "If you never run with the Machine," observed the coroner, "you don't know what life is. As for me, sir, it's my boast and pride that I have been a member of the New York Fire Department for more'n 20 years. It was the backin' of the boys that made me a coroner, and, thank God, I'm never ashamed to tell 'em so." The coroner spoke truly. So far from being ashamed to tell 'em so, he was always telling 'em so, never missing an opportunity, at political meetings, to inform the firemen that he was one of 'em, and that no mark of honor, even from the President of the United States, was equal to his fireman's badge. The continual telling of 'em so had aided in procuring for him his present official distinction, and was destined to earn higher honors for him at a future day. The coroner tore off a fresh chew from a half hand of Cavendish which had been well gnawed at all the edges, and told Marcus that he might "fire away" again. Marcus then proceeded to state that, on the morning after the eventful night, he woke up early. His dreams had been horrible, and his waking reflections were no less distressing. The thought that Mr. Minford should have suspected him, thus unjustly, of the basest of crimes, and that they, who had been such good friends, should have parted in a way that effectually cut off reconciliation; and the other thought, that this mischief had been wrought by some unscrupulous enemy, when he had always fondly believed that he never could have a foe in the world. These thoughts, occurring with great force to a nervous and sensitive man, nearly maddened him. He felt that if he remained in the house that day, as usual, and brooded over his troubles, he would grow crazy. While he was pondering what to do, his eyes chanced to fall on an invitation which he had received from Mr. Wesley Tiffles, to meet him at the Cortlandt Street Ferry at 7¼ o'clock that morning, and accompany him and his panorama of Africa to New Jersey. The day before, when this invitation came to hand, he had determined not to accept it, but it now seemed to offer him a capital chance to see some excitement and fun. As these remedies were precisely what his mental malady required, he jumped to dress himself, and hurried out of the house, seeing nobody as he made his exit, and leaving no word of explanation. He took no luggage, except a clean collar, as he intended to return the following day. He was even so careless and forgetful as to leave his purse behind him, and found on reaching the ferry that he had barely $2 in his pocket. Question by a juror: Was they bank bills? And if so, what bank was they on? Marcus answered the question to the best of his knowledge, and the juror sagely nodded, and took the reply under treatment. "I say, Tubbs," cried the coroner, "what's the use of askin' them kind o' questions?" Tubbs looked up from his ruminations, somewhat confused. The politic Overtop, that model of a rising lawyer, here put in a word for Tubbs, and said that the question, in his opinion, was a very pertinent one, for it went to test the memory of his client. If Mr. Wilkeson had just committed murder, he would hardly be in that calm frame of mind which is necessary to the recollection of small facts. He hoped that the ingenious gentleman would ask many more such questions. By these judicious remarks, Overtop gained one fast friend for his client on the jury. End of Book 9, Chapter 2. Book 9, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This recording is in the public domain. Justice goes to dinner. Wesley Tiffles was then examined. He commenced with an eloquent dissertation on the rights of man, and his own rights in particular, but stopped when he saw that the reporters tucked their pencils behind their ears, and waited for facts. The moment he began to talk facts, which are to reporters what corn is to crows, down came the pencils from their perches again, and went tripping over the paper. Mr. Tiffles's testimony would have consumed 2 hours, or 2 days, perhaps, if he had been allowed to go on unchecked. But the coroner had been invited to dine at a Broadway restaurant with a few political friends at 3 p.m. So he concluded, after Tiffles had talked 5 minutes, that he knew nothing about the murder, and could throw no light on it, and told Tiffles that he was not wanted further. "And you mean to tell me, sir, that I am not to be locked up in the station house to night?" said Tiffles. "No, unless yer want ter be." "Of course not. Of course not." But the interior Tiffles was disappointed at this sudden and unromantic termination of his case. A few more nights in the station house, or in the Tombs, would have given him capital material for a book, of which he had already projected the first chapter. He sat down and execrated his ill luck. Patching, the artist, was then interrogated, to the extent of 2 minutes, and corroborated Tiffles's testimony as to the sad and strange appearance of Mr. Wilkeson on the day after the supposed murder. Patching was then informed by the coroner that his further attendance at the inquest would not be required. Patching, on rising, had assumed the attitude of Paul before Felix, as set forth in some ancient cartoon, and in that position of mingled innocence, dignity, and defiance, the artist of the illustrated paper got a spirited sketch of him. Had Patching dreamed how capitally his long hair, peaked beard, thin nose, and bony forehead would be taken off, in a rough but faithful character portrait, he would have sunk in confusion. Happily, the newspaper artist was sitting almost behind his more pretentious brother of the canvas, and the latter knew not what had been done, until, the following week, he saw a striking intensification of himself staring into the street from numerous bulletin boards and shop windows. Before sitting down, Mr. Patching begged to explain to the jury, and to the public through the reporters, who did not take down a word of the explanation, that he had painted the panorama of Africa to oblige his friend, Wesley Tiffles. It was hardly necessary for him to say, in this community, that he was more at home among higher walks of art. "Are you a sign painter, Mr. Patching?" asked the coroner. "No, sir, I am not," said Patching, with dignified contempt. "Perhaps you're a carriage painter, then. Them's the fellers for picturin'. The woman and flowers on the Bully Boy's hose carriage was well done. Hey, Jack?" "That it was, Harry," returned the assistant foreman of the Bully Boys. "If Patching can do that sort of thing, he'll pass." Patching fixed looks of professional indignation on the coroner and the assistant foreman, and sat down gloomily amid the suppressed laughter of the irreverent reporters. The coroner then looked at his watch, and, finding that the time was within half an hour of dinner, said that the inquest would be adjourned till the following morning at 10 o'clock. "But, your Honor," said Overtop, "that is, if you will allow me to make a suggestion, couldn't you give us an hour longer? Nothing has yet been heard from Miss Minford, who, you said, was expected to be in attendance to day. Will you be good enough to send to Mrs. Crull's house for her?" "Really, I can't wait," replied the coroner. "The young lady must be sick, or she would have been here before now." "But, pardon me, your Honor, we are anxious to have Miss Minford brought on the stand this afternoon, believing that her testimony alone will acquit our client." "You believe so, because you don't know what it is. But, as I said before, it was on Miss Minford's statement that Mr. Wilkingson there was 'rested, and the best advice I can give him is to take a good night's rest, and get his nerves ready for the young woman's testimony to morrow, for it'll be a staggerer." The coroner consulted his watch again, with evident impatience, and rose from his seat. Overtop essayed to speak again, but the coroner interrupted him with, "The inquest is 'journed till to morrer, at 10 o'clock. Mr. Policeman, You will take the prisoner back to the station house." This speech was torture to Overtop and Maltboy, who, believing firmly in their friend's innocence, were convinced that a full investigation of the case that day would procure his acquittal. They turned eyes of exhaustless friendship and sympathy toward him. Marcus was in that half comatose state which is the stupid reaction from an intense and painful excitation of the nerves. He was morbidly calm. The opinion of the coroner, that Miss Minford's testimony would be a staggerer, had no more effect on him than it would have had on the most phlegmatic reader of the case in next morning's paper. "Then, your Honor, we must ask you to take bail," said Overtop. "Can't take bail. Can't take anything but my dinner to day. For the third time, I say, the inquest is adjourned." The coroner hastily put on his spring overcoat. Overtop was tempted to make a fierce reply, but the legal discretion in which he was educated restrained him. The word had gone forth. The jurors rose, yawned, and grasped their hats. The reporters jammed their notes into their pockets, and precipitately fled from the room. The policemen escorted Marcus Wilkeson and his counsel, and Tiffles and Patching, to the carriage which brought them, and which still stood in front of the house, an object of tragic interest to a large crowd of men, women, and children, who had remained about the doorway during the inquest, and could not be dispersed by the policemen. "Which is he? Who's the murderer?" whispered 20 voices, as the party emerged from the stairs upon the sidewalk. "That's him. That chap with the big hat and long hair. You could pick him out of a million," said a shrewd observer. "What ugly eyes he's got!" "They're sharp enough to stab ye," added a shop girl. "I seen some pirates hung, when I was a little gal," remarked an old woman, "and they were pooty compared to him." The object of these and other remarks was the unhappy Patching, who had not yet got over his wrath at the coroner, and was scowling and compressing his lips, very like a murderer. The policeman and his companions, all but the spellbound Marcus, could not help laughing at these ridiculous mistakes; but Patching turned upon the crowd, and delivered among them one withering look of scorn, which fully confirmed them in the belief that he was a murderer of the deepest dye. And when the carriage rolled away, it was followed by a volley of groans, mixed with a few pebbles, handfuls of mud, and other missiles which happened to be lying around loose. "Here, boys, don't act that way," said the coroner, who had just made his appearance on the sidewalk. "Let the poor devil go. It's a case of murder, clear enough; and he won't slip through my hands easy, I can tell ye, if he is rich." The coroner spoke good naturedly, for he saw several of his political adherents among the throng. "That's the talk. Good boy. You're the feller for us," were some of the warm responses. The coroner smiled, as he stopped to light a cigar from the pipe of a dirty admirer; and then, bowing obsequiously to the group, he stalked off in a rowdy way in the direction of his expected dinner. Book 9, Chapter 3. Book 9, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This recording is in the public domain. Light in the prison. On the return of the prisoner and friends to the station house, Marcus was gratified to find a number of old business acquaintances waiting for him in the anteroom. They were men whom he had known in his Wall Street epoch, and had always set down as good enough friends in prosperity, but cold-shouldered creatures in an hour of trial. He was mistaken, as many men are mistaken, in judging the hearts of business men from their white and careworn faces. They came with warm hands, sympathetic words, and offers of bail money and other aid, if wanted. There were short notes from 2 or 3 other old fellows, whom he had not seen for years, telling him that they were at his command. These expressions of good will touched Marcus to the heart. He learned that, in the self conceit of his retired and studious life, he had done injustice to these citizens of the whirling world. With 1,000 thanks for the kindness of his callers, he told them that their friendly services were not needed, that his innocence would surely be made to appear, and that, to the day of his death, he should never forget them. Upon this assurance, repeated 2 or 3 times, his business friends withdrew with characteristic business impetuosity, wishing him a speedy release from his disagreeable position, which is the roundabout phrase for prison. A policeman, who had charge of this station house during the absence of his superior officer, here informed Marcus that an old lady and a young one, an old gentleman and a lad, had called. The old gentleman and the lad would drop round again during the evening. The old lady and the young one were waiting for him in the captain's room. He entered the captain's room, his companions staying outside, and saw, as he expected, his half-sister Philomela, and a young woman dressed in the height of cheap fashion, who was no other than Mash, the cook. His sister rose, and extended her hand to him severely, and said, with a solemn voice, "Brother Marcus, I am sorry to see you here. I hope you are not guilty of this crime?" "Hope!" said Marcus, stung to the quick. "Why not say at once that I am guilty? It is strange that the only relative I have on earth should be the first to doubt my innocence." "Oh, no, Marcus! You do me an injustice there. I do not for a moment doubt your innocence. But you know I always advised you to give up your moping habits at home and go into active business like other men of your age. If you had been in business now, you wouldn't have had time to get mixed up in the affairs of this old man Minford and his daughter, and would have escaped this disgrace. I trust, Marcus," she added emphatically, "I trust this will be a lesson to you." Poor Mash, the cook, had been playing with her bonnet strings, and trying to check her tears; but the unnatural effort was too much for her, and she burst out crying. "Oh, Mr. Wilkeson," she said, between her sobs, I'm so sorry to see you here. But I know you're innocent. Boo boo hoo." "Thank you, Mash," replied Marcus, quite affected at this sudden outbreak of sympathy. "You speak like a true woman. But don't cry any more, my good girl. I shall be released to morrow." Marcus said this confidently, though he had not the least idea how his acquittal was to be obtained. "Oh, I hope so. I hope so, Mr. Wilkeson. Boo boo hoo. I wish I could go to prison in your place. Boo boo hoo." Mash had derived this preposterous idea of vicarious imprisonment from the story of "The Buttery and the Boudoir," which was now drawing near its conclusion, and gradually killing, or marrying off, its heroes and heroines. Marcus could not help smiling at the romantic notion. Miss Philomela laughed sarcastically, and exclaimed, "You must take pattern from me, girl, and control your feelings. My brother doesn't want crying women about him at this time." "Don't be too sure of that, sister. Tears come naturally from a woman. They are her best evidence of sympathy, and therefore precious to one who needs it." Mash, the cook, gave vent to a fresh shower of tears at this encouraging remark, and made Miss Philomela shrug her shoulders in disgust. "Oh, don't be silly, Mash," said Miss Philomela, losing all patience with the cook. I boo boo hoo, can't help it, marm." "Nonsense!" said the superior female. "As for you, Marcus, you should not encourage such folly when you have troubles that demand our sober and earnest attention. With reference to the past, I might say a great many things, but I forbear. To be serious now, for once in your life, what can I do for you?" "Will you do what I ask, faithfully?" asked Marcus. "Yes, faithfully, I promise." "Then, my sister, be so good as to go home immediately, and send me a spare shirt and a change of clothes. Mash can bring them. And lest another interview should prove too severe a trial for your female sensibility, I beg that you will not come here again. If I want you very much, I can send for you." "You are very unkind, very unkind. But I will not make any remarks. You know that nothing would give me greater pleasure than to serve my brother. For though you have faults, I suppose you will not deny that you have some little faults. You are still my brother." Marcus smiled, and thought how foolish it was to quarrel with the whimsical but not bad-hearted woman. "Well, sister Philomela, you can see for yourself that I am not ill used here. Comfortable bed, rousing fire, and warm meals from the restaurant round the corner. The lieutenant, called sergeant of police under the recent Metropolitan Act, who is in command of this station house, turns out to be an old friend of my boyhood, and treats me more like a guest than a prisoner. And I must say, that, but for the idea of a prison, I could live as pleasantly here as at home. Even you can do nothing to lighten my captivity. But I promise that if I am held by this coroner's jury, which of course I shall not be, and am sent to the Tombs, then I will tax your sisterly affection to the utmost." At the mention of that dreadful place, the Tombs, Mash broke into sobs again. The touching experiences of Gerald Florville in that house of despair, as set forth in "The Buttery and the Boudoir," were poignantly brought to her mind. Miss Philomela looked serious as the Tombs loomed up in her mind, and she would have said something condoling, but for the irritating conduct of the cook, who annoyed her so much that she decided to leave. She abruptly shook hands with her half brother. "It is very easy," said she, "to point out how certain mistakes might have been avoided. But let the past go. If you are not acquitted to morrow, I shall call here again, notwithstanding you don't seem very desirous to see me. Now, good bye. Come, hurry up, Mash." Marcus shook hands with his half sister, and also with Mash, who wept afresh. In the ante room, Miss Philomela saw Overtop and Maltboy, upon whom she bestowed a half smile, and Tiffles, whom she treated to a cordial grimace, not unmingled with a blush. Tiffles, on his part, was profoundly polite, and inquired if she were going home. Learning that she was, he remarked that he had occasion to walk in the same direction, and accompanied her as she left the station house. Mash followed at a short distance behind, not because she did not think herself fully as good as Miss Philomela, but because she wished to indulge unchecked in the mild luxury of tears. A new visitor was now announced. He was a curly-headed, neatly dressed boy of 19 years. His face was one that is handsomer in promise than in fact. Marcus recognized him as the boy Bog, whom he had not seen for several weeks. The boy had developed a remarkable talent for making money honestly. For 2 months he had attended a night school, and was fast correcting his awkward English, and attaining to other knowledge. Prosperity and schooling together had given him quite a polish. The rough boy was coming to be a presentable youth. He advanced timidly toward Marcus, who shook hands with him. He sat down before the fire, and commenced fumbling his cap in the old way. With the exception of that trick and his shyness, there was little of the original boy Bog about him. "Mr. Wilkeson," said he, giving his cap a twirl, "I am very sorry to see you here, because, I may say, I know you are innocent." The positive manner in which the boy asserted this, charmed Marcus. "I thank you, my dear Bog," said he. "But how do you know it? For, though I am innocent, I may have some trouble in proving it." The boy drew a small folded note from his pocket. "I'll explain, sir," said he. Marcus here called in his counsel, Messrs. Overtop and Maltboy, and his good friend the lieutenant of police, who had just arrived in the outer room, in order that they might hear the explanation. The boy was embarrassed by his audience, but the anxious look of Marcus, and a few kind words from the lieutenant of police, reassured him. Bog then proceeded to tell what he knew of the strange young man's acquaintance with Miss Patty Minford, which was very easily told, since it did not amount to much, and concluded by opening the letter given to him by the young man for delivery to Miss Minford, and handed it to Marcus. Marcus glanced at the writing, expecting that it would resemble that of the first anonymous letter addressed to Mr. Minford, which he drew from his pocket for comparison. But the writing was totally different in inclination, thickness of the downward stroke, and all other respects. He read it aloud, his counsel and the lieutenant of police listening attentively. "I don't know much about the case yet," said the lieutenant, "but, jumping at a conclusion, I should say that this sneaking chap was jealous of your intimacy with the Minford family; that he wrote the anonymous letters to the old man in a different hand; and that he either committed the murder, or knows something about it. His motive for annoying Miss Minford I can understand, for this city is full of just such well-dressed scoundrels; but the motive of the murder I can't comprehend. But, mark me, this fellow has some knowledge of it, and we must hunt him up. And first, let us compare the letters." Marcus handed the 2 letters to the lieutenant, who, with Overtop and Maltboy, gave them a close examination. One was written on faint blue paper in a buff envelope, the other on white paper in a white envelope. Every curve, cross, and dot was minutely compared, but not the faintest resemblance between the 2 letters could be discovered. "No more like than chalk and cheese," said the lieutenant. "My theory is knocked on the head." "Let me examine the envelopes again," said Overtop. They had inspected them less carefully than the contents. As soon as Overtop had placed the 2 envelopes side by side, his eyes lighted up with the pleasure of a great discovery. "What fools we are!" he exclaimed. "There it is. Don't you see? Don't you see? A regular Hogarthian line of beauty under the name of each." All stared at the envelopes, and at once recognized the similarity between the graceful curved lines. They looked somewhat like the letter S laid on its side, and more like the arm of a rocking chair. Marcus had a sudden inward vision of the writer. One of those convictions which defy all logical analysis flashed upon his mind. "Do you know where this strange young man lives, Bog?" asked Marcus. "No, sir. I followed him 2 or 3 times, because I thought he wasn't acting just right toward Miss Minford." Here Bog blushed. He always went into drinking houses and billiard saloons, and once into a place where they say the worst kind o' gambling is allers I mean always going on. But he knew me by sight, and I was afraid he would ask me about that letter which I didn't deliver for him. So I had to follow him a good piece behind, and sometimes I lost track of him. Then again, he would keep a tramping round from one drinking place to another, but never getting drunk that I could see, till 12 or 1 o'clock at night. By that time I felt I ought to go home, and so I never tracked him to his lodgings, if he has any. But it's my belief he travels in the night, and sleeps in the daytime, like the cats." "Good, so far," said Marcus. "You have already given us a general description of this fellow's dress and appearance. Now tell me whether his face is pale, his mustache small and curved up in points, his eyes light gray, and never looking straight at you, his nose small, thin, and sharp. And, now I think of it, has he not got a small scar on one of his cheeks?" "Why, Mr. Wilkeson!" exclaimed the boy Bog, "that's the very chap." "Who is he?" asked the lieutenant of police, "that I may have him arrested at once." "He is the son." Book 9, Chapter 4. Book 9, Chapter 5 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. Recording is in the public domain. The Sorrow of White Hairs. At that moment the door opened, and the venerable form of Myndert Van Quintem appeared before them. Marcus cast a hasty glance, importing silence, at his companions, and rose to receive his old friend. Mr. Van Quintem's face expressed the tenderest compassion. He clasped Marcus's hand, and said, "My young friend, it deeply grieves me to see you here, for I feel, I may say I know, morally, that you are innocent of any part in this murder." "Thank you for your confidence," said Marcus. "I hope, when Miss Minford and certain other witnesses are examined to-morrow, to prove my innocence conclusively." "So you will, I am sure. When I say that I know you are innocent, I found my belief on my short but pleasant acquaintance with you. But I cannot guess, from the evidence at the inquest yesterday, and that of to-day, just published in the afternoon papers, who committed the murder, or what was the motive of it. Have you any clue to the mystery?" Yes," replied Marcus. "We think we have a clue, but so slight that it is hardly worth mentioning. My friends here are going to follow it up." "And in order that we may do so without any delay," said the lieutenant, "please give us the name of that sneaking letter writer." Marcus coughed, looking at the lieutenant knowingly, and said, "Oh, that's no consequence. It's a false scent, depend on it." The old gentleman, as he entered the room, had caught Marcus Wilkeson's words, "He is the son," and had observed the slight confusion with which Marcus had stopped saying something. He now noticed the glance enjoining silence, which Marcus had directed at the lieutenant of police. Mr. Van Quintem turned pale, as a harrowing suspicion came into his mind. "Mr. Wilkeson," he said in a trembling voice, "will you answer me one question truly?" I will," replied Marcus. "Then tell me, in Heaven's name, do you know of anything that connects my son with this monstrous crime? I have had a dreadful presentiment, all along, that he had something to do with it. The end of his wrong career will be the gallows. I have dreamt of it for years. Oh, God! that I should have begotten such a profligate and miscreant into the world." The old man made another pause, and then said, with a calmness that surprised his hearers, "Now I am ready to hear all." "And you shall," said Marcus, "though it pains me, my dear friend, to tell you what we know of your son. I will say, however, that there is no proof directly connecting him with the murder. He is cunning, and covers his tracks," said the wretched parent. "I know him well." Marcus then exhibited the letters. Mr. Van Quintem compared them carefully, but could not detect the least trace of resemblance. But on examining the envelopes, at the suggestion of Fayette Overtop, he at once recognized the Hogarthian curve as a mark which he had always observed on his son's letters. I could almost swear to this mark, and yet it is possible that he did not write the letters. Bad as he is, I will wait for further proofs. Please tell me all that you know, Mr. Wilkeson." "With regard to the letter written to Miss Minford," said Marcus, "there is, unhappily, but little doubt, as this lad, who was well acquainted with the Minford family, can inform you. The boy Bog, very reluctantly, and with many awkward breaks and swingings of his cap, repeated the history of the first letter, and described the young man's person most minutely, and told how he had followed him in his wild rambles about the town. The old man listened sadly and quietly, only now and then interrupting the boy's narrative with questions that were seemingly as calm as a judge's interrogatories. 'He is a murderer. Something in the air tells me that he is,' murmured the old man. 'And he is my son.' The inexpressible heart-broken sadness with which he uttered these words brought tears to the eyes of his hearers. It may be, my dear Mr. Van Quintem, that your son did not write the anonymous letters to Mr. Minford, notwithstanding the point of resemblance which we think we have detected. While sitting at my window, I have often noticed him in his room scribbling at a desk, as if he were practising penmanship. Perhaps, if you examine the contents of the desk, you may get some further light on the subject. It is wonderful, most people would say impossible, that a man should write 2 letters so entirely dissimilar as these. My son always excelled in writing. It was one of the branches that he took prizes in at school. I will examine the desk, but I fear I shall only confirm my strong suspicions that he is a murderer. Oh, God! Oh, God! Why did he not die with his sainted mother? Far better would that have been. It is a hard thing, gentlemen. It is a very hard thing. But if this boy of mine does not surrender himself to the hands of justice to-morrow, I shall myself denounce him to the—" The afflicted man, overcome with the terrible conflict between a sense of public duty and a lingering, inextinguishable parental affection, fainted, and fell into the arms of Marcus, who sprang to catch him. While he was still insensible, the lieutenant of police and the boy Bog slipped out of the room, and started off on a search for Myndert Van Quintem, Jr. End of Book 9, Chapter 5. Book 9, Chapter 6 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What Paper, Types, and Ink Can Do. When Marcus and his counsel, accompanied by the faithful lieutenant of police, arrived in a close carriage at the scene of the inquest, at the hour of adjournment next morning, they saw a convincing illustration of the power of paper, types, and ink. The morning journals, with whole leaded pages of evidence, and new diagrams of the house and fatal room, and the enterprising Illustrated Weekly, with portraits of the deceased, the prisoner, his counsel, Tiffles, Patching, Great Hat and all, Patty Minford, the coroner, the foreman of the jury, a full-page design of the murder, as it was supposed to have taken place, representing the infuriate Wilkeson, club in hand, standing over the prostrate body of the inventor, from whose forehead the gore was pouring in torrents. All these delightful provocatives of sensation had done their full and perfect work. At that moment, Marcus Wilkeson was known to the world of readers in New York, and the whole country round about, as the murderer of Eliphalet Minford. On the second morning of the inquest, an immense crowd of people were assembled in front of the house. They had been collecting since 5 a.m., when a party of 6 Jerseymen, having sold off their stock of nocturnal cabbages at Washington Market, had taken position of vantage before the house, from which they and their wagons were afterward dislodged with great effort by a squad of police. Some butcher boys, also returning from their night's work at market, were next on the ground, and selected adjacent awning posts and trees as good points of observation. Mechanics and shop girls, going to their labor, recklessly postponed the duties of the day, and stopped to stare, awe-stricken, at the house. A knot of people in a street is like a drift of wood in a river. It chokes up the stream, and catches all the other wood that is floating down. The police had in vain tried to clear out this human throng. They had waged the following contests with their fellow citizens since 6 o'clock a.m. First, they had driven the Jersey market wagons to the street corner below. Second, they had tumbled the butcher boys out of the trees, where they hung like a strange species of fruit. Third, they had cleared a space of 10 feet square in front of the house. Having done thus much, the police paused from exhaustion, and endured the jokes of the populace with philosophic disdain. 3 policemen guarded the door, within which no one was admitted but the coroner, the jury, witnesses, a few political friends of the coroner, who exhibited passes from him, and about 25 reporters, 15 of whom really belonged to newspapers, and the remainder had a general connection with the press, which could never be clearly defined and established. To the magic word "reporter," accompanied by the flourish of a pencil and a roll of paper, the 3 policemen smiled obsequiously, and unbarred the way. Seeing how well this plan worked, 2 gentlemen of inelegant leisure, and at least 1 pickpocket, provided themselves with rolls of paper and pencils, and, giving the password, were admitted. As the carriage rolled round the corner of the street, bringing Marcus in full view of these acres of men, women, and children, all waiting for him, the little courage which he had plucked up failed him, as plucked up courage generally does. The sound of mingled laughter, jokes, oaths, and exclamations of impatience reached his ears. "Great heavens!" he cried. "And I am to face all these people!" If his features could have been seen, at that instant, by some person who thought himself skilled in physiognomy, he would have been unhesitatingly pronounced guilty of several murders. Marcus sat in the rear part of the coach, and he leaned back to avoid observation. As the carriage entered the outskirts of the throng, they became aware that it contained the man of their desires. 5 small boys, who had run all the way from the station house, had brought the exciting intelligence. The vehicle was at once surrounded by clamorous people. "Say, mister, which is the murderer, hey?" asked a red-shirted fellow of Matthew Maltboy, whose corpulent figure squeezed the thin form of Fayette Overtop into a corner of the front seat. Maltboy was not quick at thinking, but on this occasion a brave thought came into his head before he could turn to the speaker. "I am the prisoner," said he. "I knowed you was the red-shirted reply, "by your ugly face." "Thank you," said Matthew meekly. "That's the chap that killed the old man him with the big chops," said the red-shirted individual to his numerous red and other shirted friends about. "What, that fat cuss with the pig eyes?" "'Zactly. He's the puffic image of his portrait in the Weekly, isn't he? Like as 2 peas." There was truth in this, for the artist who sketched the portraits had inadvertently placed Marcus' name under Matthew's portrait, and vice versa. "Well," said another man, an expert in human nature, "I'd convict that fellow of murder any time, on the strength of his looks. Never were the worst passions of our nature more prominently shown than in that bad face." Having said which, the speaker looked about for somebody to contradict him, and was disappointed in finding no one. Marcus Wilkeson said, "Here, Matt, none of that generous nonsense, if you please. I am the prisoner, my good people." As Marcus spoke, he stretched forward, and exhibited his face to the gaze of the red-shirted querist and his companions. "No, you don't," said that fiery leader. "This blubbery chap is the one. We knows him by his picter." "No use disputing them, Mark," said Maltboy, with his indomitable smile. The friendly struggle was soon terminated by their arrival at the house. Here the human jam was tremendous, but the police, under the direction of the lieutenant, succeeded in getting their convoy safe within the entry. The door was then closed, and 5 sturdy policemen stood outside to guard it. On entering the room, everybody and everything were found just as they had been the day before, a day that seemed to Marcus a month ago. The jury were idling over the newspapers, or lazily turning their quids. The coroner, who looked a little the worse for his dinner of the day before, was bandying jokes with the facetious reporters. The other reporters were sharpening their pencils and laying out their notebooks. Some, the younger ones, were listening with a species of reverence, which they would soon outgrow, to the official jesting of the coroner. Others were squabbling over the right and title to certain chairs which possessed the extraordinary advantage of being a foot or two nearer the coroner than the other chairs. This is a grave cause of dispute among the reporters, and has been known to give rise to a great many hard words, and threats of subsequent chastisements, which are always indefinitely postponed. The coroner nodded, and said "Good morning" to the comers, and assumed a temporary official dignity by taking down his right leg from the arm of the chair over which it gracefully depended. He also fortified himself by thrusting a sizable chew into a corner of his mouth, as if he were carefully loading a pistol. But neither the coroner, nor the jury, nor the reporters, nor a few private citizens who had obtained entrance by special dispensation, and sat gaping about the room, attracted the attention of the prisoner. Before him was one in whose presence all other persons faded into nothingness, the fair disturber of his peaceful life, the arbitress of his fate, Patty Minford. End of Book 9, Chapter 6. Book 9, Chapter 7 of Round the Block by John Bell BOUTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pet as a witness. Little Pet sat on the low stool which she had always occupied, and which Marcus in his strange sentimentality had always considered sacred to her. She was veiled, but through the thick gauze he could see that her beautiful face was deathly pale. Her slender frame shook with little convulsions that made the chair rattle. "Be calm, my dear child," said a stout, self-possessed woman who sat by her side, and held a bottle of salts conspicuously in her hand. "Remember, you have only to tell the truth, and let the consequences fall where they may. Tell the truth, as the old sayin' is, and shame the you know who." Mrs. Crull, for it was she, checked herself with a neat cough. Her 3 months' private education seemed to have been lost upon her. She could never speak correctly out of Miss Pillbody's sight. Fortunately, her heart needed no education. She had taken the poor orphan girl to her home, and been a mother to her. In that phrase there is an horizonless world of love. The deep, manly voice of Mrs. Crull carried assurance to the sinking heart of Patty. She took the extended hand and pressed it, deriving strength from the contact of that strong, positive nature. "If you please, Mr. Coroner," said Mrs. Crull, "I think you'd better go ahead with her examination at once. Quickest said, soonest mended, you know." The prisoner and his counsel having taken their seats, the coroner having involuntarily thrown his right leg into the old easy position, the jury having pricked up their ears, the reporters having cleared spaces for their elbows, the young girl proceeded to give her testimony. She was too nervous to make a clear connected statement. Sometimes terror, sometimes tears, would choke her voice; but the cheering words and the smelling bottle of Mrs. Crull invariably brought her round in no time, in the words of that estimable lady. Pet told the story of her return home on the fatal night; of her finding Mr. Wilkeson and her father in angry conversation; of her retiring to bed very much fatigued; of more conversation, growing angrier and angrier, which she overheard; of her marvellous vision in the night; of her waking next morning to find her vision true, and her father dead on the floor. All these facts, with which the reader is already familiar, the poor child made known to the jury in a fragmentary, roundabout way, as they were elicited by questions from the coroner, the jury, and occasionally the prisoner's counsel. The narrative of the vivid dream or vision produced a startling effect on the coroner, who was a firm believer in every species of supernaturalism which is most at variance with human experience and reason. In his interrogatories to the witness, the coroner took the truth of the vision for granted. When she testified to the blows which, in her dream, she saw her father and the prisoner exchange, and the battered appearance of Mr. Wilkeson's face, the coroner looked at the prisoner, and was evidently disappointed to observe no traces of a bruise upon his pale brow or cheeks, nor the lightest discoloration about his eyes. But the absence of this corroboration did not, in the coroner's opinion, throw the least discredit on the dream. But the foreman of the jury, who had been listening with an affrighted look to the marvellous story, and believing it, had his faith sadly shaken by this discrepancy. Having been fireman 10 years, and foreman of a hose company 6 years, he knew by large experience how long it took to tone down a black eye or reduce a puffed cheek. The foreman looked at the smooth, clear face of the prisoner, smiled incredulously, and shook his head at his associates. Fayette Overtop here acted his part with a skill worthy of a veteran. Instead of making a great ado over this weak point of the dream, he shrugged his shoulders, and smiled faintly at the jury. The jurors, who had been inclined, up to this point, to accept the dream as evidence without question, now decided that it was nonsense. Marcus Wilkeson sat and listened as if the scene and all the actors in it, himself included, were only a dream too. The young girl's evidence, of which he had not an inkling before, would have astounded him, if anything could. But he had reached that point of reaction in the emotions, where a stolid and complete apathy happily takes the place of high nervous excitement. He somehow felt certain of his acquittal, but was strangely benumbed to his fate. He looked at the witness, the holy idol of all his romantic and tender thoughts in days gone by, with unruffled composure. The marked stoicism of his demeanor was not lost on the reporters, and they noticed it in paragraphs to the effect that the prisoner exhibited a hardened indifference during the most thrilling portion of the evidence. Question by the coroner, after thinking it over a bit: "Who do you say struck the fust blow, miss? Remember, now, you're on oath." Answer: "My father, sir. Or rather, I dreamed so." The coroner was disappointed again, for he hoped that the witness would, on second thought, fix the commencement of the actual assault on the prisoner. "Your father, being old and kind o' feeble, struck a light blow, I s'pose?" Witness: "No, sir, a heavy one, I should judge, for it appeared to cut open Mr. Wilkeson's lip and bruise his cheek. The blood seemed to run down his face in a stream." Here little Pet exhibited signs of faintness, which good Mrs. Crull stopped by an instant application of the smelling bottle. Coroner: "Mr. Wilkeson struck back a terrible blow in return, I s'pose?" Witness: "Yes, sir. He hit my father right in the eye, raising a black and blue spot as large as a hen's egg." The painful recollection of this part of the dream so overpowered the witness that she burst into tears, but was soon quieted by the motherly attentions of Mrs. Crull. Foreman of the jury: "I don't want to hurt the young lady's feelin's, but this 'ere dream is all nonsense, and it strikes me we're a lot of fools to be listenin' to it. Why, Harry, you know as well as I do, that there wasn't no bruise on the old man's face, exceptin' the big one on his forehead. No more is there a sign of a scratch on the prisoner's mug there. It's all gammon." Three others of the jury nodded in approval of this sentiment. The remaining two shared somewhat in the coroner's reverence for dreams, and awaited further developments. The coroner turned his quid uneasily. "You can think as you please, Jack," said he, "but we'll see. We'll see." The coroner, like many other men of greater claims to wisdom, used this enigmatical expression when he could not see anything. A lawyer less crafty than Fayette Overtop would have protested against the reception of this singular testimony at the outset, and at intervals of a minute during its delivery; but he foresaw that, being a dream, it must be full of absurdities, which would surely betray themselves, and help his client. Besides, he was curious to hear all of the evidence, however ridiculous and worthless, against the prisoner. The witness then proceeded to the close of her testimony, amid the silence of all hearers. The narrative of the dreadful grapple, the struggle for the club, and the death blow given by Mr. Wilkeson to her prostrate father, all delivered with an intense earnestness, broken only by occasional sobs and pauses of anguish, produced a powerful impression. As she finished, and fell, half fainting, into the arms of Mrs. Crull, the coroner nodded his head slowly, and said: "What do you think of dreams now, Jack? Something in 'em, eh?" The foreman shared in the general feeling of awe, but he had given his opinion that the dream was nonsense, and stood by it. "It's strange," said he. "It's what the newspapers call a 'strordinary quincidence, that the young lady should 'a' dreamed out this murder so plain. I dunno much about the science o' dreams, but I think this one might be explained somethin' in this way. The young lady heerd the old man and Mr. Wilkeson here talkin' strong, when she come home that night. She went to sleep with their conversation ringin' in her ears. Part of it she heerd in her dreams, and the rest she 'magined. She says she was afraid there would be trouble between 'em when she went to bed. The fight, and the murder, and all that, which she says she saw in a dream, or vision like, might have grown out o' that nat'rally enough. That's my notion of it, off hand. I've often gone to bed myself, thinkin' of somethin' horrible that was goin' to happen, and dreamt that it did happen." This was precisely the theory upon which Fayette Overtop intended to explain the dream to the jury, when the proper time arrived. He was glad that the foreman had done it instead, for he knew the tenacity with which a man, having given an opinion, defends it. To have so potent an advocate of his client's innocence on the jury was a strong point. "Very good, old boy," said the coroner. "But if the prisoner didn't commit the murder, who did?" This question, so manifestly unjust, and betraying the coroner's intention to sacrifice Marcus to a theory, roused that unfortunate man to consciousness, and he sprang to his feet. But the wiser Overtop placed his hands upon his friend's shoulder, whispered in his ear, and forced him reluctantly into his seat. Overtop knew that the argumentative foreman could best dispose of the coroner. The foreman replied to the coroner's question: "As to who did the murder, that's what we're here to find out. But, for one, I sha'n't bring in no man guilty till it's proved onto him." The foreman's face was a dull one, but it became suddenly luminous with an idea. "You say, miss, that you was waked by a noise as of somethin' heavy fallin' on the floor?" "Yes, sir." "You s'pose, as we all s'pose, that it was your father's body that fell when he received his death blow?" "Yes, sir." "You say you heerd no one a goin' out o' the room?" "No, sir." That's not strange, for the murderer could 'a' slipped off his boots or shoes, and walked out puffickly quiet. I noticed this morning, and the other members of the jury can see for themselves, that the boards of the floor don't creak when you walk on 'em, nor the entry door neither when you open it. Didn't you never observe that succumstance?" "Yes, sir; but it did not occur to me when I woke up. I thought, if the dream had been true, that I should have heard Mr. Wilkeson moving around in the room, or going out of the door. I listened for a long time, as I have already said, and, hearing nobody, I thought the dream was nothing but a nightmare, as father used to call it." "One more question, miss, which may or may not be of some consequence. Haven't you no idee about what time it was when you was waked up by this noise of somethin' fallin'?" "No, sir, not the least. It might have been about midnight, I should guess." "Think a minute, miss. If you didn't hear any sound outside that could give you some idee of the time." The foreman fixed his eyes piercingly on the witness. She reflected a moment. "Yes, yes, I do remember, that when I jumped out of bed, which I did the very second that I woke up, and listened at the door, I heard the fire bells striking. Now, if anybody could tell what time that happened." "At precisely 25 minutes of 12," said the foreman, in a solemn voice. "It was for the 7th District, the only 'larm that night. It was a false 'larm, and only 3 or 4 rounds was sounded." "Did you hear the bell many times?" "Only 2 or 3, and then it stopped. The sound was very plain, sir, because the bell tower is only a short distance from here, you know." "Exactly," said the foreman. "You woke up just as Uncle Ith was givin' off the last round." There was a deep, awe-struck silence in the room, for all understood the object of these inquiries. "Now, gentlemen," continued the foreman, in a trembling voice, "let the prisoner only prove that he was a half, or a quarter, or an eighth of a mile from here when that 'larm was sounded, and I rather think he will clear himself. Where are the policemen that the prisoner saw that night?" A noise, as of heavy official boots, was heard on the stairs, sending a strange thrill through the hearts of all present. "God be praised," said Fayette Overtop, "if the lieutenant has found them." It was the first time that the model young lawyer had shown any signs of emotion. Book 9, Chapter 7. Book 9, Chapter 8 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Beneficence of Fire Bells. The door opened, and the tall form of the police lieutenant appeared, attended by 2 patrolmen. The patrolman, on entering, looked directly at the prisoner, and seemed to recognize him. The police lieutenant appeared to be pleased with his success in finding the witnesses, after a hunt through several station houses; but he was not aware what importance the testimony which they could give had suddenly acquired. The witnesses had been searched for at the suggestion of Fayette Overtop, with the vague hope of making them useful in some way. The coroner scowled at the witnesses, for he feared that they would prove the man innocent, who, in his opinion, was the murderer. Having adopted this theory at the outset, and staked the whole issue upon it, he felt a natural reluctance to give it up. The lieutenant explained to the coroner that the 2 officers could probably throw some light on the prisoner's movements the night of the murder. The coroner administered the oath to both of them, as follows: "Hole up your right 'and. You swear to tell truth, th' 'ole truth, nothin' but truth, s'elp you God. Kiss the book." The men complied with these impressive formalities, and the coroner then proceeded to interrogate one of them, a strapping fellow with an intensely Irish face. "Name?" said the coroner. "Patrick O'Docherty, yer Honor." The phrase "yer Honor" produced its customary gracious effect. "Do you spell O'Docherty with a K?" asked the coroner. "Hang me if I knows," said O'Docherty. "I niver spilt it. Spill it to suit yeself, yer Honor." "Spell it in the usual way, with a K," said the coroner, turning to the reporters. "Your residence, Mr. O'Docherty?" "Me what?" "Your residence. Where do you live?" "Oh, it's vere I live yer want to know. In Mulberry Street, near Baxter." "You belong to the perlice, I believe?" asked the coroner. "It's quare ye should ax me that," replied the O'Docherty, with an enormous smile. "Because you have the perliceman's hat, club, and badge? You forget," said the coroner, patronizingly, "that courts of justice doesn't know nothin' until it's proved to them. As a coroner, I shouldn't know my own grandmother until she swore to herself. 'Tisn't that, yer Honor, but because yer got me on to the perlice yerself. Don't yer 'member, on 'lection day, I smashed 2 ticket booths of t'other candidate in the 6th Ward, licked as much as a dozen men who was workin' agin ye, and den was put into the Tombs overnight. Bad luck to the Tombs, I say. Well, yer Honor, ye was 'lected coroner by a small vote, an' in turn for me services, ye got me p'inted." "Ah! Oh, I remember now," said the coroner, somewhat confused. "I did not know you in the perliceman's dress. Well, Mr. O'Docherty, did you see the prisoner on the night of the murder?" "I did, yer Honor. It was about 12 o'clock. I was sittin' on a barrel in front of Pat McKibbin's store, corner of Washington and Streets. I was watchin' the barrel, yer Honor, because Pat McKibbin had some of 'em stole lately, ye see." "Could yer swear to him, Mr. O'Docherty?" "Could I shwear to me own mother? Hivin rest her sowl! Bedad, I should know him in 1,000 years from now. Didn't he shtop and light his cigar at me poipe? And didn't his nose touch me own?" "Did he look pale and excited?" asked the coroner. "No, yer Honor. His face was red as a brick; and though it was a cowld night, he looked to be warm wid fast walkin'." "Did he say anythin'?" "No, he only axed for a light." "Was his 'pearance 'spicious?" "No, yer Honor, more'n yer own. No offince to yez." "That'll do, Mr. O'Docherty. Next witness." "If you please, yer Honor," said the smooth Overtop, rising, "you have accidentally omitted to ask one very important question. The prisoner stated on his preliminary examination, you remember, that when he stopped to light a cigar from the pipe of a policeman, he heard the sound of a fire bell commencing to strike. Miss Minford testifies that when she was roused from sleep by the noise of her father falling to the floor, she heard the alarm of the 7th District. McKibbin's store, at the corner of Washington and Streets, is more than half a mile from here. In view of these facts, I will, with your Honor's permission, ask Mr. O'Docherty if he heard the fire alarm that night, and if so, whether the prisoner was in sight at the time." "Sure an' I heerd it," answered the O'Docherty. "It was fur the 7th District, an' wasn't this gin'leman here at the ind of me poipe jist when it begun to bang away?" Overtop cast one triumphant glance at the jury, which was fully reciprocated by the foreman and 4 others. "I have no more questions to ask, your Honor," said Overtop. "Nor I," said the coroner, "as the witness's testimony has no great bearin' on the case, that I can see. What is your name, Mr. ?" "Thomas Jelliman," responded the second policeman, a stout, bluff, honest looking fellow. He did not say "your Honor," and thereby offended the coroner. "Well, what's yer business, anyhow?" asked the coroner, curtly. "I should think you would remember that I was a policeman," said the witness, looking the coroner straight in the eye. The coroner, taking a second observation of the witness, recalled him as the identical officer who had arrested him one Christmas night for drunkenness, and locked him up in the station house. This little occurrence was before his election to the dignified and responsible office of County Coroner. "If you don't remember me," said the witness, "I think I could bring myself to your mind easy, on a certain Christmas night not many years ago." "Never mind the particulars, Mr. Jelliman," observed the coroner. "Come to look at yer, I recollect yer very well. Ahem! What do you know about this 'ere case, Mr. Jelliman?" "Nothing, sir, except that I can swear to having seen the prisoner, on the night of the murder, at the corner of West and Streets. He was smoking a cigar, and walking fast. As he passed me, he said, 'A cold night, Mr. Policeman.' This made me notice him particularly, because it isn't very often that people throw away civilities on us. Just as he turned the corner below me, the alarm bells struck the last round for the 7th District. They had struck 3 or 4 rounds. That is all I know about the affair." "I have no other questions to ask, Mr. Jelliman," said the coroner, with great politeness. The coroner was baffled. He had staked the whole case upon the theory of Marcus Wilkeson's guilt, and had made no attempt to procure other testimony than what would prove that supposition. He scratched his head and rolled his quid in a perfect quandary. Another noise was heard on the stairs, as of several persons hurriedly ascending. Then the door opened, and an excited group made its appearance. In advance was a slender young man, whose face was pale with debauchery. His clothes were rich, and had an unpleasantly new look. As he stepped over the threshold, he glanced coolly about the room, and, his eyes resting on the coroner, smiled. "Ah, Myndert, my boy," said the coroner, "what are you here for?" Book 9, Chapter 8. Book 9, Chapter 9 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This recording is in the public domain. An Old Man's Offering. "Hang me if I know, Harry. It's the old man's work. He'll explain it to you." Behind this easy young man came a strong policeman, who, immediately upon his entrance, received a nod of approbation from the lieutenant. Behind the policeman walked, with bended white head and tottering limbs, the venerable Mr. Van Quintem. The old gentleman was partly supported, in his infirmity, by the boy Bog. It was a touching sight to see the confiding trust with which the weakness of 68 clung to the strong arm of 19. Bog hung his head modestly and blushed. He was not seen even to look at the little veiled figure which sat in the middle of the room. But young Myndert Van Quintem looked at it, and bowed with the deepest respect. The bow was answered by a faint nod and a delicate blush. Mrs. Crull observed the interchange of recognitions, and frowned to herself. "Mr. Coroner," said the old gentleman, straightening himself, and coming forward with a quick step, as one who was about to perform an unpleasant task, and would hurry through it. "This young man is my son. God knows what love I have lavished upon him from the day that he was born, and with what ingratitude he has repaid me. But that is neither here nor there. I have come here to deliver him up to you as a prisoner." "As a prisoner!" echoed the coroner; and he and all looked amazed at this strange announcement. "Why should it surprise you? It is a simple act of justice. I have reason to think that my son knows something about this murder" here the old gentleman's voice faltered "and my duty, as a good citizen and an honest man, requires me to surrender him. There are other affairs of a private nature between myself and my son he knows to what I refer which I am not prepared to make public at the present time." The old gentleman looked significantly at his son, who smiled calmly at him in return. A chair was brought for Mr. Van Quintem, senior, and he sank into it. The young man seated himself in another chair, which was handed to him by the attentive coroner himself. "Now, Myndert, my good fellow," said the coroner, "if yer knows anything about this affair, fire away." "Will the coroner be good enough to swear the witness?" asked Fayette Overtop. "Oh, I'd quite forgot it." And the coroner mumbled his irreverent jargon. "2 minutes are enough to tell you all I know, Harry," said the young man, in a sweet, effeminate voice. "I happened to save Miss Minford's life a few months ago. She will give you the particulars, no doubt, if you desire them. And that is the way I made her acquaintance." Here another respectful bow to the young lady. "Since then I have met her, quite accidentally, a few times, and I do not pretend to conceal it have gradually come to feel an interest, a brotherly interest, I may call it, in her." The coroner smiled. "Having learned from her that she was receiving her education at the expense of Mr. Wilkeson, and that that gentleman was a constant visitor at her father's house, I thought it proper, as a sincere and disinterested friend of the young lady, to make some inquiries into his character. Judging from the result of these inquiries that his designs were not honorable toward Miss Minford. Mr. Wilkeson will pardon the expression, but I am under oath, and must tell the truth as to my motives. I took the liberty of writing a note to Mr. Minford, merely cautioning him against Mr. Wilkeson. I did not sign my name to the note, because I was not personally acquainted with Mr. Minford, in fact, never saw him in my life, and did not wish to assume the responsibility, disagreeable to every sensitive person, of interfering in another man's family affairs. The object of the note was to make Mr. Minford cautious. I presume no one will undertake to say that a father can be too cautious concerning the honor of a young and lovely daughter." Another respectful glance at Miss Minford. "I am aware anonymous letters are a little irregular, in the opinion of most people; but when sent with a good motive, I really don't see the harm in them." "Nor I neither," said the coroner. "It strikes me they're correct enough when the motive's a good 'un." "But, your Honor, when an anonymous letter is full of lies and slanders, I respectfully submit that it is a piece of cowardly malice which the law ought to punish with the utmost severity." Fayette Overtop spoke with tranquillity and firmness, looking young Van Quintem directly in the eye, and making him quail. The judicious phrase "your Honor" alone saved Overtop from an explosion of official wrath. "The court can't allow these interruptions, Mr. Overtop," said the coroner. "Her dignity must be maintained. As for 'nonymous letters, whether it's right or wrong to send 'em, people will differ. The coroner and the jury is competent to judge for themselves. Go ahead, Myndert." "As the first letter seemed to have no effect, I sent another, suggesting that Mr. Minford should inquire into Mr. Wilkeson's history in the little village of , Westchester County, where he was born and lived many years. I learned from Miss Minford that her father visited Westchester County one day, and presume that he made some important discoveries there; for Miss Minford told me that, on his return, he had forbidden Mr. Wilkeson to come to the house. If there was any harm in putting Mr. Minford on the track to find out the real truth about the man who was a constant attendant at his fireside, I do not see it." "Nor I neither," said the coroner. "The end, as the sayin' is, justifies the means." "If your Honor pleases," said the facile Overtop, "we could easily prove that all the reports which Mr. Minford gathered in Westchester County, prejudicial to my client, arose from a confounding of another person with him. But as this explanation would involve the disclosure of private family affairs, and also the reflection of disgrace on the memory of the dead, my client prohibits me from saying more on the subject. But all this, as none knows better than your Honor, has nothing to do with the case. We ask that my client shall either be proved guilty of the murder, or of some knowledge of it, or released." Fayette Overtop here looked volumes of confidence at the jury, and 5 of the jury looked back volumes of agreement with him. "Nobody can be in a bigger hurry than me, Mr. Overtop," said the coroner, with tolerable good nature. "These 'ere inquests, commencin' in the mornin' and holdin' on a good part of the day, are rather hard on a chap 'customed to his 11 o'clock drink. I have to make up for the loss by adjournin' early in the arternoon. Ha! ha!" "Now, Myndert, my boy, rush her through. You don't know anythin' about the murder, I s'pose. You were somewhere else on the fatal night, of course; and I can guess where. At Brown's, eh?" Brown's was a notorious gambling house on Broadway. "Exactly, Harry. I was at Brown's from 9 P.M. to 4 o'clock the following morning; and, if I mistake not, there is a gentleman in this room who can swear to having seen me there, say from 10 to 11." Saying this, young Van Quintem winked hard at the coroner. "You needn't mince matters," said the coroner. "I was at Brown's that night, and between the hours you name. Being a public official, I sometimes look into Brown's, and a good many other places, too, to see that nothin' ain't a goin' on wrong. Ha! I partic'ly 'member it, because I accidentally lost about $50 there that night. Ha! ha!" "I think I recollect the little circumstance," said the witness, with a smile. "Very likely. Ha! Now, Myndert, of course we all understand that you are innocent; but, to satisfy the public, I guess I'd better summon a few witnesses from Brown's to prove you were there all night." "I thought of that, Harry, and requested a number of my friends at Brown's to drop around here, and prove an alibi for me. They were very much engaged at the time, or they would have come with me." "They were playing faro," said the old gentleman, "and my son was gambling with them. Wretched young man! How often have I cautioned you against that vice?" "The cautioning I don't object to," said the son; "but I consider it unfair to drag a fellow away from a streak of good luck. I was raking in the piles just as you and the policeman, and that mop headed youth behind you" (he alluded to the boy Bog) "came down on me. Ah! I see the game's finished, and here they are." 4 men, of a highly correct appearance, dressed in quiet good taste, who would have passed in the Broadway muster for merchants of the severest practical variety, entered the room. They nodded in the most gentlemanly manner to the coroner, and gave a friendly recognition to young Myndert. "You may be willing to believe these polished scoundrels under oath, but hang me if I would," said the old gentleman, with emphasis. The 4 gamblers showed their even rows of white teeth pleasantly, and one of them replied: "You are an elderly gentleman, Mr. Van Quintem, and the father of our young friend, and of course you are permitted to abuse us as much as you like." "It seems to me, Mr. Van Quintem," said the coroner, "that you are rather hard on these gen'lemen, who, so fur as I know 'em, is of the highest respectability. Don't yer want to have your son prove an alibi?" "I want to have him prove the truth, and that's all. And, for that reason, I wouldn't credit such evidence as these men will give." "You would like to have me hanged, my dear father," said the son mildly; "but I don't think you will be gratified in that amiable little desire. Eh, Harry?" The coroner grinned, shifted his quid, put on his most serious official look, and said: "No more of this 'ere jokin', if you please, gentlemen. A inquest isn't 'zactly the place for fun." He then proceeded to swear and interrogate the 4 new witnesses. They took the oath decorously, kissing the book in the politest, most gentlemanly manner. Their testimony was to the effect that young Van Quintem passed the night of the murder, from 10 P.M. till 4 A.M., at Brown's, and was not absent 1 minute. They were able to corroborate the fact by a reference to pocket memorandum books, in which entries such as "Van Q. Debit $50," or "Van Q. Credit $100," appeared at intervals. As to the general character of the house, upon which several members of the jury asked questions, they testified that it was a species of club house, where a few gentlemen of excellent reputation occasionally met for the purposes of innocent social intercourse. Games of chance were sometimes played at Brown's, to while away an hour, and betting was now and then done, in a strictly honorable and legitimate way. Several of the jurymen would have improved the occasion to learn all about the internal management of Brown's; but the coroner decided that such questions were entirely relevant, meaning irrelevant, and suggested that, as there were no more witnesses, the case might as well go to the jury. The coroner had just consulted his watch, and found that it was 4:00. He was aware, from the turn things had taken, that he had lost the verdict which he hoped to obtain, but that was no reason why he should lose his dinner. The coroner was not a man of energy, and, being foiled in his efforts to convict Marcus Wilkeson, he had no disposition to pursue the matter further. Besides, he had already achieved a large measure of profitable notoriety from the case, for he had been ridiculed and abused in most of the city papers, and that insured him, beyond all doubt, the nomination for and election to the State Senate, for which he was an aspirant at the next fall campaign. Under all these circumstances, the coroner was satisfied. The jurors, receiving but a shilling a day, and being hungry and tired, were quite willing to wind up the case. After putting their heads together, whispering and nodding about 5 minutes, the foreman declared the following as their verdict: that the deceased, Eliphalet Minford, came to his death on the night of the day of April, 185 , from a wound inflicted on the head by a club in the hands of some person unknown to the jurors. Overtop and Maltboy took the verdict as a matter of course, having anticipated it for some time. Marcus Wilkeson, who had been in a gloomy stupor for the past hour, and had expected the worst, looked up in surprise at this lucky dispensation of fate. Tears sprang to his eyes, and he extended a hand to each of his faithful friends, by whom he was warmly congratulated on the happy issue of the affair. The jurors also came forward with their congratulations. Even the coroner said, "Well, Mr. Wilkeson, I did my pootiest to hold you, because I thought you was the murderer; but the jury doesn't endorse my 'pinion, and I gives in." Mrs. Crull, who had been watching Marcus narrowly, and was firmly impressed with the conviction of his innocence, came forward with a warm hand, and tried to think of a proverb suitable to the occasion, but could not. Patty Minford removed the veil from her face, and looked at her benefactor. She made a motion as if to rise and go toward him. Then an expression of doubt stole over her features, and Marcus, who observed her at that moment, knew that the vision of the night was still before her, and that she could not hold him guiltless, though a dozen juries had released him. This thought touched Marcus with sadness, which all the congratulations of his friends could not disperse. A faint cry was heard. Old Mr. Van Quintem had fallen from his chair, and would have dropped upon the floor, but for the strong arm of the boy Bog. He was in the act of rising from his seat for the purpose of offering his hand to Marcus, when the vertigo, from which he was an occasional sufferer, seized him. "Poor old gentleman!" said Marcus, forgetful of all else, and rushing to the side of his venerable friend. Directing that the windows be opened, Marcus, aided by the boy Bog, bore the senseless form to the fresh, cool air. The grateful breeze, and a cup of cold water applied to his brow, soon restored the wretched father to a beginning of consciousness. As he lay there, more dead than alive, in the arms of his two friends, the ingrate son, having lighted a cigar, looked coldly over the shoulders of the bystanders at the senseless figure of his father, and said in the sweetest voice, "Poor old fellow! He has only himself to blame for kicking up all this row. I told him it would be too much for his nerves, but he would insist on dragging me up here. I forgive him from the bottom of my heart." The bystanders looked on in amazement at this speech. The son continued, "I'm glad to see that he is in good hands. Upon my word, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to help a little; but I fear that, when the old man came out of it and saw me over him, he would go off again. So I guess I had better leave." And young Van Quintem sauntered cheerfully out of the room, in company with his 4 friends from Brown's. The coroner had been waiting at the foot of the stairs for them, and the party adjourned to the nearest drinking saloon, when the coroner, overjoyed at having got rid of a tedious and embarrassing case, stood treat for 1 round. But who killed the inventor? The papers and the police, after groping for weeks in search of an answer, turned it over to the solution of time, with the comforting assurance that "murder will out." End of Book 9, Chapter 9. Book 10, Chapter 1 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 10th. Done on Both Sides. Chapter 1. A Fisher of Men. Mr. Augustus Whedell was a gentleman who had been living handsomely for 3 years on his wits. There was nothing remarkable in Mr. Whedell's personal appearance, with the exception of his wig. It was his fond belief that this wig looked like natural hair, but everybody knew it was a wig across the street. He also wore a gold double eyeglass, which he handled as effectively as a senorita her fan. Most of his loans, credits, and extensions had been obtained by the dexterous manipulation of that eyeglass. Mr. Whedell twirled the dangerous instrument, and opened and shut it with more than his usual grace, one evening toward the middle of April. He was about to broach a disagreeable subject to his daughter, who, blooming, and exquisitely dressed, sat by the fire and yawned. "My dear Clementina, you are now 20 years old, and ought to be married. Delays are dangerous. What do you think of Chiffield?" Mr. Whedell spoke bluntly, and to the point, because he was addressing his own daughter, and also because short speeches suited his natural languor. "He's a horrid dancer," said that young lady. "Granted. But when he does dance, he jingles money in his pocket. He's a perfect fright, pa. You won't deny that." "I won't deny that he is a plain, substantial gentleman. He has immense feet, and he is a little bald. What of that?" "Oh, nothing!" replied Clementina, in a tone that signified everything. Her father caught the irony of the remark, and said, "My dear child, I know the natural leaning of your sex to handsome men. You are like your mother there. But remember, they never have any money, as a general rule. I won't undertake to explain the curious fact, but fact it is. You will admit that." "Very likely. But I hate this old Chiffield." Mr. Whedell smiled, twirled his double eyeglass a few dozen times round his forefinger, and said, "My darling daughter, listen, and you will appreciate the advantages of this match." Clementina frowned, and bit her fingernails. "My child," continued the fond parent, "I have always concealed my troubles from you. They can no longer be kept a secret. This house is not mine. Most of this furniture is unpaid for. The last month's bills at the butcher's, baker's, and grocer's are still due. I have exhausted my credit, and don't know where to raise a dollar. That is my situation, as the newspapers say." Clementina turned pale with amazement, and could not say a word. "You are willing to hear me? I will explain further. 3 years ago, my old friend Mr. Abernuckle failed. He owned this house, and, wishing to save it from his creditors, he had previously made a sham sale of it to me. I have occupied it free of rent. On the strength of this house, I got credit for furniture, for clothes, for our bread and meat. On the strength of this house, I have borrowed money enough to keep my principal creditors at bay. On the strength of this house, we occupy today a very fair position in society. On the strength of this house, I propose to marry you." His daughter still looked on with open mouth, like one stupefied. "But to do this, no time must be lost. My friend Abernuckle has at last settled with his creditors at 15 per cent, and wants possession of the house on the 1st of May. On that day, this will be our home no longer." There was a fearless pull at the doorbell. "It is a creditor," said Mr. Whedell. "I will face him." Mr. Whedell went to the door, and returned in a few moments. "It was the butcher," said he. "He had called twice to day, and, not finding me in, takes this unusual hour to ask for a settlement. The old excuses would not do. What do you suppose I told him this time?" "I can't imagine. Something dreadful, I suppose," was the shuddering reply. "The man had to be got rid of. We must have meat. I was at my wits' end. So I took the liberty of telling him, confidentially, that my daughter would marry a wealthy merchant in a few days, and asked him as a favor to let the bill run on to the 1st of May. On that day he should positively be paid. The man grumbled at first, but finally said he would give me one more trial, and then went away. Neatly arranged, wasn't it, my dear?" Mr. Whedell would have been delighted with one word of approval, even a qualified one, from his daughter, but she would not or could not speak it. "You listen attentively, my darling. I am glad to see it. This plan worked so well with the butcher, that I shall try it on with the upholsterer, the baker, the grocer, the tailor, and the rest of my long list of creditors. I shall stake all on the 1st of May. To save us from a grand explosion, and to obtain a roof for your head and mine on the 1st of May, you must marry immediately." Miss Clementina Whedell, like many other people, had an unsuspected strength of character which only a great occasion could call out. "It is perfectly atrocious," said she at length, "and I am making a grave sacrifice of my happiness, but I suppose I must do it. Are you sure this Chiffield is rich?" "Now you are my own dear daughter," said Mr. Whedell, tossing his double eyeglass up, and catching it, as was his custom when exulting. "Your question is a prudent one, and worthy of you. I am happy to inform you that Chiffield is worth $150,000. Clementina smiled faintly, though she tried to look like a martyr. "I learn this from the tax rolls. When Chiffield first began to call here, and showed a profound interest in my conversation, I knew that he was after you, and I thought it best to look into his resources. The tax rolls, which are the best possible evidence, show that he has 10 lots in Harlem, with a cottage tenement on each of them, and several acres now rented to German gardeners in the 12th Ward. These are rated in a lump at $75,000, which is a low estimate. So much for the real estate. Now the personal property of Upjack, Chiffield & Company is valued on the same tax rolls, which always understate it, at $300,000. Suppose Chiffield to own a 1/4 interest only, and there you have the item of $75,000 more. Grand total, $150,000. A nearer figure would probably be $200,000. But I will not build castles in the air for you. Chiffield is only 40, which is, in fact, young. He is healthy and energetic. The firm are making money. He will yet be a millionaire. Confess, now, that I have chosen wisely for you." Here another decisive pull at the doorbell. Mr. Whedell answered it in person. Returning, he merely said, giving his double eyeglass a fillip, "The furniture man. Have fixed him for the 1st of May. So far, the plan works well." "But are you sure, Pa," asked the discreet Clementina, "that Mr. Chiffield will offer himself?" "Positive. Because he has always been so very attentive to me. When men flatter and study the hobbies of the father, they are after the daughter in earnest. Mr. Chiffield's very figure, the cut of his jib, so to speak, is that of a marrying man. Only you must give him some little encouragement. Not keep him at a distance, as you have hitherto done." "But he may not be anxious to marry before the 1st of May. Then what?" "Poor thing! How little you understand mankind. He will marry you at 24 hours' notice, if you will let him. All men are alike impatient and unreasonable in such matters. It is the women who hold back, after they are safely engaged." "La, Pa! How knowingly you talk!" "I flatter myself I know something of the human species," returned Mr. Whedell. "Ah! Another ring. Too faint for a creditor. Mr. Chiffield, perhaps." End of Book 10, Chapter 1. Book 10, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Playing with the line. The conjecture was correct. But with Mr. Chiffield came Matthew Maltboy. They had arrived on the doorsteps at the same moment, coming from different directions. Mr. Whedell received Chiffield with his heartiest grip, and inflicted only a mild squeeze on the hand of Maltboy, whose appearance at that time he considered decidedly unfortunate. The father thought he had observed in Clementina signs of preference for that corpulent young lawyer. He was pained to see that Clementina barely extended the tips of her fingers to Chiffield, while to Maltboy she gave her whole palm with great cordiality. Not only this, but she encouraged Maltboy to take a seat by her, and commenced talking with him of the opera, of balls, of new music, of fashions, of the last novel, rattling away on these subjects as if her whole soul were wrapped up in the discussion. It was almost a monologue. Maltboy's part consisted of "Yes, I think so too," "We agree perfectly," and adjectives of admiration occasionally thrown in. That musical voice! He could have listened with rapture to its recital of the multiplication table. Mr. Chiffield and Mr. Whedell had settled themselves on a tete-a-tete, and, after some cursory observations on the weather, commenced talking of finance, a theme of which neither of those gentlemen ever tired. "So money is getting tighter," said Mr. Whedell, after a pause to digest the awful truth which Mr. Chiffield had imparted to him. "Now I shouldn't be surprised, sir, to hear of failures before long, and in quarters where the public least expect them." If Mr. Whedell's double eyeglass had been astride his nose instead of swinging in his fingers, he might have noticed a faint paleness blending with the deep yellow of Mr. Chiffield's complexion. That gentleman replied a little more quickly than was his wont. "A few small, weak houses may go down, perhaps, but the strong ones will weather the storm easily enough. If our establishment could live through 1847, it is in no danger now." "And such was the good fortune of Upjack, Chiffield & Company, I well remember," said Mr. Whedell. Mr. Chiffield bowed his gracious acknowledgment of the handsome historical allusion. "How is Erie, Mr. Chiffield?" "Looking up." "Sure of it?" A leading Wall Street man told me this afternoon it would advance 3% this week. I have a slight interest in watching it," said Mr. Chiffield, smiling. "So have I," said Mr. Whedell, smiling also. During their conversation and the remainder of their financial dialogue, Mr. Whedell kept one ear, and occasionally one eye, inclined toward his daughter and the favored Maltboy. If there was a hint conveyed in those side glances at his daughter, she either did not notice it, or did not choose to take it. Sometimes Mr. Chiffield looked in the same direction, but casually, as it were, and without one sign of impatience visible in the depths of his calm brown eyes. Mr. Chiffield was not a nervous man. Matthew Maltboy was so perfectly free from selfishness at this moment, that he would cheerfully have spared a few words from Miss Whedell's delightful monologue for the gratification of his late rival. Late was now decidedly the word in Maltboy's opinion. Over the way, in the exercise of his large charity and compassion, he pitied that unfortunate, sadly disappointed dealer in dry goods. This pity, as Matthew used to say in after days, was thrown away. At the end of a brilliant description of new sets of quadrilles which Miss Whedell had danced at a sociable the night before, that young lady said, "Excuse me," and crossed the room to a whatnot in the corner, and searched for something among a pile of magazines and pictures. The thought that she was making efforts to please him tickled Matthew's vanity. While she was overhauling the pile, Mr. Whedell left his seat by Chiffield, and took the one just vacated by his daughter. Matthew received him with the diplomatic courtesy due to the parent of one's enchantress, and made a well-meant, if not novel, remark on the state of the weather. Mr. Whedell mildly disputed his proposition, whatever it was, for Mr. W. was always disputatious on that subject, and then passed to the consideration of national politics. "The one topic naturally suggests the other," said Mr. Whedell, "for they are equally variable." This was one of the father's few standard jokes, and Maltboy always laughed at it with the heartiness of a future son-in-law. They then grappled with the great theme in earnest. End of Book 10, Chapter 2. Book 10, Chapter 3 of Round the Block by John Bell BOUTON. This recording is in the public domain. Pulling in. Clementina, having found what she sought, glided to the chair which her father had relinquished, and said, coquettishly, "Now I have come to entertain you, Mr. Chiffield. You were speaking of Niagara Falls, the other day. Here are some photographs of them, taken for me on the spot." She handed the pictures to Mr. Chiffield. That gentleman took them with a profound bow, glanced over them, and said, "How elegant! What rich scenery! How tasty they are got up, ain't they? This is the showiest picture. Here's a neat one," etc., etc., etc. Mr. Chiffield had contracted the use of a certain class of highly descriptive adjectives in selling dry goods. Clementina watched him narrowly, and thought how nicely she could manage this heavy fellow. "How many times have you been to the Falls?" she asked, when Chiffield had shuffled through the photographs twice. "3 times," said Chiffield, telling a white lie, for he had seen them at morning, noon, and evening on the same day. "And how often have you visited them, Miss Whedell?" "Oh, so often I can't remember. My last visit was early last autumn." "Oh, pa! Did we go to Niagara Falls before or after our trip to the White Mountains?" "After it, my child," replied the father, who maintained a cocked ear toward his child. "Don't you recollect we went from the Falls to Lake George, and stayed there till the first week in November? That was the year we omitted Newport and Saratoga, for a wonder," he added, conveying the idea, in a look to Mr. Chiffield, that such an omission was a marvel in their annual experiences. "You love the Falls, I suppose?" said Mr. Chiffield. "Oh, not much. I think they're dreadfully overrated." Clementina was determined not to be won too cheaply. "So I think," said Chiffield, delighted to speak his real sentiments this time, "though everybody is obliged to praise 'em, because that's the fashion. But, though the Falls ain't much, I must say the balls and hops are delightful. The fresh air there seems to give one strength to dance all night without a bit of fatigue. I bought these pictures because they show the hotels and other places where I have had such delicious dances." Chiffield execrated dancing, because he had large feet, and legs slightly bowed. He moved in the cotillion or waltz with a certain elephantine ponderousness and sagacity. Therefore she tantalized him with these reminiscences. "You see the Clifton House, there, on the Canada side? One night I danced 8 waltzes, 6 polkas, 4 quadrilles, 3 fancy dances, and wound up at 5 o'clock with the German." "Wonderful!" observed Chiffield, not knowing what else to say. "Perhaps you think I was tired. Oh, not a particle. Next night we had a little hop on Table Rock. It was got up on short notice, but perfectly charming, I assure you. There were only 2 fiddles, and sometimes the noise of the Falls would almost drown the music. The fiddlers had to scrape so hard that they gave out about 3 o'clock, and we had to give up the dancing and go home, very much disappointed." "Unlucky, indeed!" interjected Chiffield. "But the next night we had 2 extra fiddlers. They relieved the other 2 at midnight, and then we danced till daybreak. Oh, such a glorious time! Next year, when I heard that a part of Table Rock had tumbled into the horrid river, I could have cried." "It was a great shame, indeed," said Chiffield. "Isn't this view of Suspension Bridge natural?" she asked. "Amazing!" said Chiffield; and he ventured to add that he considered that bridge to be a great triumph of human genius. "I dare say it is; but I didn't think of that. I was only going to tell you how the gentlemen of our Table Rock party tried to hire the use of the bridge one night to dance on. The owners wouldn't let it. Mean, weren't they?" "Contemptible," replied Chiffield. "We should have had it nicely swept and lighted. The breeze coming down the river would have been beautiful, and the awful noise of the Falls wouldn't have been too loud for the music. But we almost made up for our disappointment. Next night, the gentlemen hired the Maid of the Mist, the little steamboat, you know, that you see in this picture, and we sailed round and round below the Falls all night, dancing all the time. We went so near the Falls twice that I got quite wet with the nasty spray, and caught cold. But that didn't prevent me from dancing all the next night, at the International. You have a good view of the house in this picture." "Tasty," said Chiffield. Mr. Whedell and Maltboy had not lost a word of this conversation, though they had been mutually boring each other with complex sentences about national politics. Happily, the discussion required no mental effort, and left them both free to hear and make mental comments on the dialogue that buzzed across the way. Mr. Whedell regretted that his daughter should expatiate with such vivacity upon a subject that must be extremely disagreeable to a gentleman of Mr. Chiffield's large figure and steady habits. To the cultivated judgment of Maltboy, it was evident that the young lady was trying to amuse Chiffield merely for the purpose of annoying him, Maltboy. Experience had taught Matthew the best kind of cure for this species of female perversity. He determined to leave the house, and thereby show that he was not to be trifled with. Availing himself of a pause in the dissertations on national politics, Maltboy pulled out his watch and consulted it. "Why," said he, 9 o'clock, and I was to be in 14th Street by 8:30. Only intended to drop in just to see how you were. You really must excuse me, Mr. Whedell." Matthew rose as he spoke, to show that his mind was made up, and remonstrances would be useless. "Don't go. Put off your other call," ejaculated Mr. Whedell, at the same time rising, and thereby indicating a perfect acquiescence in the departure of his guest. "You are in a hurry," said Miss Whedell, calmly, but without objection in voice or eye. Mr. Chiffield looked calmly at his rival, and none but a skilled student of physiognomy could have discovered a gleam of triumph in his dull yellow face. Maltboy was disappointed in the calm demeanor of Miss Whedell, but, strong in his purpose, he walked toward the door, followed by the father. As he passed into the entry, he bowed coldly to the lady of his heart, and drew from her a scarcely perceptible nod. At this moment, a valuable thought occurred to the paternal Whedell. "My dear Maltboy," said he, closing the parlor door, "excuse the abruptness of the question, but could you lend me a couple of hundred?" The question was indeed abrupt, but not altogether unexpected. Mr. Quigg had apprised Maltboy of Mr. Whedell's financial weakness, but the infatuation of the ardent young bachelor had led him to disregard that warning. He was fully prepared to say, "Yes, with pleasure," and he did say so. "Thank you," said the gratified parent. "Only wanted a few days." Mr. Whedell was too great an adept in the art of borrowing to waste words of tedious explanation and gratitude, which only produce an impression that the borrower does not mean to pay. He accepted Maltboy's reply as a matter of course. "If not too much trouble, could you give me a check to night?" asked Mr. Whedell. "Have a payment to make before bank hours to morrow." "Most readily, my dear sir," replied the amiable Matthew. "Have you pen and paper convenient?" "In this room, Mr. Maltboy," said his host, ushering him into a little apartment at the end of the entry, which contained a few books, and was passed off upon a credulous world as Mr. Whedell's library. The gas was lighted, writing materials were produced, and in less than 3 minutes Matthew Maltboy had put his name at the bottom of a check on the Bank for $200. He did so smiling, and with a full consciousness that he had sustained a dead loss to that extent. But he was always too good natured to deny a friend, and in this particular case he felt that he was buying a perpetual free admission to the house, and a usufructuary interest in the fascinations of Clementina. The idea of marriage with that young lady had never occurred to him. He never troubled himself with problems of the future. "All right," said Mr. Whedell, folding up the check carelessly, and putting it in his pocket. "Shall I give you my note?" "Oh, no," said the willing victim, blandly. "Hand it me any time, at your convenience." "Can return it within a week," responded Mr. Whedell. "But, on some accounts, the 1st of May will suit me best, if perfectly agreeable to you." "As you please." "We will call it the 1st of May, then. I regret you are in a hurry, sir; but remember we are always happy to see you here." With this pleasant remark ringing in his ears, and fully compensating him for the loss of his $200, Maltboy hastened home, but did not tell his friends of his adventure. But he smoked and mused over it agreeably, and was totally unmindful of the truth announced by Mr. Quigg on New Year's Day, when speaking of this same Whedell, that somehow debtors always give the cold shoulder to creditors, as if the creditors owed the money. Mr. Whedell, left to his own society, flattered himself that he had turned a rejected lover to a good account, and entered his library, and sat down in the cold, that he might not, by his presence, mar the harmonious process of the courtship upon which so much depended in the parlor. Book 10, Chapter 3. Book 10, Chapter 4 of Round the Block by John Bell BOUTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 1st of May. Mr. Chiffield proposed, was accepted, and was married in a Broadway church about the middle of April. The affair was simplicity itself: bridesmaids, groomsmen, costly wedding costume, and the subsequent conventional reception at the bride's residence being dispensed with. The ceremony was witnessed only by the officiating minister, the sexton, the happy father, and about 200 of the floating population of Broadway, including a number of pickpockets, one of whom sounded the recesses of the coat tails appertaining unto Mr. Whedell and his son-in-law, as they were coming out of church, and found nothing in them. The Siamese twins of the soul passed from the church amid the sneers, criticisms, and suppressed laughter of the spectators, who united in pronouncing the ceremony a shabby affair, not worth looking at, and, entering a carriage with Mr. Whedell, were driven to the New Jersey Railroad Depot furiously, as if they had been guilty of some crime against society. At the depot, Mr. Whedell kissed his daughter in public, and not without a touch of the melodrama for which he had cherished a fondness in his earlier days, and wrung the hand of his son-in-law. The train bore the couple away toward the city of Washington, where a portion of that indefinite season known as the honeymoon was to be passed, amid every discomfort that money could purchase. Why they should have gone to Washington in pursuit of bad hotels and other miseries, when they could have procured them in so many other parts of the country for a quarter of the money, was something which Mr. Chiffield was never able to explain to his own satisfaction. He afterward bitterly regretted that he had not made the nuptial trip to Newburgh, or some place near the city, where the expenses would have been more moderate. But we anticipate. Mr. and Mrs. Chiffield had been absent 10 days. They were expected home on the 28th day of April, but a letter from Clementina informed her father that she had taken a bad cold, was confined to her room, and could not return before the 1st of May. The brief note was written in a crabbed hand, and exhibited spots, which, if not lemon juice, were tears. She made no allusion to her husband, but wound up by saying, "Oh, pa, I am an unhappy girl." This intelligence was a thorn in the bed of Mr. Whedell's comfort. Had he not arranged to settle with his creditors on the 1st of May? Was not the owner of the house occupied and used by him to resume possession on that eventful day? And was not everything, even his daily food, dependent on the return of his children, as he fondly called them, with their pockets full of money? What if this infernal cold should keep them in Washington until after the 1st of May? As Mr. Whedell thought of himself, turned adrift and a wanderer, he invariably tore out a few of the gray hairs which could be poorly spared from his venerable skull. Mr. Whedell had a deep and unchanging faith in his ill luck, but this time he was pleasantly disappointed. The morning train on the 1st of May brought back his children to him. They arrived just as those Bedouins of civilization, the New Yorkers, were beginning to indulge their nomadic propensities. The streets were full of wagons and drays laden with jingling stoves, rickety bedsteads, conspicuous crockery, and other damaged penates, on the way to new domiciles. Fortunately, the owner of Mr. Whedell's residence had not yet come to claim possession. Creditors are early birds, but the hour, 6:30 a.m., was even too early for them, and one only, Mr. Rickarts, the shoemaker, had called. He had been disposed of in the library by the servant, under the pretence that Mr. Whedell was not yet up. But Mr. Whedell was up, and dressed, before 6 o'clock, and was watching for the expected carriage through the window blinds of his apartment. He ran down to the door with juvenile briskness to receive the returning ones. Mrs. Chiffield looked pale and jaded. Her hair was carelessly arranged, and her bonnet awry. unerring indications of fathomless female misery. To the anxious inquiry by her parent after her health, she only replied, "Horrid." Mr. Chiffield wore the aspect of a man who is disappointed in his just expectations. He gave a hearty grip to the proffered hand of his father in law, but he quarrelled with the driver over the fare, and abused him in an undertone by way of relieving himself. "And how did you like Washington, my child?" said the fond father, in his tenderest voice. "I hate it," said Mrs. Chiffield, hurrying into the house, as if she were running away from her husband. Well, I'm not surprised that she dislikes the capital. I believe most visitors do. Clemmy seems to be a little nervous from travelling, eh?" Mr. Whedell addressed these remarks to his son-in-law. "Nervous? Perhaps she is just a trifle nervous, sir. All women are." "True, true. One of the peculiarities of the sex. Well, you have had a pleasant time, I trust?" "Pleasant time? Oh, yes, delightful. Your daughter is a charming girl, sir, and will make a most excellent wife." Mr. Chiffield spoke as if he were very much in earnest, but the expression of his face was not of rapture. "She is a treasure, sir, a perfect treasure," replied the doting parent. "It cost me many pangs to part with her. I trust that we shall not be separated now. Why should we be? There are but 3 of us. Just enough for a happy family." Mr. Whedell was hinting at a home under the future roof of his son-in-law. "I agree with you perfectly," said Mr. Chiffield, with unaffected eagerness. "Let us live together always. It will suit me exactly." He was thinking of free board and lodging at the house of his father in law. The couple shook hands, mutually pleased at the prospect, and beamed on each other. A part of this conversation took place in the hall, into which the hackman had borne the travellers' luggage. A pull was heard at the door bell, a loud, confident pull, which Mr. Whedell knew could be inflicted only by a creditor. It would not do to admit his son-in-law into his budget of family secrets just yet, so he said, "Now, Chiffield, you must need some rest. Let me not detain you, my dear fellow. Your room is on the first floor. I'll show it to you." Mr. Whedell snatched a carpet bag out of the hand of his son-in-law, and hurried up stairs with him. Having turned that gentleman into the apartment reserved for him, and shut the door, Mr. Whedell paused at the head of the stairs, and listened for the developments below. The servant, after waiting for 2 or 3 more jerks at the bell, so as to be quite sure that it was the bell, went to the door, and there found Mr. Numble, the butcher, who supplied the Whedells with meat on the strength of the brownstone front. Pursuant to instructions, the servant explained that Mr. Whedell was not up, and asked him to walk into the library and wait a few minutes. Mr. Numble growled, as if he scented deception not far off, but allowed himself to be conducted into the library. There he discovered Mr. Rickarts, the shoemaker, taking down the few books which graced the shelves of the library, and evidently pricing them with an unpractised eye. The 2 gentlemen knew each other, and straightway engaged in a brisk dialogue about the weather. Book 10, Chapter 4. Book 10, Chapter 5 of Round the Block by John Bell BOUTON. This recording is in the public domain. Demolition of certain air castles. The coast being clear, Mr. Whedell hastened downstairs to the front parlor, where his daughter had secluded herself immediately after her entrance into the house. She was lying back on the sofa, with her bonnet on, biting the ends of her gloves, and staring into space. She did not appear to observe her father. Mr. Whedell seated himself on the other end of the sofa, and reached out his hand, as if he would have taken his daughter's caressingly within it. If that was his intention, it was frustrated by her drawing the hand away. Then the father heaved a sigh, and said, "Ah, my child, I am so thankful that you have returned to day. You will save us from ruin." "I save you from ruin!" said Mrs. Chiffield in a hollow voice. "That's a good joke." Mr. Whedell grinned a ghastly smile, as if he did not precisely see the point of the jest. "Joke or no joke," said he, "I must look to you for some money to put off the infernal creditors, who have begun to flock into the house. There's the bell. Hang me if it isn't another one. To come to the point, then, I wish you would loan me, say $200. It is a small amount, but will stave them off a week or two." $200! Mrs. Chiffield opened her fine eyes in amazement. "That's all? Perhaps you have saved up the amount from your pin money; or if you have been a little extravagant and spent it all, why, then, perhaps you can get it from Mr. Chiffield this morning." The daughter laughed bitterly again. "I tell you, father," said she, "that this man is the meanest creature that walks on two legs. He has not spent $50 on both of us during our absence. As for me, I have never got a cent from him, though I have dropped 1,000 hints about new bonnets, dresses, and jewelry." "Gracious heavens!" cried Mr. Whedell, turning pale. "But then," he added, with an effort to laugh, "Mr. Chiffield is a business man, and was an old bachelor. He knows nothing of women's wants. It must be your mission to teach him what they are." "Pooh!" said the daughter. "I don't believe he has got any money." "Don't talk so, my child. You put me in a cold sweat. Anyhow, I examined his pocket last night, when he was asleep in the cars, and found only $5 there." Mr. Whedell's jaw dropped. "Oh, no! It can't be!" said he, at length. "Mr. Chiffield must be a rich man. You remember his fine horses at Saratoga and Newport. You remember how much his society was courted by mammas with disposable daughters. They never patronize poor young men. Their instinct in finding out rich ones is unerring. And furthermore, Mr. Chiffield is a member of a firm 20 years old, who are marked A No. 1 on the books of a mercantile agency that makes it a business to pry into other people's affairs. I paid $10 for the information only a month ago. He must be rich. He must be rich." Mr. Whedell repeated it twice, as if the repetition put the question of Chiffield's opulence beyond a doubt. "Ha! There goes that dreadful bell again." "What you say may be true, but I don't believe a word of it till I have the proofs," replied the daughter, who seemed to delight in taking a gloomy view of her case. "Why, will you believe it, I can't get him even to talk about engaging a house in New York. He always dodges the subject, somehow. Upon my word, I think he expects to quarter on you for the balance of his life. That would be rich." Mr. Whedell raised his eyebrows, and emitted a doleful whistle. Reflecting, he said, "You may misjudge him. Perhaps he doesn't like to disturb love's young dream by looking into the future. That's all. I'm sure of it." "Humbug!" ejaculated Mrs. Chiffield. "Poor thing!" said her father, tenderly. "There, cheer up. Depend upon it, that you have got a rich husband, who will take all our troubles off our shoulders. Stay here, and I will go up stairs and sound him." Mr. Whedell proceeded to the apartment where his son in law was shut up, and found that individual in a deep fit of meditation. "Thinking? And so soon after marriage?" said Mr. Whedell, with a charming smile. "Oh, yes. And I was thinking how much happier is a married man than a bachelor." "You will always think so, I am sure, with my dear Clemmy as your wife." "My dear Clemmy! How naturally that phrase comes to my lips! And you are about to take her away! It's a foolish thought, but I hardly know how I shall live without her." Mr. Whedell paused, for effect, and contemplated the vermicular work in the carpet. "A happy thought strikes me," said Chiffield. "You have a house here already furnished. Let us occupy it free of rent, and I will pay the housekeeping bills of the establishment. That will be mutually advantageous, and will especially suit your daughter, who, of course, has a child's attachment for home. What do you say to the proposition, respected father in law?" Mr. Whedell did not catch at it with the alacrity that was expected of him. "A capital plan," said he, at length; "but unfortunately the house is not mine. I only lease it." Chiffield's lips puckered up. "That's curious," thought he. "The old fellow must have put his money into bonds and stocks. Well, they are the best paying investments." Mr. Whedell proceeded to break the news of his penniless condition to his son in law gently. "Mr. Chiffield," said he, "as a wholesale dealer in dry goods, you must have observed, perhaps at times experienced, the fickleness of fortune." "Can he suspect?" thought Chiffield. "And what if he does? The truth cannot be concealed much longer. But I will pump him a little further before disclosing all." "Yes," said he, "our firm, like others, has had its ups and downs. But then, business would not be interesting without some little risks, you know." The easy manner of his son in law convinced Mr. Whedell that no little risks had shaken the firm of Upjack, Chiffield & Co. "Ah, yes," said he, "rich to day, poor to morrow. The history of the world. As every person may learn this by his own sad experience, some time or other he ought to be lenient in judging of those who have become reduced from wealth to poverty." "Can he mean me?" thought the son in law. "Faith, it sounds very much like it. If so, his manner of broaching the subject is truly generous and delicate." "I agree with you," said he, aloud. "Money does not make the man." It is a safe adage, and Chiffield quoted it intrepidly. "True, true," replied Mr. Whedell. "Money is but a small item in the sum of earthly happiness. Take the institution of marriage, for example. What gives to that institution its blessedness? Love or money?" "Love," responded the unhesitating Chiffield. The promptness of that reply shows that he does not expect a fortune with Clemmy, thought Mr. Whedell. He must suspect, perhaps already knows, the truth, thought Chiffield. How kind in him to spare me the least humiliation. "That person is truly rich," continued Mr. Whedell, "rich beyond expression, who brings pure love and exalted virtues into the married state." Generous father-in-law, thought Chiffield. He knows that I am ruined, yet how nobly he treats me. I may cast away all reserve now. "It would be an affectation, sir," said Chiffield aloud, "to pretend that I do not understand to whom you refer. My dear father-in-law." "The glorious fellow!" thought Mr. Whedell. "He guesses what I am about to disclose, and yet he calls me a dear father-in-law." Chiffield continued: "To save any further circumlocution, sir, and in order that we may fully understand each other, I will say at once that we are completely ruined." "Ha! What? Who ruined?" "The house of Upjack, Chiffield & Co. I thought you knew it." "Ruined, sir!" cried Mr. Whedell, livid with horror. He choked for further utterance. "Yes, sir," said Chiffield, who, being a fat man, was happily calm. "Totally ruined." "You impudent scoundrel! Out of this house!" shrieked Mr. Whedell, rising from his chair, and glaring like a wild cat at his son in law. "Be calm," said that phlegmatic individual. "I respect your age." curse your impudence! What do you mean by my age?" approaching Chiffield in a threatening manner. "I'll let you know, sir, that I am young enough to kick a swindler like you into the street." "Pray compose yourself, sir," returned the bland Chiffield. "Your surprise and excitement are natural, and therefore pardonable. But my affairs are, after all, not quite as bad as they might be. I have a sure prospective fortune, if not a present one." "What do you mean, sir?" asked Mr. Whedell, not quite so savage as before. "That I have talents, energy, a large business acquaintance," said the cheerful Chiffield. "Humbug!" roared Mr. Whedell. "What is all that stuff good for, without money?" "Not much, I admit," was the conciliatory reply. "Therefore, sir, to come to the point at once, advance me $10,000 to start in business again, and I will make a fortune in 3 years. It was the outside speculations of my partners that ruined me. Perhaps you don't know that dry goods are going up, sir. Now's the time to buy." "This man will drive me mad!" shrieked Mr. Whedell, combing his hair wildly with his hands. "Regard it in the light of a family investment," suggested the soothing Chiffield. "You diabolical scoundrel!" yelled Mr. Whedell, in a partial asphyxia of rage. "If I had $1,000,000 to day, I wouldn't give you a cent. You should starve first. But I want to tell you, and hang me if it isn't a pleasure too, that I am a beggar, sir. A beggar, sir. A beggar, sir. By noon to day I shall be turned out of this house; and, by Jove, I'm glad of it, for then I shall get rid of you." During this adagio passage, the speaker shook his fist within a few inches of Chiffield's nose. The summary Chiffield answered with a hearty laugh. "I see," said he. "It's a regular sell on both sides. However, neither of us is worse off than he was, since neither of us had anything. As for me, I have gained 1 point, for I have a tolerably good looking wife." Mr. Whedell was about to retort in a vein of unmitigated ferocity, when Mrs. Chiffield, who had been listening in the entry, and could contain herself no longer, rushed into the room, and, brandishing a small clenched hand in the face of her laughing spouse, forcibly observed: "You sneaking, swindling, cheating, lying, black-hearted, ill-looking pauper, scoundrel, and vagabond!" "Very prettily said," remarked the imperturbable Chiffield. "You miserable thief!" continued his matrimonial partner, aiming a blow at him, which he playfully parried. "Why didn't you tell me you were a beggar?" "Why? Because you didn't ask me. For that matter, why didn't you or your father tell me that you were beggars?" "I shan't answer your insulting questions, you mean, deceiving, ugly, ungentlemanly," no other epithet suggesting itself. At this crisis, the infuriated wife burst into tears, and wished several times that she was dead. "Poor old wifey!" said the emollient Chiffield. "None of your poor dears to my daughter, you jail bird!" screamed Mr. Whedell. "Now, don't get excited, father in law." "How dare you call me father in law, sir? Perhaps you prefer the more endearing epithet of Poppy, sir. Monster! Will you leave my house?" "Have you got any good old brandy on hand?" asked Chiffield. "Brandy! No. If you want brandy, sir, go to the devil for it." "Not quite so far, thank you," retorted Chiffield the genial; "but I don't mind walking to the next corner for a smash." Chiffield rose, put on his hat, and stepped toward the door. "Good bye, wifey. I shan't be gone long." A growl, bisected by a sob, was the only reply. "By by, Poppy," said Chiffield, with a flippant wave of the hand. Mr. Whedell cast at him a look of scorn, to which justice could be done in no known language, and Chiffield, with a bow of exceeding grace, left father and child to their reflections. Book 10, Chapter 5. Book 10, Chapter 6 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Whedell's creditors in convention assembled. These reflections, which were neither profitable nor interesting to the parties immediately concerned, were interrupted by a peculiarly vigorous pull at the door-bell. Pulls of a startling description had come so often the previous 10 minutes, that Mr. Whedell had quite ceased to notice them. But this long and strong pull caused him to start, and remark, "It must be Quigg." It was Quigg, who had come to make his last appeal. He was by far the heaviest creditor. The unfortunate servant girl, acting under her general instructions, would fain have shown him into the parlor, where his fellow sufferers, having overrun the library and dining room, were already in strong force. But Quigg, having immense interests at stake, would stand no such nonsense. "Where is Whedell?" said he. "I can't dance attendance on him all day." It was always remarked that Quigg put off his slow and stately method of speech when dealing with obstinate debtors. The terrified Mary lost her presence of mind, and replied, "In the first floor front." Quigg mounted the stairs with surprising agility, and gave a hard rap at the door of the first floor front. Mr. Whedell said, in a voice calm with despair, "Come in." In the few minutes that had elapsed since the retirement of Chiffield, Mr. Whedell had privately determined to give up everything to his creditors, leaving them to divide the spoils among themselves, and then to go out, expend his last quarter on a dose of poison, and end his existence. This resolution, suddenly taken, imparted preternatural composure both to his mind and his face. He could now see his way out of all difficulties, or out of the world, which is the same thing. Clementina, who had not yet risen to that height of philosophy, buried her face in her hands, and sobbed with fresh violence. Quigg entered, and at a glance saw that he had lost. He stopped short in the bow that he was intending to make. "Well, Whedell," said he, roughly, "how are things to day?" By things he always meant money. "Not a penny," said Mr. Whedell. "I've done my best to pay you, and failed." "Just as I expected. Serves me right. I never was forbearing with a debtor, that I didn't get chiseled this way. Strike me if I ever make the mistake again. This marriage of your daughter's, which was going to set you up in funds, has proved a fizzle, eh? Instead of taking somebody in, you have been taken in yourself." Quigg laughed, and then, remembering that a delinquent debtor was before him, assumed his wonted serious aspect. At this allusion, poor Mrs. Chiffield burst into tears again. Mr. Whedell adroitly turned the circumstance to advantage. He pointed to her, and said, "There is my reply." Quigg felt that he was losing ground on these side issues. "Well, Whedell, we must have a settlement to day. You owe me $150. Turn over all your furniture to me, and we'll call it square." Mrs. Chiffield doubled her sobs anew, but Mr. Whedell said, "Very good. Take everything. I shall want nothing where I am going." Quigg had been accustomed to these dark hints from contumacious debtors, and was not to be frightened. "I accept your offer," said he, "and will take everything." At this moment a rush as of many feet was heard upon the stairs. The owners of the feet appeared to be literally tumbling up in their anxiety to get up. By the time Quigg could open the door, a half dozen flushed persons were ready to step in, and did so, brushing him aside. More than a score of others followed, and all plunged pell-mell into the presence of Mr. Whedell and daughter. "Here we are, Mr. Whedell, by appointment," said the spokesman of the party, Rickarts, the shoemaker. "I see you are," responded the placid Whedell. "Take seats, if you can find them, gentlemen." This with a real smile, for he thought of the arsenic, and the immeasurable relief that it would afford him. "We don't want seats, Mr. Whedell, and if we did, there isn't enough for all of us. We want our pay, and have got tired of waitin' downstairs for it. You put us all off to the 1st of May, you know, expectin', you said, to raise money enough by the marriage of your daughter excuse the remark, marm, but business is business to pay off all of us. We found, on comparin' notes downstairs this mornin', that you had told the same story to everybody. Now, sir, as your daughter is married, accordin' to the papers, and the 1st of May has arrived, will you be good enough to square up?" Mr. Whedell smiled touchingly. "My good and patient friends," said he, "nothing would give me greater pleasure, I might say, without exaggeration, rapture, than to pay all that I owe, with compound interest thrown in. But, unfortunately for my excellent intentions, I have no money." "Blast me if that isn't just what we expected. I told 'em downstairs that I'd bet 10 to 1 you couldn't or wouldn't raise anythink out of your son in law." "Your name is Rickarts, I believe?" asked Mr. Whedell. "Yes, Rickarts," growled the owner of the appellation. "You ought to know it by this time, for I've dunned you often enough." "True, Mr. Rickarts. But then I have so many creditors, you see, that I cannot be expected to know them all. I merely wanted to observe, Mr. Rickarts, that, at least, you have not been disappointed in your expectations. Furthermore, that if you had made a bet of 10 to 1, it wouldn't have been a bad speculation for you." Cries of "Pshaw!" "Humbug!" "Swindled!" "Done for!" and kindred expressions arose from all sides. The spokesman said, "We ha'n't got no time to joke, Mr. Whedell. We have only to remark, now, that the best thing for you to do is to give up your furniture, without the trouble and expense of a lot of lawsuits." "You are perfectly welcome to the whole of it, my good friends," said Mr. Whedell. "The deuce they are!" cried Quigg. "Why, you have just turned it over to me." "I give it to all of you, singly and collectively, severally and jointly," responded the happy, melancholy man. "Divide it among yourselves, and leave me." The small creditors, under $20, took a favorable view of the proposition. One of them immediately jumped on a bureau having a marble top and elaborately carved legs, and expressed his willingness to take that for his pay. Another laid violent hands on the heavy yellow window curtains, and declared himself satisfied. A third commenced ripping up a corner of the carpet, and notified all persons that he claimed that. The original owner of the bureau, curtains, and carpet, who had furnished the house and held an exalted rank among the principal creditors, objected to this summary disposition of the property. Quigg, in very emphatic but improper English, insisted that he had the largest and first claim, and warned everybody on their peril not to remove a thing from the house. Mr. Whedell reclined in his chair, positively enjoying the spectacle, which was all the more entertaining, because the common wrath was now diverted from him. Mrs. Chiffield wept behind her handkerchief. Her bonnet was knocked on one side, and the flowers were seriously disarranged, indicating a real case of distress. "Sauve qui peut" was now the motto among all the small creditors. Notwithstanding the energetic objections of Quigg and others, they rushed downstairs into the parlors, where the best furniture was kept, and commenced taking possession. Rickarts, the shoemaker, seated himself on the top of the piano, and said he considered that his'n. But a second after, a man milliner, who had furnished 2 new bonnets to Miss Clementina on the strength of the brownstone front, took his seat on the other end of the piano, and gave Mr. Rickarts distinctly to understand that he was glued to it. The man milliner was a powerful fellow, and looked as if his proper vocation were hammering stone or rolling iron, instead of handling flowers and feathers. Rickarts murmured something inaudibly at first, but, on taking a second survey of his neighbor, concluded that he would be more desirable as an ally than as an enemy. "All right," said he. "S'pose we go snacks on this." "Agreed," said the man milliner. Other of the minor creditors, not caring to quarrel for a third or fourth interest in the piano, attached themselves to movable pieces of furniture, such as ottomans, whatnots, étagères, and chairs. One succeeded in unscrewing a large chandelier which hung from the centre of the front parlor, and the gas came pouring through the opening in odorous volumes, while the spoliator waddled off to the door with his prize. Others rummaged the small stock of showy books which constituted the library, and were surprised to find that the most imposing volumes were bound in wood, with gilt backs, and contained nothing but air, which a funny creditor characterized as very light reading matter. In about 5 minutes, a considerable amount of portable property would have gone out of the house, but for Quigg's presence of mind. Seeing that decisive action was required, he slipped out of the front door, locked it, and returned in a moment with a couple of policemen, who chanced to be strolling through the street at that hour. On the way to the house, Mr. Quigg succeeded in persuading the policemen that it was necessary for the peace of society that they should turn all of the other creditors out of the house, and leave Mr. Whedell's effects to be divided among them according to the regular legal process. As the officers marched up the steps of the house, it fell out that Matthew Maltboy came sauntering by. Observing the 2 officers, headed by an excited individual, going into Mr. Whedell's house, it occurred to his benevolent heart that that gentleman must be in trouble. He also felt moved by a desire to hear of his old flame, for such she now seemed, at the remote distance of 6 weeks, of whose marriage with Mr. Chiffield he had read in the papers with the utmost complacency. Therefore, Maltboy stepped up behind the officers, and was about to follow them into the house. The officers would have kept him back, but Quigg recognized his friend of New Year's Day, and asked him in, hoping to get legal advice for nothing. "An old friend of mine, and of Mr. Whedell's," said Quigg. "Admit him, officers. Perhaps, sir" (Quigg had forgotten his name), "you know something about Whedell's affairs, and, as a lawyer," with a wink, "can tell me where he has some property snugly stowed away, that I can pounce on. If so, I would cheerfully let the smaller creditors divide the furniture among themselves. Any information will be confidential, you know." "I am not a shyster," said the indignant Matthew, alluding by that term to the outlaws of his profession. Quigg was evidently surprised at this unfriendly repulse. "I only made the suggestion for you to think on. No offence meant. Please walk in, sir." The door being opened, several of the small creditors were discovered grouped together, with property in their hands. They had made several ineffectual attempts to break the lock, or pry back the bolt. The larger creditors were forcibly remonstrating against this disposition of Mr. Whedell's effects, and a serious row would probably have ensued, but for the timely arrival of the police. End of Book 10, Chapter 6. Book 10, Chapter 7 of Round the Block by John Bell BOUTON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Deus ex Machina. One of the officers planted himself against the front door, and gave general notice that no one would be allowed to remove any of the furniture. The other officer stationed himself at the back door to carry out a similar policy at that point. These manoeuvres caused consternation among the small creditors, and a vivid feeling of approval among the larger ones. "I am happy to announce," said Quigg, "that the counsel of Mr. Whedell, one of the most distinguished ornaments of the bar, has now arrived, and will take charge of his client's affairs. To those who know the name of (aside). By the way, your name escapes me at this moment." "Maltboy," said Matthew, a little flattered with this compliment. "I repeat that, to those who know the name of Maltboy, no assurance need be given that Mr. Whedell's affairs will be honorably adjusted." Quigg again winked at the young lawyer. Matthew, having recovered from the flutter into which he was thrown, was about to disclaim the office thus thrust upon him, when the voice of Mr. Whedell was heard from the first landing. He had come to listen to the disturbance, and smile at it. "It is my dear Maltboy!" he exclaimed, catching at the straw of a hope. "Thank Heaven, he is here! Yes, gentlemen, he is my lawyer, and I refer you to him for the adjustment of all your claims. Come up, my dear Maltboy." "Oh, it is dear, good Mr. Maltboy," added a voice qualified by sobs. "How kind of him to come here at this time. Oh ho!" Maltboy could never resist beauty in any condition, and for beauty in tears he would cheerfully lay down his life. He did not deny that he was the counsel and confidential adviser to Mr. Whedell, but rushed up stairs just in time to receive the falling form of Mrs. Chiffield in his arms. Matthew felt that he had no moral right to clasp that burden of loveliness, but he took it tenderly in his arms, and followed Mr. Whedell into the room which father and daughter had just left. There he deposited it, with the gentleness of a professional nurse, on the sofa, when it opened its eyes, and faintly said, "Heaven bless you, our benefactor." The creditors were pouring into the apartment. "In the name of humanity," said Mr. Whedell, "leave us for a few moments. I appeal to you as gentlemen and Christians." The appeal produced no effect, those to whom it was made conceiving, perhaps, that it did not apply to them. Maltboy added the remark, "If you will withdraw at once, I promise you that in 15 minutes we will proceed to business." "That's all right," said Quigg, winking again at Matthew. "Let us go, friends." The proposition was accepted as the best thing that could be done under the circumstances, and all the creditors retired. Mr. Whedell then locked the door, and proceeded to inform Mr. Maltboy of the black-hearted treachery of which he and his daughter had been the victims in the Chiffield alliance. Clementina corroborated the paternal statement with numerous particulars, delivered in a heart-broken voice, showing what an abandoned wretch her husband was. Matthew listened, nodded his head, and said, "The brute!" and then, "The monster!" at intervals, looking the while into the deep blue eyes of Mrs. Chiffield, which sparkled with tears. If he had but been the lucky man, he thought. But it suddenly occurred to Matthew that these thoughts were a little irregular, and, besides, he had a fresh recollection of the troubles from which Fayette Overtop had not yet emerged. He therefore pulled out his watch, and informed Mr. Whedell that 13 of the 15 minutes were consumed. The creditors were beginning to pace heavily in the entrance. Mr. Whedell, taking the hint, came down to business. His affairs were of a kind that were easily settled. He owned nothing except his personal clothing, and a few small articles of furniture. Everything else had been obtained on credit, and either not paid for or only partly paid for. This statement of affairs occupied 1 minute. A minute remained, which Mr. Whedell put to good use. He looked appealingly at Maltboy. So did Mrs. Chiffield. "My dear friend," said Mr. Whedell, "I find myself at an advanced period of life, in this cold world, deserted, penniless. You are the only person living that I can call by the sacred name of friend. I have already experienced your noble bounty in the loan of $200." Tramps of creditors becoming louder outside. "In a word, sir, can you lend me $100 more? It will at least save me from the self-destruction which I had contemplated." At the word self-destruction, Mrs. Chiffield cried aloud, and threw herself on her parent's breast, with a fresh flood of tears. These tears swept away the last trace of Matthew's prudence. He whipped out his pocket-book, and delivered over 5 $20 gold pieces to Mr. Whedell. The sight of those beautiful coins seemed to reconcile the wretched man to life. Mr. Whedell was about to thank his preserver most profusely, and Mrs. Chiffield to burst into a new torrent, when Matthew, to avoid these demonstrations, rose, opened the door, and let in the pack of hungry creditors. Now Matthew had, in these fleeting 15 minutes, thought up no plan of settlement. Being taken aback by the sudden reappearance of the creditors, he did not know what to propose. "Everything fixed, I s'pose?" said Rickarts, the shoemaker. When Matthew was in strong doubt what to do in any case, it was his invariable custom to postpone. "I think," he feebly suggested, "that we had better postpone final action, say till 3 P.M. It would give us time." "Can't come it." "No go." "Now or never," were some of the exclamations which went up from the excited crowd. Matthew was too good natured to quarrel with these insinuations. "My friends," said he, "as you appear to have unlimited confidence in each other, suppose you appoint a committee to dispose of this property which my client generously" (cries of "Oh! oh!" turns over to you), "and divide the proceeds among yourselves pro rata." The creditors looked at each other suspiciously. A want of that childlike trust which, in a perfect state of society, should exist between man and man, was unhappily too apparent. Just then, when Matthew was at his wits' end, the policeman who guarded the front door entered the room, and delivered a note to Mr. Whedell. That gentleman perused it languidly, and passed it to Matthew. "Good news," said he. "Mr. Abernuckle, the owner of these premises, who was intending to move in to day, writes that he will not be able to take possession until noon to morrow. Therefore, I say, let the creditors employ an auctioneer, hang out the red flag, sell, and divide before that period arrives." The large creditors were silent, Quigg veiling his dissatisfaction under a look of complete misanthropy; but the small ones, headed by Rickarts, the shoemaker, highly commended it. "Besides," added a butterman, who had originally been in the mock auction line, "don't you see, we can all stay at the auction, and kinda bid on the things. Hey?" The butterman nodded at the lesser creditors. The idea took, only a few of the larger creditors holding out against it. "My friends," again observed Matthew, drawing on his stores of legal knowledge, "you seem to forget that, if my client chose to resist your claims, he could retain a large amount of furniture as household articles under the law, which exempts certain necessary things, but with rare magnanimity he gives up all." The allusion to magnanimity produced some derisive laughs. which slightly nettled Matthew. "Auction it off," said he, "or we throw ourselves back on our reserved rights." At this hint everybody gave in, and a committee, consisting of Quigg, Rickarts, and the butterman, was appointed to make all the arrangements for an immediate sale. It is not pleasant to pursue this painful theme, the decline and fall of the Whedell household, farther. Let the historian barely record, that the sale attracted a large crowd, and that, by the ingenious side bids of the creditors, the furniture was run up to twice its original value (no uncommon thing at auctions); that the creditors, large and small, were well satisfied with the results; that Mr. Whedell and daughter moved to Boston, and became stipendiaries upon a younger brother, who had made a fortune in the upholstery business, and whom Mr. Whedell had always despised; that Mr. Chiffield took to drink tenaciously in consequence of his misfortunes, and never saw or sought after his wife from the day when he discovered that she was dowerless; that Mrs. Chiffield obtained a divorce from the bonds of matrimony, but had not married again at last accounts; and that Matthew Maltboy, Esquire, on looking over the whole episode of his acquaintance with the Whedells, thanked his stars that he had got out of their entanglements on the reasonable terms of $300. End of Book 10, Chapter 7. Book 11, Chapter 1 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11th, Discoveries. Chapter 1. The Old House Revisited. In the month that followed the acquittal of Marcus Wilkeson, 3 real murders, a railway collision killing 30 persons, and a steamboat explosion almost as tragical in its results, occurred. The Minford affair was already getting old. Public curiosity, except in the immediate neighborhood of the house, no longer exercised itself upon the problem which all of Coroner Bullfast's powers of analysis had failed to solve. Marcus Wilkeson might have derived a selfish consolation from the fact that other mysteries and calamities were causing his name, which last month was on the tongue of the whole town, to be forgotten. But he had a nobler and truer source of consolation in his dear books. In the presence of the philosophers and sages and historians and novelists and poets and wits, the men of genius of the past, chroniclers of the loss of empires, grave men who taught the vanity of life, and funny men who taught the same lesson in a different way, Marcus felt his pack of sorrows considerably lightening. His first, last, only disappointment in love had subsided into a gentle and not disagreeable melancholy. His trial, and the dreadful notoriety which his name had acquired, had imparted to his mild nature a gentle tinge of cynicism, which improved him. Marcus was sitting, one morning, in the little back parlor, idly turning over the leaves of an old folio, and looking with a half eye through the closed window at the houses opposite, and thinking what a deal of trouble it was possible to extract from a single block of buildings, when a slight rap was heard at the door. Simultaneously the door was pushed open, and Wesley Tiffles shot in. He had brought all his tonical properties with him. Good nature and cheerfulness effervesced from his face. Through the trial, and since the acquittal, Wesley Tiffles had stuck to Marcus. Twice, often 3 times a day, he called, and was always welcomed by Marcus, and not inhospitably received by Miss Philomela Wilkeson. The interviews between that lady and the romantic speculator usually took place, quite by accident, in the entry, on the arrival or the departure of Mr. Tiffles, but, as it happened, not with the cognizance of Marcus. On one occasion, at the edge of evening, Marcus went into the entry a few minutes after Tiffles had left the room, and saw that gentleman and Philomela standing in the doorway. Tiffles appeared to be in the act of raising the lady's hand to kiss it; but, if that were his intention, he abandoned it on seeing Marcus, and shook the attenuated fingers instead. Then he coughed, and, saying "Good night," went down the steps as if he had not seen Marcus in the gloom. Miss Wilkeson coughed also. Why do people always cough? And, turning to her approaching brother, said it was a cool night, which was not true, as the night was agreeably warm. Marcus had never afterward seen them together, and had forgotten this slightly mysterious circumstance. Wesley Tiffles had, as usual, something enlivening to tell. "Got the funniest piece of news for you, my dear fellow," said he. "Anything funny is always welcome, Tiffles," said he, closing his folio, that he might not appear to obstruct his friend's jocosity. "I've heard from that infernal old panorama. When I say infernal, of course I don't mean to imply that it wasn't a splendid idea, if I had had capital enough to see it through. And what do you s'pose the landlord and the other creditor have done with it? You couldn't guess in a month." "Well, what?" asked Marcus Wilkeson, laughing in anticipation. "Ha! ha! Cut it up, and sold it for window curtains. A friend of mine, who passed through there the other day, says there's a picture of a lion, or a palm tree, or a slice of a desert principally desert hung up in every other window. And the best of it is, that they made a good thing of it. The curtains brought at least twice what I owed them." "Great heavens! Why didn't I think of it myself?" "Of what?" "Why, to cut up the panorama into window curtains when Patching had finished it, and ha! ha! peddle them through the country. By Jupiter! that speculation may be worth trying yet. But at present I have my new patent process for—" Marcus coughed, and opened the book. Tiffles accepted the delicate hint in a spirit of true friendship, and let his new patent process drop. "Marcus," said he, "I don't wish to revive an unpleasant subject, but have you no idea what the late Mr. Minford was trying to invent?" "Not the least. I never trouble myself about inventions, as you well know, who are full of them. Besides, poor Mr. Minford was not communicative on that subject. He kept the secret even from his daughter." "You have a claim on the apparatus, whatever it is." "Yes. Mr. Minford insisted on giving me a paper to that effect, as security for 2 loans of $500 each. I took it to please the old gentleman." Marcus felt like groaning as he thought of the sorrows that he had derived from his connection with the Minford family. But he had just been reading of the consolations of philosophy, and he stifled the rising weakness. "I have thought, Marcus, that there might be something about that unfinished machine that could be patented for the benefit of Miss Minford. You know I am a good judge of patentable things." "What do you propose, then?" asked Marcus, concealing with an effort the emotions which the mention of Miss Minford always caused. "That we go to the house together. The legal claim which you hold upon the machine entitles you to see it, if only to ascertain that it has not been stolen. The visit you propose is a disagreeable one; but if you think there is a possibility of benefiting Miss Minford, I will go. Not that she is likely to be in want, however, at present; for I understand that a wealthy lady, Mrs. Crull, who befriended her at the inquest, you remember, has taken her to her own house." Without further words, for Marcus retained his old business habit of forming his conclusions suddenly, and adhering to them, the friends proceeded to the late residence of Mr. Minford. Marcus had not yet philosophically conquered his dread of recognition in the street, as the man who had been suspected of a murder. He buttoned his overcoat up to his chin, pulled his hat over his brow, and walked fast. As he had purposely altered his style of dress since the inquest, he was not readily identified; but he was sympathetically conscious that several persons whom he passed, and who glanced at him, knew him, and that he was pointed out to others when his back was turned. Reaching the house, they hurried up stairs, hoping to run the gauntlet of the 3 floors in safety. Luckily, there had been a general move from the premises, the lodgings being less desirable since the supposed murder. The faces which thrust themselves out of the doorways, as the 2 visitors passed, were strange ones. Marcus felt his heart palpitating, and his face growing pale, as they ascended the last flight of stairs, at the head of which were the room and the mystery. The lodgings had not been taken. The rent had been paid by Mr. Minford up to the 1st of May, and no person had been sufficiently charmed with the apartments to hire them since that date. Upon the door was a placard, announcing that the key could be obtained by application to the floor below. Tiffles went for it, and returned accompanied by an old woman, who looked as if she knew a great deal which she did not care to tell. She had been requested by the landlord to show the apartments to applicants, but not to whisper a word about the murder, and she was almost bursting with her great secret. While the old woman was wondering how much longer she would be able to hold in, Marcus and Tiffles entered the front room, and quietly closed the door in her face. The old woman grumbled at this discourtesy, but, as she had a superstitious objection to putting her foot in a room where a murder had been committed, she leaned against the banisters of the stairs, and waited for the visitor's reappearance. The room looked just as it did on the day of the inquest. The faded and worn furniture was all there. The yellow curtains still covered the windows. The clock still hung against the wall, tickless. Marcus's eyes glanced restlessly about the room for a moment, not daring to look at the spot where the old man had received his death blow. But an inevitable magnetism soon brought his eyes to it, and his heart was lightened as he saw that the bloodstains had been carefully wiped out. The door of the adjoining room, the maiden's bedchamber, was ajar. Marcus pushed it open with that slow motion which is a token of delicacy and respect. The general appearance of the room was unchanged, as well as Marcus could recollect from the occasional glimpses of it which he had formerly stolen. The little row of dresses which hung on pegs in a corner, and a few simple ornaments, might have been removed, but nothing more. Marcus felt that he was intruding here, and he closed the door. In the meantime, Wesley Tiffles had been examining the mysterious machine, which stood undisturbed in its corner, with the protecting screen still standing before it. Tiffles had first wiped off the dust, and then looked into it, and through it, and over it, and under it, with an eye that was predetermined to pry out a secret. Then he felt of every wheel, lever, cam, ratchet, drum, and other portion within reach of his fingers. Everything was immovable. Then he stood aloof from the machine, folded his arms, pursed up his lips, and cocked an eye at it, as if, by the mere force of intellect, he could compel the dumb thing to give up its mystery. As Tiffles was applying this species of exorcism in vain, Marcus came to his assistance. "What on earth can it be?" exclaimed Tiffles. "Not a new kind of steam engine, or an electrical apparatus, or a clock, or a sewing machine, or anything for spinning, carding, or weaving. Nothing that is adapted to any useful labor. These heavy weights, that have fallen on the floor, would give the works a kind of jerky motion for a few seconds, while the weights were descending. Nothing more. but the ultimate purpose of the machine is a puzzler. Mr. Minford always said that it was something that would revolutionize the world of industry; that it was a new mechanical principle of universal application." Tiffles laughed a little. "Excuse my levity," said he, "but inventors and I am one of them, you know always claim that they are about to revolutionize the world of industry. I never knew one of them to claim less than that for a patent fly trap, or an improved sausage stuffer. Mr. Minford was a man of genius, I dare say, but he probably overestimated the importance of his invention. Have you any objection to my prying the thing apart at this opening? I want to inspect some of the works that are partly concealed. I pledge myself to put it together again as good as new." End of Book 11, Chapter 1. Book 11, Chapter 2 of Round the Block by John Bell Bouton. This recording is in the public domain. A Posthumous Secret. "Go ahead," said Marcus; and Tiffles, inserting his walking stick in a wide gap between two cogwheels, forced the strange machine apart. A large brass drum, upon which a small chain was loosely coiled, fell to the floor. The other portions were not disturbed. Marcus picked up the drum, and Tiffles cast his unerring eye in among the new jumble of wheels and connecting levers that was brought to view. "Can't make head or tail of it," said he at length. "Let me see that drum." Marcus handed it to him. Tiffles took it, like an expert, between a thumb and finger, and tapped it with his stick. It answered back with a muffled clink. "It is hollow, and contains some soft, non-metallic substance. Ah, here we have it." And Tiffles, unscrewing a nicely fitting cap from the drum, drew out a close roll of paper. He unfolded it with trembling fingers. The upper portion of the paper was covered with neatly drawn diagrams, which bore some semblance to the machine. Beneath, in the fine copperplate hand of the inventor, were these memorable words: "Eliphalet Minford's original plan of perpetual motion, to which he has devoted his fortune and 20 years of labor. Perseverantia vincit omnia. Christmas Day, 185 . Then followed a careful technical description of the plan, and a mention of the fact that on 2 occasions the machine had moved. One occasion was the night of April 10th, 184 , when the mass of wheels started with a sudden click, but stopped in 3 seconds by the clock. The other occasion was daybreak, December 30th, 185 , when the works began to move of their own accord, and did not stop for 6 seconds. This record had evidently been made by the inventor for his private reference, and concealed in the brass drum for safe keeping. Tiffles read with bated breath, and Marcus listened in astonishment. "What do you think of it?" asked Marcus. "I think," replied Tiffles, with every respect for the memory of the inventor, "that he was insane. Perpetual motion, without an exhaustive power, or, in other words, the eternal motion of a thing by its own inherent properties, is a simple impossibility. To cite familiar illustrations of its absurdity, you might as well try to lift yourself by the straps of your boots, or pour a quart into a pint pot. I wasted 6 months on perpetual motion when I was a boy, and gave it up. Every inventive genius bothers his head with this nonsensical problem, till he learns that he is a fool. Of course, I say this with every possible regard for your deceased friend. He was insane on this point, quoad hoc, as the lawyers have it, without question, or he would not have thrown away 20 years on it, or 23 years, I should say, since the paper is dated, you observe, 3 years ago. But Mr. Minford says in that document that the machine moved twice. He could have no object in deceiving himself." "You are wrong there, my friend. Inventors are continually deceiving themselves. Their judgment, their very eyesight, becomes worthless in respect to subjects upon which they have labored long and hoped ardently. This machine has evidently been greatly altered from the original plan in the progress of its construction. You observe that these weights do not appear on the diagrams. They were an afterthought, recently put on, I should judge, from the appearance of the cords which hold them. Anybody can see, as I said before, that the weights would move the works spasmodically, so to speak. But this motion cannot be what he alludes to as having taken place on 2 occasions. Of course, I can't explain what caused the motion on those occasions. If it were a real motion, and not a fantasy of the inventor's brain. But I'll bet my life that any intelligent mechanic could have fully explained it to Mr. Minford at the time. But, mark you, Mr. Minford would never have accepted the explanation. Inventors never take advice." "So then you are satisfied that this machine is of no value to Miss Minford, except for old brass?" "Oh, I don't say that. Mr. Minford, aside from this absurd crotchet, may have possessed real mechanical genius. Let me see if some part of it may not be good for something besides perpetual motion." Wesley Tiffles peered down among the brazen and steel complexities again. "Sure enough, here it is," said he. "A splendid window fastener." "I don't see any window fastener," exclaimed Marcus, looking in the direction of his friend's forefinger. "There! That cam with the small spring and lever attached. Strength and simplicity combined. I have studied the subject of window fasteners; in fact, have invented 3 or 4, which possessed the extraordinary property of never letting the window up or down when you wanted to move it. I recognize, in this window fastener, my ideal. Marcus, you must patent it for Miss Minford. It will be a sure fortune for her. I'll make the drawings and specifications." Marcus, sadly happy in the thought of rendering any service to that young lady, readily chimed in with Tiffles's views, and said that the patent should be obtained as soon as might be. It was then agreed that Tiffles should call on Mrs. Crull on the following day, and inform Miss Minford of the important discoveries which had been made by him, not mentioning the name of Marcus Wilkeson, and should also offer to remove and dispose of the neglected furniture. As this conclusion was arrived at, the door opened suddenly. The old lady, being apprehensive, from the long stay of the 2 visitors, that they were ransacking the rooms and hiding portable articles about their persons, had overcome her superstitious antipathy, and opened the door quickly, so that she might catch them in the act. But they were only standing in the middle of the room, earnestly talking to each other. The old lady muttered an inaudible apology, and the 2 friends hastened to take their departure. Book 11, Chapter 2.